Losing track under the water, searching for something that I've been missing. Looking back when we were younger, heartbeats were rushing, blood always pumping. I drive away, leave it behind us without a trace. Live for the day, dance in the moonlight. No one could say we didn't do it right. So far away, baby, I forgot to breathe. This town's got a hold on me. My mind is a casualty. Find me open spaces, static in my blood. Can you feel the flood? Yeah, I've seen enough. Find me open spaces, open spaces. Find me open spaces, open spaces. Find me open feel the weight under the weather, counting the thunder, keeping me under. And if we break out from the tethers, fade into each other, into each other. I drive away, leave it behind us without a trace. Live for the day, dance in the moonlight. No one could say we didn't do it right. So far away, baby, I forgot to breathe. This town's got a hold on me. My mind is a casualty. Find me open spaces, static in my blood. Can you feel the flood? Yeah, I've seen enough. Find me open spaces, open spaces. Find me open spaces, open spaces. Find me open
It's getting harder, you turn my heart up, throw me in water. I'm getting higher, just to feel ya, cause I need to. No one knows it, heart is frozen from your poison. Taking the potion, just to feel ya, cause I miss you. Oh my God, can't stop you like heroin. My love you got, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're nothing. Oh, I think I'm overdosing. I think that I think I'm overdosing. I think that I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. It's getting stronger, can't take no longer. Walking on fire. I'm getting higher, just to feel ya, cause I need to. Feels like I'm burning a little bit more, just a little bit more now. Taking the potion, just to feel ya, cause I need ya. Oh my God, can't stop you like heroin. My love you got, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're not meant. think I'm overdosing. I 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 think I'm overdosing. It's getting stronger. I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing.
One look, the heat is rising, and I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love
Hey, just need to tell you something that just can't wait. Hey, maybe you'll ride away or maybe you'll stay. But hey, this old guitar and me been thinking for days how to say that our love don't care too much for the unpaid bills on the bedroom floor. Our love lives on cheap wine and singing songs to a wasted sunrise. With you, with you, I feel like I am. With you, with you, I feel like I am somebody. With you, I feel like I am somebody. With you, I feel like I am somebody in control, like I feel it in my bones, like I'm somebody. With you, I feel like I am.
So, who wants to play a game?
My favorite. Let me.
No, me! Try me now. Up. And down. Now this. Ooh. Next.
Dan! What's this thing? Let's find out. How much is in there? And again! Guess we better.
Yep.
It's just as high as we can go.
Expertise.
There's something off about you. It's in the bag.
Watch me now. Yoo-hoo! I always get what I want. In the bag.
Nice!
Such talent. Such sorceress. You're doing good.
You too! Where are you?
You want me? Come get me.
All right, and welcome to week number 2, everybody. Week 2 of the Chinese DPC. We're kicking off week 2 with some Division 2, and it's going to be a good time as I'm joined here by Dragon Drop and R Cryptic to bring you some action and to bring you some pretty good Dota. We've got a good matchup to start it off, but before we get into that, guys, how you doing? How did you enjoy week 1? And again, how you doing? I got 2 questions.
2 questions. I can't hold both of those in my head at the same time, so I'm just going to try and answer generally. I'm doing great. It's still 5 a.m. in the morning, so that's always it's always that. I also have to go to normal work after this. But beyond that, I'm very excited. I'm always excited to see some fun Dota 2. And this should be fun. Yeah, I mean, Phoenix Gaming took a game of YBB, but Dandelion, they were owning Aster.A in the first series that these two teams played. So this should be interesting to see how these two match up against each other.
Yeah, 2 pretty interesting teams, 2 teams that have their own set of experience, whether it be long-term like Phoenix with a couple of guys who have been around since like 2016, 2017, or guys on Dandelion who had played with teams like Blaze and Ocean and Magma, more recent experience on their end. But Ricky, I got to ask you, because I feel like we've talked about this a little bit off camera about these 2 teams. What are your thoughts coming into this series? What's rattling the brain over there?
Well, I will answer your first question, which was, I'm great. Thank you so much for asking, B-Comp. I'd ask
Welcome.
you how you're doing yourself, but I know you've been a little sick, but I hear you're doing better, so that's good to hear. But in terms of this series, I will say I am pretty excited because Phoenix Gaming is typically one of the better teams in Division 2. They've had like a pretty good run for the most part, and now we have Dandelion, which is this new squad coming into Division 2, absolutely dominating the open qualifiers. They've already dominated their first opponents, which was not an easy team by any marks, Aster.A, which some would consider one of the better teams. So I'm excited for this. I think this should be pretty good. Phoenix off to a really rough start, though. Obviously, they dropped their first series up against, I believe, YBB. Yeah, they lost their first series up against YBB, which isn't super surprising. A lot of us think YBB to be one of the better teams here as well. So should be a pretty good match. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, should definitely line up to be something of an important matchup because it could definitely make or break if you're going to take that 2 spot. And I say that 2 spot because it kind of feels like for the first 2 series we've seen from IG that they're going to be moving back up to Division 1. There's a lot of time. There's a lot of series to go. But they are already 2-0. They do feel really strong at the moment for Division 2. I'm going to, put that caveat on there. They feel strong for Division 2. Not sure they feel strong for Division 1, but maybe they get their groove back. Who knows? We could see the sequel come out for Tour 3, and maybe they come rolling on back. But between Phoenix and Dandelion, these are 2 teams that have definitely gone different paths because this Dandelion Esports Club, they're an open qualifier team. They've got guys who were working under the Ocean Blaze duo of teams that had come out. That Blaze team that had beat that LGD in the open qualifier and had those moments. Like, these guys have had some big moments. And then you've also got someone who I'm surprised never got picked up after he went inactive with Team Aster and TMing. I thought this guy was going to be a quick pickup for a lot of teams. He felt like a very good 4. And I don't know. I think this open qualifier team, all of a sudden, they can make a straight run up into the Division 1 for Tour 3. And it certainly seems doable if they win a series like this. So I give you guys the question, and I'll start with Dragon Drop. What's the biggest thing that both these teams need to do to win this series against each other? What's the big focus for both these teams?
That's a really good question. I think in this meta, momentum is the key to a lot of things, and that's something that Phoenix maybe have struggled with. Like their win against YVP lasted more than an hour. It's quite uncommon here in this day and age. The second game was 43 minutes. The third game was almost an hour as well. So that's something that Dandelion might be able to take advantage of. Just play faster. Try and make sure that they don't get to play this long game where things always get dicey in Dota. Late game Dota has a lot more question marks. It's a lot more volatile. There's a lot more room to just win the game off of a single mistake. Whereas if you get that early momentum, you do have some room to maneuver. You can always fall back on some sort of insurance if you do end up going a bit too far. So maybe that's something that Dandelion can just focus on to try and get that early lead, try and keep Phoenix off balance.
You agree with that, Ricky? Do you think that that's the big takeaway there for Dandelion, to just kind of keep the pace up and maybe make this Phoenix gaming lineup a bit uncomfortable?
Yeah, I think that actually makes a lot of sense. What we've seen so far in this meta is, like you were saying, momentum means a lot, but that to me does mean you have to have a good draft. I can't really underestimate like how important it is that these teams pick strong lanes and that they actually pick themselves heroes that they feel comfortable with in these lanes. So I'm curious to see what ends up happening. I think that's going to be like a big make or break for both of these teams. So if they crumble in the lanes, I don't think they're going to really recover. That's my worry for Phoenix, I would say. I think Dandelion, like you were saying, plays a much faster game. They typically have like a pretty good plan laid out from their draft. So we'll see what Phoenix can do here in this series, because it's a big one for them. If they get this win, it's going to mean a lot.
Yeah, definitely going to mean a lot going into the next parts of this season, especially if you start 2-0. It is a good feeling. We've seen teams go like 4-0 to start and then kind of crash. But Dandelion getting a couple of big series out of the way, especially with a win over Aster.A, someone who I think a lot of us thought might take that top spot or one of those top 2 spots. So it'll be interesting to see. And I'm really interested to see how Shylock plays. I think he had a big flustering period when he was in the Division 1 last year. It just was not really a good look for him, but maybe coming into this Division 2 and playing with a different team a bit is a better feeling for him. So we'll get into the Game 1 draft, and right away we see Dandelion Esports Club. They ban out the Mars, they ban out the Nyx Assassin, and they go to the Death Prophet to start. And then it's the Medusa, IO, first 2 bans for Phoenix. And I know it's early, but is there anything you want to see from either side, specifically in terms of heroes that you saw from them in the previous series, Ricky?
I mean, when it comes to, you're talking about in terms of draft, right?
Yeah.
Like it's hard to say because they might change their draft up a little bit here against Dandelion, but the gyrocopter was something, or I'm sorry, they may change things up against Phoenix, but Dandelion loved the gyrocopter. It was something that they actually prioritized quite a bit, even if the IO was banned. So I'm wondering if Phoenix is doing like a little bit of a deny pick here, but I think the Death Prophet is just so strong, and so I'm worried that letting this one through the draft might backfire because the first phase ban of the Medusa is a little bit bizarre to me.
Banning the Medusa after, at least in the first series for Phoenix, there was a lot of attention on Anti-Mage for them. They played 2 Anti-Mage games. Their first 2 drafts in that series were actually pretty similar, with both the games 1 and 2 having Hoodwink, Anti-Mage, as well as the Mars. So I'm wondering what they want to pull out here. We did see 5 Gyro making an appearance. Maybe Phoenix are seeing what the Division 1 are doing and wanting to shift a little bit to that meta, because it's still technically early in the patch, I guess, in terms of competitive play. With a patch that we just got off of that lasted so long, I mean, that shifted a bunch of times where we saw different heroes. So now they go to the Razor on Phoenix. And you like this first 2 picks for Phoenix, Drag and Drop?
I'm not so sure. I definitely also agree that Gyro is partly a deny pick here, but now picking up the Razor as a second, it's basically flagging out that this Gyro is going to support to the support role, unless it's somehow a super strong Gyro core game after all. Because normally you don't pick up 2 cores in the first 1-2 punch when there's 4 picks left for the other team to react to it. So I think Dandelion, even though they would probably like the Gyro themselves, they can at least see what's going on here. And especially the Razor is also one of these heroes that you normally want to have a good laning matchup with, and Death Prophet certainly isn't it. So now Dandelion can go ahead and try and theory craft and make sure that they don't give Razor that super favorable laning matchup.
This is a nod to last season. Death
Classic.
Prophet Tusk was something we saw a lot in the off lane as in terms of the 3-4 combo. So I'm curious if that's where they end up taking this. I think Death Prophet is best played in the support or 3 role. I don't really think it plays well as a mid laner, but I'm curious if that's where they end up going. I think it will be. I think that would make the most sense here. In terms of the Razor pick, the reason I look at this, I have to assume it's their way of like preemptively countering a Templar assassin. Like they know it's in the game right now, and Razor is one of the better counters from the carry role against that TA. You can put it mid, or you can take it safe lane, and still it becomes a very difficult hero for her to deal with. So I would guess that's the idea here, but yeah, I'm much more inclined to go with the Dandelion draft at the moment. I mean, these are 2 very strong heroes at the moment.
Yeah, it was very popular in those first few weeks of Division 1 in that first tour, and we saw it a lot. It kind of fell off towards the end. I think teams kind of got a grip on it, but now pulling it out is maybe would have been more of a situational play is certainly in the books here for Dandelion, and I do wonder what Phoenix want to do. Well, you said that TA is becoming very popular, and we have seen it even when it gets countered by multiple heroes find success. It's like, oh yeah, we're gonna make your lane terrible, but somehow this TA still finds space enough to be top of the net worth, even when the laning phase is god awful. And all of a sudden, TA makes it happen. Now you're up against the Razor. If you do pick the TA for Dandelion Esports Club, can you see it getting picked for Phoenix too? If they threw like Razor or TA mid, or just threw TA safe lane and Razor mid, would that be something that Phoenix would want to play, already having this Razor?
Might be in the back pocket, but yeah, instead they just ban it out. Would be a bit awkward because then you have two heroes that are very much momentum based. Like TA, as you said, can always build that momentum. It's very hard to keep her from getting that 15-17 minutes Treads Desolator, maybe a Dragonlance and whatnot on top of that. But then she needs to keep that momentum. You need to keep being aggressive and getting kills with her. Or else he eventually falls off. Razor, very similar. Like if he isn't riding the crest of the wave, as it were, he can feel like a very bad hero. So I think it was easier to just ban it out and then try and stabilize the draft another way. Probably looking for another support that has some more reliable save here. That's what I would do at the very least. Oh, okay, I'll just be super annoying. That also works.
Hoodwink coming out for Phoenix.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of Hoodwink showing up in the DPC, especially here in China. I think it's definitely found a home. It first kind of showed up, and obviously on a different patch during the TI qualifiers in the last year. People like Elephant were picking it up, and every team in that qualifier was really picking it up, and FY even was really having a fun time with this hero. It has found its place in the 4 position. And another hero that's kind of come back into the meta is Shadow Shaman. Now, obviously, they've already got Tusk. Now they're going to go to the Queen of Pain, but what are you thinking here, Ricky, for the side of Dandelion to go with this Quap Death Prophet Tusk combo so far?
I mean, they're already really heavy on team fight, right? Like that's what I see when I see these heroes. They have a good tower pusher. They have Tusk, who wants to fight. They have Queen of Pain, who, you know, very good at getting in and out of fights, has lots of nuke damage. And the Wraith King actually rounds this out pretty well. He does have just the innate reincarnation, so he's kind of that, you know, jump in, get the fight started, and that's going to allow the Queen of Pain and this Death Prophet to like kind of come in and help like turn the fight around. So I do like this pick. I think the Wraith King's a little bit worrisome in terms of like the Razor, but for the most part, I still think it's a pretty good matchup.
And we'll see what Phoenix want to pick up, but I'm a little worried about this draft from Dandelion. Just if they are leaving their 5 to the last pick, we could see Death Prophet shift into the 5 potentially, but now Phoenix go into the Tide. So we'll see where these final bans come out. And Dragon Drop, I didn't mean to step in front of what you were going to say, but what are your thoughts so far based on both these drafts?
I'm trying to think now, because Wraith King is just a very strong hero these days. It's another one of these carries that even if the lane doesn't go well, and it really shouldn't here, even if it's not the Razor anymore, if it's the Tide Hunter, it's also one of these heroes that you can't really threaten as much as you would want to, no matter what laning support you end up getting. Just because he just gets rid of your skeletons very quickly with the Anchor Smash, and like you won't necessarily be able to push him out once a few levels come in. But then Wraith King just sends the skeletons in through jungle and farms there, so that's no problem. You've got the Quap, which there's not a lot of reliable lockdown for someone as mobile as that, certainly not when there's also Tuscan mix that can mess things up. They also have to push from the Death Prophet, so overall I think Dandelion right now, they have a very well-rounded lineup, whereas Phoenix are heavily in on this ability to just outmaneuver and out-team fight. And they don't have the greatest tools. I mean, yeah, the Tidehunter Ravage is great, but it's on a very long cooldown. Gyrocopter support can only do so much, because he generally doesn't get the space to build any tanky items. So I'm having a hard time seeing how Phoenix can reliably just play the game. They might be able to play team fights, but what do you do after that? It's not like they have great tower push on their side at the moment.
It's definitely feeling like they are lacking a big pick here, and they're getting rid of the TB and the Anti-Mage on the side of Dandelion Esports Club. Keep this Wraith King as safe as possible. Banning supports on Phoenix, and again, I do wonder whether they're going to push this Death Prophet into the 5. I know back when some of these guys were playing on Blaze. They liked and Ocean. They like to play that off lane Tusk. That's a pipe dream. I don't think that's ever going to happen, but I can dream. And they finished off with the Oracle. Ricky, do you like this pick? And what are Phoenix going to need to pick here to really go up against this draft?
It's a really good Oracle game. There's a lot of magic damage on the side of Phoenix right now, so it's pretty much all negated by the Oracle here. And then if they do happen to get the jump onto the Wraith King, or in this case, maybe even the Death Prophet, False Promise is going to be able to keep them alive. And I think that specifically will probably be saved for the Death Prophet more often than not. But they really need to have some sort of they need to have some sort of catch for the Oracle if they want any chance of winning these fights. So they grab themselves the puck. Its whole goal is this game is to find the Oracle and try and kill it, but it's not going to be easy. It's going to take more than just a puck to do it. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah. Overall, I actually do like Phoenix's draft. It is not bad. I'm just not super sold on the support duo of that, gyrocopter hoodwink, right? I feel like it's a little bit greedy, but it may work out. We may see something special come from it.
Yeah, I think we've seen gyros in the 5 position kind of struggle after the early parts of the game, where they're really finding maybe the rocket barrage and the homing missiles and feeling their footing in the laning phase. But we'll see what this gyrocopter can do. Before we get into the game, go to predictions. Drag and drop. Who do you think is going to win this game?
I think Dandelions got this one. They've got the late game insurance of the Wraith King, like has a pretty good power curve, and Phoenix don't really have that same sort of scaling potential, I would say, especially when there's an Oracle involved. Might even see these earlier mid-game fights just being that much safer, because Oracle Death Prophet is one of these classic combos, just throw the False Promise in, like Ricky said, and then DP just runs in, not a care in the world. You got that extra heal from the Spirit's Eye, and would will be amplified. And after you use your initial set of spells, what do you actually do if you're Phoenix? So yeah, I'm going with Dandelion here on this one.
Ricky, you think of the same? Dandelion?
I will, just because I just noticed that they are swapping the mid lanes here for the side of Dandelion. They actually are going to go ahead and put, I think, the Queen of Pain in the off lane and the Death Prophet mid. So that's going to throw a wrench into things here for the side of Phoenix, I think. And I like this change up a lot.
Yeah, so I'm going to go Dandelion as well. And we'll get into game number 1 with Drag and Drop and our Cryptic. Guys, take it away for game number 1.
See some walls being placed already. Okay, I shall.
Yeah, I had to reboot Dota, so I'm not even in the game right now.
Wow. Well, not much happening at the moment. You see Dandelion setting up shop on this high ground here. So if Phoenix there approaches the rune, they might get punished. Yeah, sometimes you see teams just make the long wraparound play, like the Dire goes all the way down south between the tier 1 and tier 2, and then going around this one cliff wall south of the outpost. Then make the full wraparound play on this high ground position in the Radiant jungle, but not seeing as much of that here in the Chinese region so far. It's mostly just being defensive, trying to set up for some spot or another, trying to scout out where the other team is at. It's actually Phoenix who are claiming control of this area now, or trying to anyway.
Wraith King to be able to get that.
He didn't.
Rune. Oh, no, he didn't. Shining just yoinked it.
Oh, he missed.
He's not going to die on Wraith King, but he's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's not great. Especially a stun level 1. No, if you level that, you really want to get the rune. Now it's going to be a while until you can start to get skellies and lifesteal.
Ronnie's already had to drop a salve onto his Wraith King. That is a very rough way to start it, but mid lane matchup, we do have the Puck versus the Death Prophet. Again, this was one of the things I was mentioning, that they did swap the Queen of Pain to the off lane, and they've gone ahead and put Death Prophet mid. So it is definitely better matchups for Dandelion. Like, Co-op usually struggles a little bit against the Puck, but now Death Prophet's actually favorable. And same for the Razor. Whenever you're playing against the Razor, you just can drop Shadow Strikes on him and blink as soon as he goes for the static blink. So you're never really going to be able to give him, the advantage that he gets in the lane from the static blink.
Yeah. Haven't seen that blink skilled up yet, but should be soon. Well, the only thing is the Tusk will probably not be able to get too much done here. So they're not at level 1. Unless Gyrocopter maybe overextends a little bit, you can see him. That's a lot of damage actually from the rocket.
Yeah.
But yeah, Tusk will certainly be a much better target for the static link. Let's see how this one goes up top. Well, Wraith King almost level 2, so but he's always going to be up against Tidehunter. At the very least, they've got the stick already. And both these heroes, so. Shining. Actually, not having Anchor Smash just yet. Gush level 1, but that's also quite effective here, considering that the Hoodwink already does way too much damage.
Yeah, Acorn Shot's a pretty sick ability, and Wraith King as well as Oracle aren't super high in armor. Like Wraith King's armor is one of the lowest in terms of some of those strength cores that we see in the safe lane, and Oracle not great either, just over 3.
Well, that would be taken away. Now we've got level 2 on Hoodwink as well, so SJ is gonna have to be very careful when he's starting to get a little bit lower. Just a bushwhack, a couple of extra spells, and might end up biting the dust there. Yeah, it's Wraith King Maze in a nutshell. Try and do your best. Most of the time you don't really have the opportunity to get many kills yourself, unless you have like a Witch Doctor or something next to you that you can combo up with properly. But then, oh, down bottom. Now WW is actually dropping super low here. Stick charges will keep him alive just that little bit longer.
Yeah, he's got the stolen damage there on CDR, right? So Beyond doesn't do nearly as much damage as he did before, but 2 points in the Shadow Strike at the moment. And he's just, of course, to try and harass down this lane. Just win that regen advantage. Ooh. Oh! Unfortunate miss there from the Tusk, because that might have been a dead Razor otherwise.
Yeah, drop a Shadow Strike, couple of right clicks. I think there's much that the Gyro could have done there. Slight miscalculation on that distance. So first blood is yet to be claimed.
Slow start to the lanes. This is kind of like a trend I've been seeing with a lot of the games here in the CNDPC. Very few teams are playing aggressive in the lane. They're just trying to farm and sustain, but LWW will finally die bottom lane to the Tusk Quap, and this does make sense to me. Like we said, this is just a stronger lane matchup here for Dandelion, and CDR. Okay. He's got Snowball here to dodge this one out as long as possible. Tag team as well. The extra physical damage is going to be a successful trade. He gets the Tusk first, so a little bit of XP, but Beyond now level 4, almost 4.5. Sitting on 10 denies, a kill and assist. So
I love 4 positions that do this. You know, just play Tusk and no retreat. What is that? I have no idea what you're talking about. Just goes in, casts
mid
spells.
And refill the bottle of the Death Prophet as well. So.
Being very effective, right back on the way down bottom. He's level 3 now, so he's his entire toolkit. And this is where Tusk wants to start being super annoying. Can't necessarily do that up against the puck, even though he's going to try.
Yeah, once this Queen of Pain gets this level 3 dagger, which she might go for it, but she could also start maxing out the Scream of Pain, which is something that a lot of players do just so they can have farming potential. But that's typically when you're in the mid lane, so you can farm that like easy camp. I think here his goal is to really pressure out this Razor and prevent him from finding farm, so he might just go the 3rd point dagger, and he does exactly. Yep. So CDR's lane is now super sad.
This thing lasts forever. There's a ton of damage.
Let's talk about top lane here. Oh, Bushwhack. Nicely done on the Wraith King. A little bit of harassment damage, but
just half his health gone by a Bushwhack, and now Gyrocopter actually made the rotation up top. Rocket connects, and this should be a kill. And when you're level 6 yet, of course. So.
And they brought both supports mid with the Death Prophet to claim this tower, and they really want this puck, but it's like Oh, wow,
that's a nice
big mistake by
bushwhack.
DEC. His courier died actually with his boots on it, so it's not going to have that extra movement speed. They get the tower, you lose the Tusk. Overall, still very good for the sign of Dandelion to make that rotation. It did cost you effectively 2 heroes, though.
Yeah. Let's see, not completely out of the woods, but Aster.A is there who can... Okay, there's the bushwhack who just beats. And now ZZ also still has the stick charges. The turnaround play perhaps onto YP. His Tusk rejoins the fight.
Oh, Tusk went to refill his bottle, but he had a branch and so it didn't refill at all.
Oh, it's a bit of a tactical tumble right there, as I like to call it. But getting the T1 tower off the maps this early on, that is a boon. Like, it's a lot more free movement for his Tusk going forward. As Oracle just comes and fixes the bottle mistake. It's all fine. It's all good. Summer, though, might be in trouble again. There's the bushwhack. And... I'm gonna stick the skellies on him a little bit. He's gonna need some help here going forward. SJ returning back to the top lane. Just going to the jungle, alright. Bit unfortunate that he spent his skellies trying to annoy Hoodwink. Oh, CDR.
That's a big kill. They can finish him off.
Really good kill, yeah. With the shards, there's no way out. Zone trying to do some sort of trade, but this Tusk plenty of health to survive the burst.
And this is kind of one of my biggest concerns with the Phoenix draft is they don't really have a lot of damage to take down this Death Prophet, let alone finding like the Oracle beforehand and then also trying to kill a Death Prophet, right? Like,
yeah.
As this game goes on, they have to make sure to take the Oracle out at the start of every fight. Otherwise, you can't actually kill the Wraith King or the Oracle.
Wraith King's almost level 6, but not quite. Needs one more creep to die. That's why he's hitting them. He's not getting it, is he? The rabbit comes through. Still not level 6, so he ends up dying without a chance to return. Snowball. Too late. Now his life probably also forfeit here. Beyond comes in. Oh, he couldn't actually blink. The silence for Puck came out at the perfect time. It's 2 cores down.
That was sick. That was a really good rotation that netted them a ton. And Queen of Pain just underestimating how much damage this Razor can do with that ult going. And it makes sense. I mean, she's really just got... I mean, she died with treads on int, though. I mean, a little bit of a mistake. If she does tread swap there, she probably lives. She died like mid-blink animation, but overall, a really good play by the Puck to set that one up with the Waning Rift.
Yeah. Up top, YP. Let's go in a couple of seconds. No way to actually reach him. So Hoodwink will get to live. Shining actually on Titan on the top of the net worth chart. Way on top here, 4.5k.
Yeah, playing Titan to Wraith King feels very good for the lane. He's one of the heroes that just does not care about the skeletons.
Yeah.
Speaking of Tidehunter, just chasing down the Oracle. They actually lose the Gyrocopter elsewhere, but...
It's caught bottom.
And that's just to support Gyro, so it's not the end of the world. They're just going to try and take the tier 1 tower, though.
Recoil's clicking away at the tower. It's not normally what you call super efficient. But it does give some space for the supports to get closer to there. Level 6s. We'll definitely need it on Oracle here. Still ways away, though. Like, this top lane is not safe. Not by a long shot.
Yeah, his courier's dead. He will be able to get the tome from it once it's up, and then instantly hit level 6. He'll get, level 5 from this creep wave, so
yeah.
He'll be there soon.
And that's where the map should be changing. That's where these skirmishes start to turn into more cohesive team fights, with the Oracle in position to save whoever needs saving. Wraith King as well, level 7, holding a point, so has the ultimate to fall back on, and now has the armlet. Not the fastest armlet we've seen, certainly not without boots, but he should be able to catch up sooner or later. So yeah, Dandelion, I think they're gonna be happy to just farm up for the next couple of minutes, try and recover.
Yeah, they definitely need to. The Wraith King has had a really rough game. He's got the armlet completed now, so he can jungle pretty quickly. He's also got his skeletons that can do some work as well. But yeah, he's not having a great game. Definitely not having a great game.
Yep. Oh, the smoke running right into the Titan, though. It's not the easiest kill to get. He's super fast already. He has the hood. This might not be the best idea. The ultimate being used, though. That committed.
I mean, Shining has Ravage, too. Like, if they want to try and turn this around, they absolutely can. The Ravage into Call Down. They've got the Hoodwink there as well.
That is
coming pretty much right away.
I mean, I can understand the impulse to try and kick them out of the jungle.
I mean, that's such a big waste of the Exorcism. Like,
yeah.
At this point, Phoenix now has basically full control of the map for the next 2 minutes. Like, there really isn't anything that you can do. They're just going to pressure this mid-tier 1 tower since they know that the team fight potential from Dandelion is basically nothing now.
They're grouping up to make that happen. They will delay this a little bit, but not for very long. Puck, look at him. He's also doing quite well for himself. Only has the Witchblade. Well, at least all that is space for summer. Still holding on to the tier 1 here. Phoenix not actually grouping up around this Ravage just yet. That's a bit curious. Make it stack.
Shining is like untouchable, I think. Well, I say that.
Oh.
You do get a nice shard block into a Walrus Punch, but he's still very tanky. Pops the barrier. Gonna be dispelled. Has Ravage, the rest of the team rotating on in. He's gonna use it, but a nice snowball actually to dodge most of it out. And Coil to follow though, catches the Death Prophet, catches the Tusk, gonna be saved there by the False Promise. Shining finally dies here too beyond CDR, dumping as much damage as he can here into the Death Prophet, trying to take her down, but there it is. That's why the Death Prophet Oracle combo is so scary. There is just way too much damage that comes through from it. So far, a 3-for-3 trade. You got the Wraith King here, he's alive, but a beautiful bushwhack. Wraith King gonna be forced to put a point in his ult here. He's just getting chased down by the 2 supports, and honestly, these 2 are the ones doing all the damage.
Yeah. Well, that could have gone much... Not much worse for Dandelion. We still lost almost everybody. But it could have gone worse in the sense that they at least got a few heroes in return, a few good ones. Being able to play around this Ravage here, it was a beautiful snowball dodge, a perfectly timed False Promise as well. I don't think Death Prophet had barely 2 digits of health points left to spare there.
It's so funny because the thing that's like really interesting about the Oracle ult is it has that indicator above it, right? That'll be like, oh yeah, this unit's definitely going to take damage, or it's definitely going to be healed.
I know.
But it just hasn't worked. It just hasn't worked since it was introduced to the game.
Yeah.
And so you just like see Death Prophet with this big fiery ball above her head while Spirit Siphoning. You're like, okay, so she's supposed to take damage, and then comes out of it with like 800 more health. And you're like, okay, well, good thing that works.
Yeah, I never bothered even trying to learn how to read that.
It just doesn't work. I'm fairly sure. Like it's supposed to be a green like ball over her head or a fiery ball over the head of whoever is going to take damage or heal. But
I mean, if you really think about it, it's better if you don't know.
Yeah.
Certainly if you're watching, maybe not if you're playing.
As a man once told me, Dota is a game of feelings, and oh boy, is Oracle's ult a thing about feelings. You're like, I think they're gonna die here, and then it's just like, nope, they literally have max HP. So yeah, you can't underestimate the amount of healing that Death Prophet can do inside the False Promise.
Also now almost has that BKB finish, so killing DP will be even harder going forward. Desolator and works for Wraith King, it's going to be a little while off. Root Scepter for Queen of Pain is up top. They do find the squirrel. Should take out, there we go.
Good kill.
Yeah.
Good find. She's pretty much she's quite a nuisance when it comes to being able to split push. Right, the 4 points in the bushwhack. You just acorn shot from the trees, and you're pretty safe. And that's one of the reasons we see this hero picked a lot. She's one of the few 4 positions that can very safely split push. Right, it's kind of like old Treant Protector, right?
Yeah.
Like anytime Treant was alive and he's just like split pushing your lane, and it's just a heavy commitment to try and find him.
At the very least, that makes it very, very satisfying when you do find her. It just says, yeah, I finally get what's coming to you, being so annoying inside the trees. But it is normally some time invested. Again, I think Dandelion right now they're fine with still catching up. They're getting the next round of core items, and Phoenix, they've not really been able to build on their lead. Like, they've also been focused on more on stacking than trying to find team fights or trying to find objectives off of that. I mean,
yeah, I mean the game is kind of plateaued in terms of like what's been going on. I mean, the kill score hasn't changed much. The golden net worth differences haven't changed much. They are trying to get to this BKB on the Razor, and he will have the gold for it right now. So that is a big boost in terms of the Razor's kill potential. But he does have to wait for Eye of the Storm to come back up before he can really take those fights. You have the Blink Dagger finished up on the Tide. The Puck, pretty greedy build so far. So not really necessarily fight ready, but Puck in general does a lot of damage. So we'll see if it's enough. The smoke up on the side of Dandelion. BKB finished up on the Death Prophet. So that is huge.
That's what I'm looking at here.
They get a ward on the high ground. It's going to scout a lot, but ooh, they don't see it. And now the smoke coming out from Phoenix instead.
Oh, smoke almost broke there in mid, but not quite. Looks like they're making their way all the way down bottom. Summer, not the easiest target to bring down if he's close enough to a TP point.
I mean, they should know he's heading into the triangle, but they aren't going to find him. Yeah, neither team connecting on their smoke here.
Yep.
So we're just going to go back to farming and split pushing, it seems, as Summer still trying to catch up here on the Wraith King, the lowest of the 6 cores. Almost to the Desolator, which will help out actually quite a bit.
Yep. It also synergizes quite nicely with the Death Prophet, of course. Does it still work like that? It should, right?
What does?
The normal physical damage from the Exorcism. Like, it's one of these things that might have changed just randomly at one point, where it's like, oh yeah, it doesn't... It's different now, but...
No, yeah, it's still... It's not reduced by damage block, but it's reduced by armor, if I'm not mistaken. So, like, things like Vanguard and Crimson Guard don't reduce the damage of the spirits, but you get yourself, like, an AC, the bonus armor will help.
Might have been that. Well, there's also an Arcane Rune bottle that's been automatically used now after 2 minutes. So ZC would really be happy. Okay, yeah, using Exorcism right here. As Jaru actually just runs right into them. And then runs right away without any sort of reprisal.
They would really like to use the Arcane Rune Exorcism, right? Like, it's such a huge difference. The cooldown goes down to 105 seconds. The duration, of course.
What is the duration?
What is the duration on this thing? I don't even remember.
Last 35 seconds.
35 seconds. Okay, I was like, it makes it like just shy of a minute, right? Yeah. Or just over a minute cooldown instead of 2 minutes. So.
Well, doesn't look like they get to do it. Puck actually, just being annoying here. There's no way.
Puck's finished up the Blink Dagger, going for the Kaya after the Witchblade, but I mean, I feel like all of this is favoring Dandelion. As this game goes on, I absolutely favor the Wraith King in these matchups. Is like Razor, yes, is very scary, especially once you get the refresher, but he will just die to a Death Prophet with a False Promise. There is nothing he can do to stop that. Like, he can try and run as fast as he can, but Death Prophet is equally fast, if not faster. She has boots of travel. And the Exorcism movement speed bonus is pretty wild.
Well, that's another 5-man smoke, but Dandelion reading this. Kind of hugging the towers for the moment.
We'll see zone here in the mid lane. Yeah, they don't connect once again, and Wraith King, we'll see them walking down. He's just going to TP back to base or back to the mid lane. So a whole lot of nothing happening here. We've been at 10-8 now for, what, like 6 minutes?
Something like that, yeah. This lady is complete now. Blink Dagger almost done as well, and a couple hundred gold. So
the last
yeah,
thing we saw was them killing Hoodwink, I guess. So that was the however long ago that was.
I mean, Dandelion, they've been slowly but surely closing the net worth gap as well.
It's just going to get better for them too, because you have the Queen of Pain with the shard now, so you have the extra damage off the blink.
Yeah, I have the Blink Dagger on Tusk, so there's another initiation and or saving utility coming from that. That Prophet almost has the shard as well, which is very, very powerful.
I mean, I guess Phoenix is kind of playing to their strength, which what we've seen recently are just super long games. Like, they have really been the one team with the that have like been pushing ultra late game, which is very off meta from what we've been seeing, right?
Yep.
So this could just be their comfort zone.
Well, that's the plan, and at the very least that we're able to make Dandelion play that same kind of game by just putting them on back whatever slightly coming out of the early game. But I mean, they've did a bunch of item timings now, right? They're perfectly happy to just try and then the smoke breaks in low ground, but still going up, still going high ground. Gyrocopter punched to pieces.
Alright, finally we see some action. First kill here in a little while, but it does come on the back of the blink reveal from Summer. He's got the Deso, of course, and now we can see Roshan. Curious if they want to Exo for this. They probably should if they want to take this fast enough, but the rest of Phoenix, they're coming in, and they've got the Blink Ravage, they've got the BKB on CDR. Question is, will they get the coil? Can they find the Oracle? SJ positioning very deep. Oh, what a start. Goodbye,
What a
Puck.
chunk. Now there's the Exorcism coming in. They're just trying to TP out on Raze, and it's never going to work. Another blink forward on the cover of BKB. It's slow down Shining. Use his target to bring down. But did he even see them?
I mean, by the time he saw them, Beyond was already blink silencing the Puck, and at that point, he's dead. And he doesn't have a single defensive item, no Yule Scepter, no BKB. So this game totally blown open here by Dandelion. Is, you know, we're worried, like, will Phoenix get the jump on this Oracle? And it turns out it doesn't matter. They didn't even get a chance to jump anything. They just got blown up. You lose the Razor, you lose the Puck. Two most important heroes in these fights.
So apparently there's a sliver of vision from the tower still, I believe. On this higher, on this position where they were at. Where Beyond was just blinking in, getting the triple silence to start off the fight. It was insane.
Yeah, very rarely do you just see a Puck or a Queen of Pain jump into the heroes like that for a silence. That was wild.
See if you have vision. Because the tower is still standing. Here we go again. There's a punch forward. Full of silence. He's just dead. And now Shining as well as Gyro. Stuck in the middle here. They lose the task in return.
I mean, they're just going to keep going.
Yeah.
Shining, I think. No chance. He's dead. Spirit Siphon plus the Yules. 3 more kills for the side of Dandelion. This Puck, I mean, his game is over. Like, Zone just, he went from playing super well to just getting silenced and dying twice.
Oh my god. Well, that's how fast the game can pick up. We've been talking about it. Look at the graphs. It's just been, 2K kind of more or less the same for 10 minutes. And then
we saw like a real 2K lead like early on. Like, we had a 2K lead at like the 9-minute mark, all right? And then it was a 2K lead at like the 17-minute mark.
Yeah.
For the side of Phoenix. So like the game didn't really change for 10 minutes. It was basically Dandelion just stabilizing and then being getting a couple items online and ready to fight. And now A 5,000 gold lead for the side of them. They have all 3 heroes at the top of the net worth.
Yep.
And an Aegis to boot. They've got great itemization as well. I mean, they've got BKB on their core heroes. The Wraith King, of course, doesn't have his yet, but he's going for one anyway. He knows how good of a BKB game this is.
Yep. It's not that far away either. AC queued up afterwards. And Shiva sort of works the Queen of Pain.
Now, Zone did pick up the Sange first before the Kaya for the Kaya Sange, so you have the status resistance, a little bit of extra health there as well, so definitely makes him tankier, but you're still going to need one survivability item, I think, on this hero, or you're really going to struggle. Because they could definitely just, I mean, Quap's going for a Hex. I was going to say, they could just buy any other form of CC. I was thinking Orchid, but hey, step it up a notch, go for a Scythe of Ice, says Beyond, and that's going to make this Puck's life, or really anybody's life, miserable. It's Blink, Walrus Punch, top lane, Razor. Goodbye.
Razor? I hardly know her.
Nice. That's a good one. I haven't heard one of those in a while.
Beyond actually just Shiva's queued up and then realized, oh, wait a second, we can just kill him.
Yeah, just Blink Walrus Punch, you know?
Yeah.
Blink, like I was saying, like you're gonna have 2 Blink instant disables from the Walrus Punch and now the Hex. So split pushing or just being anywhere off on the side of the map is going to be super scary.
So I think this is a little bit too late. Should be able to keep himself alive here. That being said,
they see him.
Oof.
He's got fear. The shard.
Feared out of the
Dude, he's gonna take so much damage from this. He's silenced though, so he can't jaunt to the orb. That's another kill.
Oh, the silence came out from the DP before the silence came out from the Puck.
I want them to change the name of the Death Prophet's Silence, just so it's, you know, not Silence. They've gotten rid of a lot of abilities in the game that were just like Bash.
Yeah.
You know, like this was one of the only ones that still left.
Amplify damage.
Yeah. Exactly. Oh my god, Slardar's kit was the worst. They did find LWW bottom. Yeah, do you remember the days where it's like Slardar was sprint, bash, amplify damage, and you're like, wow, what a fun hero. What a very thematic hero. Now at least, you know, they've done some good stuff.
At least it was always Slytherin Crush, right? Yeah, all of a sudden 9k gold advantage here from down the line. Aegis not going to be lasting for too much longer. Then Wraith King only has his inbuilt Aegis, which is also good. K2 has already fallen down bottom. They're going to do the same to the one in the mid. And they'll probably back off, push up the top lane. You know, drawing the lines, drawing the arrows. This is exactly their plan. And then if you follow the Book of Dota, it's just a matter of, alright, we're going to maintain map control, we're going to try and lock them in the base, wait for the next Roshan, and then end the game with that. And then the question becomes, how does Phoenix get themselves out of this? I mean, they still have some team fight, but against the BKBs, it's not nearly as good as it used to be.
There's not really a way out of this. I hate to be like the bearer of bad news for Phoenix fans, but there isn't. Like you kind of like missed your timing by a huge shot here. That moment where they had like that 2k gold lead, they had Blink Dagger on Tidehunter. They could have just started taking fights, but instead continued to farm against a lineup that does outscale them.
Yeah. And
that one botched fight at Roshan has really set them back. Like, you're not going to be able to catch up to this Wraith King at all. You don't have a hero that can farm at his pace, or the Queen of Pain's pace, to be honest. Like, both of them farm incredibly fast, and they have itemized to just kill you. Like, the entirety of Dandelion's draft here, or itemization, is just, we see hero, we kill hero. And there's no saves on the side of Phoenix, and this was really one of my biggest worries with this, you know, Gyro Hoodwink support duo.
It's a bit rough.
You got Refresher on CDR, so the double BKB, the double Eye of the Storm, the 2 static links. This is pretty good. They're going to smoke up here, head towards mid. Maybe they can get the Wraith King.
Refresher shining as well. Wraith King is going to probably give it his first life, but now there's kind of initiation. Ravage comes out though.
Oh, the snowball.
Good. Snowball safe. They're just running in. Razor already dead. Shining's Ravage just ignored more or less. Now feared up, he's gonna fall.
I have to GG out. That's got to be game. They just die. I mean, they actually don't have creep waves. Zone did clear the next creep wave.
Okay.
Oh, there's one catapult. Oh, my
no.
gosh. All right.
Let's go, Cardi.
MVP Cardi. And look at SJ just dumping purifying flames into this thing. He's like, it's not going to die.
Go false promise.
No!
Oh, no,
All
Cardi.
right.
No!
All right. I blame SJ. That's all right. They still got the fortification for a few more moments.
God.
They jump in for more. They're going to get hoodwinked. Probably LWW here as well. Okay, they do back out, so the TP in from zone, but
They
they didn't buy themselves enough time.
Yeah,
Backdoor
they-
protection. They'll still stay here, though.
Almost the fountain.
Summer's
Where
going
they
to go
leave.
kill off some creeps really quick.
Yeah, I think they actually have to leave. They don't have enough damage without the Wraith King, so. But still, like, there was a big trump card that who were going to go for the double Ravage. I'm not even sure if he actually has the mana for it. Not really.
Dude. The Tusk
don't wanna do
just
the
blink
math.
snowballed instantly the Queen of Pain, dodging the Ravage,
Yeah.
and then they just instantly come out of Snowball. She BKBs. Like, you got, you know, Wraith Kings. Did they even get Wraith King's reincarnation? I don't even remember. I don't even know if they did.
Didn't.
Yeah, so it was a very weird start to the fight. Like it looked almost like Phoenix was trying to force a reaction because they blink in with Puck, which is more of like a okay, like we're gonna like tease you and see if like we can get the BKB. But they still have to find the Oracle, right? Like there's no point in this fight where like just blink ravaging the Wraith King is going to work because if you don't find the Oracle on the backline, whatever hero
Yeah.
you initiate on is gonna be saved.
They did try. He blinked past the Wraith King. He was trying, but that time was already too late. The saves that they did have. And up to 15k advantage now. And can't help but feeling that Phoenix just did this to themselves with the draft and then with the way that they played. Like they picked a lineup that has a very hard time pushing towers. So they didn't want to push towers early when they had a slight advantage. And they also, like, that's a lineup that should be pretty good at these early game teamfights before the BKBs come out, but then they never pushed for that either. As, speaking of teamfights here, that's Gyrocopter almost dead, falls down to the low ground, snowball across. That Spark actually bursts it down, the Ravage comes in, but it does literally nothing.
He's got a refresher. He's gonna come back in. The BKB comes in from CDR. They're gonna turn. Can they do it? They catch the back line.
It's alright. Summer's coming back though, and he's coming back with a vengeance. Gritstone Razor shining. Oh god, he almost kills him.
Oh my god, Summer, chill out, dude.
Oof.
Okay, you know, that was the best possible reinitiation from the side of Phoenix. The Ravage perfectly done, catches the whole backline. They get the Death Prophet. You get the buyback on the Tusk, so it ends up being like a 2 for 4 because you had to buy back on zone as well.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the best fight they have taken, I think, in the last 15 to 20 minutes, and it still went in favor of Dandelion, so it is looking rough.
Yeah.
They can't kill Wraith King anymore. Like, they can't kill him twice, and that's the issue. Unless he's alone. If they catch him solo off somewhere, obviously he can die, but for the most part, Summer dying twice in a team fight is so unlikely. Since they are pretty burst heavy, they might be able to get the first life. But SJ is definitely going to want to keep the False Promise for the Death Prophet if possible. And to Roshan they go. It's Roche number 2, Aegis and Shard. I'm curious who to give the Shard to.
Yeah.
Honestly, Oracle wouldn't be bad.
Invisibility for the False Promise.
Yeah, but they'll probably just take it on the Wraith King.
Yeah. I mean, even if there's no
Death Prophet
mana burn on
has
the
a
other
big
side, it makes it so that you spawn skellies and you don't have to worry about spending too many stuns or whatnot.
Oh, they do give the Oracle? Yes! All right. There we go. I think this is super sick because it works really well with Death Prophet. She just pops Spirit Siphon and then runs at people, right?
Yeah.
And she's just going to be invis. It's actually really sick. Yeah, so like you just, if you don't actually have detection or a sentry down in the fight, it can be like a fight changing false promise, because then suddenly you're just like, oh, we can't actually hit this death prophet now.
Yeah. Well, there's a
Bottom
DD
lane.
that's someone was looking at, but then gets snagged away by ZC. Unfortunate. Right. Tower does go down. Park has to be very careful here. If he ends up dying, he's not going to return. God.
Oh my god, look at this gyro. He's just been sitting here for a while. I think he's trying to snipe couriers, hoping he's gonna find one.
Well, the courier almost sniped him. Like,
unfortunately, if he wasn't TPing out right there, you would have died. That's quite funny.
Yeah.
So we have a refresher now on Queen of Pain. So double BKB, double Scythe, double Sonic Wave. Dude, Beyond's build is so sick this game. I love this build.
Right in your face. More
any Lincoln Spheres on Phoenix? No, and like no one's even building one.
Yeah, before Lincoln Spheres is a luxury thing. Is Shining. Nice force stop up the high ground here, but jumping back on the hook wing, trying to burst on YP. Surprisingly tanky here, so Rocket flies in. Overwrecking Beyond with the second ult, though. That'll do the trick. The Ravage comes in, the second Ravage, not just yet. Punched up, and he can't even get it off. He's dead. He ran out
no buyback either.
Now, no buyback, no way to return. Puck is dead as well. Summer is so angry here. Critting left and right, doesn't even care about the static link CDR. Just being run down by ZC. Triple kill for Beyond, the assist one. He's claiming all of these. Yeah,
Blink
that
X.
buyback, it was just...
Yeah, there it is. There's the GG. 30,000 gold advantage here from Dandelion. Phoenix had it going for them for about the first, I would say, like 12 minutes of the game, and then they just kind of chilled.
Yeah.
And I think that was their mistake. I think if they actually pushed the pressure, played around this blink timing from the Tidehunter, which came out at a decent time. I'm going to double check the timings on this, but he got a blink dagger not too late into the game, and he didn't play around it. Yeah, rough game one for them.
Yeah, a very rough game one indeed for Phoenix Gaming. It felt like they had the tools necessary to make that game work, and it's just something maybe a little gun shy on getting the ball going even further than they did already, because that was a 2K lead that looked like it could turn into more. And all of a sudden, the wheels fall off. I thought the training wheels fell off and they could continue to go, but it was every single wheel on the bike. Everything fell off. They couldn't continue. And eventually Dandelion, their lineup is well suited for that. Even the itemization felt a little bit weird from Phoenix and Dragon Drop. What did you notice specifically from Phoenix that went wrong for them? What was like the one big thing you noticed?
Yeah, I think we've already identified it. It's just that they did not play Dota. Like, they drafted these team fighting heroes and then they just sit there and farmed a little bit less effectively than Dandelion until Dandelion hit all the item timings and then just started running at them and winning team fights. It's a little bit weird to me that Phoenix was so passive. Like, we saw one Ravage. Alright, this one actually I forgot about. This one was pretty good. Then there was another one with the snowball save that didn't really turn out too well, and then they just stopped going. They stopped trying to put pressure on Dandelion, stopped trying to get at least these tier 1s, because you can still bully them down as 5 even if you don't have like big pushing heroes.
Yeah.
But
I mean, that was 9 minutes into the game in that last clip, and we can see just how much stronger that they are. And then there's this clip 4 minutes later, same exact net worth advantage, and I don't know. This was like the first reveal of the Oracle ult, and you can see ZC. You're like, oh, he'll probably die here, and no. What an ability!
Just Death Prophet things and Oracle things.
Yeah,
that's a dirty combination. Like we're pointing out the Tusk Death Prophet to start, and then it's like, oh, but like Death Prophet Oracle is also super juicy, super great, and like at least when we saw that first clip at 9 minutes, like it felt like Dandelion were so out of sorts and just constantly on their heels, and Phoenix just failed to take advantage on the timings, and they really did miss their timings quite heavily, and this fight just goes awfully for them. I mean, the puck never even had a chance.
That blink from the co-op, dude.
That's
3
so
heroes on the high ground. I mean, the fight's over at that point.
Yeah.
Like you don't get to cast spells. They have so much burst damage. Yeah, the game just literally fell apart from them after that. Like they even like that 14-minute fight at the top jungle still was like positive for Phoenix in a sense, but then they just didn't do anything after that. And this is like kind of just a slow progression. Every fight from here on out is just a dominant performance from Dandelion.
Yeah, and it seems like it's Phoenix throwing everything. It's Dandelion not throwing everything to start, but they do have the ability to do so, to turn these fights around if need be. And like, it just seems so easy for them, and it is certainly beyond taking advantage of the early shard timings when you're getting it at 15 and not 20. And then, yeah, the timings just run away. Dandelion, they bloom. They start to really get out of control. Phoenix just never had answers, and it's not to say that the team played poorly to start, but it's something that I think a lot of Division 2 teams find themselves having trouble with is certainly timings. And it is very crucial to know your timings, especially if you're a team that has aspirations of making it to Division 1, where that's so important. Like, teams are not going to give you a break on something like that at all. And yeah, we just more highlights of Dandelion just running down these heroes and ripping through them. Wraith King really no fear.
Wraith King no fear. No one had any fear. Like even beyond, just going in, blinking in, dropping ultimates left, right, and center. Right.
Beyond double ulti to a hoodwink. Like that's how much he feels confident that they're gonna win this game. Like that he doesn't have to commit otherwise in the fight. Like he knows the Wraith King, he knows the Death Prophet are gonna kill their cores. He's like, I'll just double ulti a hoodwink. Like why not? Get the squirrel out of here. There's no scenario here in which this Wraith King dies twice in a fight. You probably don't die on Death Prophet like at all as the game goes on. We saw the one reinitiation from the Ravage in the triangle where they did kill her, which was really good. That was like one of the best fights Phoenix could have taken, but it was still like a 2 for 4. So it's just a rough game all around from Phoenix. I would like them to maybe change up either the game plan or the draft. It has to be one or the other. This one felt so conflicting from me. So if they want to try and push to a late game strategy and something more farm oriented, I just want to see a draft that reflects it. Otherwise, I just want them to get active. I think they played the early game. They played the lanes really well. I think they just got to run with it from there.
Yeah, certainly need to learn their timings. We take a look at these stats, and you can see, especially as the items start to stack up. I like how it kind of shows like Wheel of Fortune, where all the items just start to come down the line, because you could just see it was like, oh, okay, so that's not that bad. The gyro looks okay to the Oracle, and then it's just like, oh, well, people, all right.
Never mind.
Please chill out. Yeah, it really got out of control, and Dandelion, it's now 3 games in a row for them, and like we said, this series would be massive for them to take. And currently, they have a 1-0 lead over Phoenix. We'll see if they can take the 2-0 after this break. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back, so get your snacky snacks, your drinky drinks. We'll see you in just a moment.
It's like those finger guns.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink, yoink.
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
take it too far to say that we cannot pretend now? Was it never enough to have just everything you want? In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold. That's what this waiting gold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel.
let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, of an iris in the dark keeps on calling. Did I find you? A fading of a fire at the spark keeps igniting like a prelude.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
All right, and welcome back. I'm always jamming out to that Mahjong video, bopping my head a little bit, watching my boy Ogre destroy, I think. I don't know. I don't really know what's going on in that game. It looked like there was 3 winners, which is, that just seems wrong. I don't know. They all
game,
were.
I'm sure.
Is it a team game? They were all
I have no
bopping
idea.
on Quap right there, and they were just like, we beat you.
Yeah.
This is it. And I was just like, I don't remember Mahjong I don't know. My mom used to run like a Mahjong night. It was like the best part was that she like brought in donuts and like I'd sneak down and grab some, and it was great. I want to learn how to play, but that's for another time. For this time right here, right now, we got ourselves another draft, and it's the same draft. This is a replay.
I was gonna say
replay right now.
it's not a draft. It looks very much like the exact same draft. Okay, there we go.
Okay. We just proved it's alive. There we go. Shadow Demon pick.
Yeah, we had some technical difficulties with the lobby, and I was slightly afraid that we'd just be replaying the last game to get something on screen. But now this is in fact game 2. So Shadow Demon and the Ogre Magi. All right,
Wow.
so it's a bit different to last game for sure.
Offlane Ogre, do it. Go, please.
Oh,
I tried to inform, chat, of the lobby issues, and I got nuked by the chat bot. So very cool. I will never do it again. You guys are all in the dark forever. But yeah, we're back. Game 2.
Not a mod. God, I can't believe it. Death Prophet, Shadow Demon, Ogre. First 2 picks here for Phoenix. Going Death Prophet. Do we see Tusk again? I was trying to get that out. I had to gloat about being a mod, and my messages wouldn't be deleted. But there is the same 2 picks for Dandelion Esports Club. Guys, it's just the working formula, right?
I mean, they just leave the Death Prophet in the pool. This was a massive problem for them in the last game. They do address it more correctly this time with the hands of the Shadow Demon. So this has been probably one of the best counters in the game to the Death Prophet. It just comes from the form of the Demonic Purge, right? You can't remove it. It just makes your hero so dang slow and removes that kind of mobility that this Death Prophet has to have in these team fights. So the question is, do you rotate it to the support, which we have seen previously, right, as an answer to the Shadow Demon, or do you still keep it in the core role? So we'll see what they decide to do on Dandelion. But overall, I like this opening from Phoenix much more than the last game. I think that does at least answer some of the problems. But it is a duo support opener, which is something that's a little bit unorthodox, I would say. We don't see this all that often.
Right. Yeah. We'll have to see what they want to do with this as they ban the Razor this time around, and also going back to banning that Terrorblade and the Morphling. So getting the Razor out of the way, it wasn't exactly an issue in that first game. I feel like Phoenix's issues weren't, I don't know, it was just their timings.
Yeah,
I hate to harp on it.
I think Ricky said it best in the post-game analysis. Where it was, or was it you? I already forgot. It was so long ago. But yeah, it's really just a mismatch of like the draft and the play style. Like they drafted an active early team fighting lineup, and they played like they wanted to go for a late game, like super late game Dota thing, where it just overwhelmed with superior carry potential, and they just didn't have. So we'll see if they can adjust there. And then, I mean, with the Ogre Magi, you have the Bloodlust, you have the ability to accelerate your farm, buff up any carry, any right clicker that you want to pick up. So it's wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to now really focus in on that.
I'm wondering if, like, because we saw Zeal play Magnus, I'm wondering if drafts that like focus on hyper buffing carries are still pretty viable, like Ogre and Magnus, just buffing up the carry and just making sure, like, hey, like, it's your time, do your thing, like, get out there and fight.
If you have Ogre and Magnus, you can build your own carry. You know, just get attack
We
speed
have
and
the
damage.
technology.
Shut it, even can start right clicking and hitting pretty hard at that point. So
basically, that's the dream as a support. It's like, no, give me everything. I'll take the cleave. I'll take the bloodlust. Like, just I'm hitting hard now. Put that on like a shadow shaman. You're golden.
Oh man, yeah. No one expects it.
And they actually end up going to the Sand King, which gives them more lockdown. Right now, that's the name of their draft. It screams lockdown, and now a little bit of team fight too with that Sand King. So Dandelion, they've got their plate full here already with the 3 picks from Phoenix. Ricky, any thoughts on what you'd like to see from them?
From Dandelion or from the remaining pick from Phoenix?
From Dandelion.
So there's a lot of carries that are actually very good into the Sand King here. I honestly would just like them to snap pick either Anti-Mage or, well, we'll see. Okay, they go for an Abaddon. That's still a save for the Death Prophet.
Ooh.
And they go Gyro. Okay, so they love the Gyrocopter. They picked this like a couple days ago in their last series. Even in games where it didn't even seem like it was going to be the best Gyro game, but they just made it work. So it looks like we're seeing a lot of the same from Dandelion. Like game 1 looked pretty similar, right? You had the Wraith King in terms instead of the Gyrocopter, but Gyro very strong in lane against the Sand King here. And you have another save for the Death Prophet, and that's the big thing that you need to have here.
It is now also your lineup very flexible off this last pick. You could throw Death Prophet 5 or Gyro 5 or Abba 3 or Abba 5. Like, there are just so many options.
Yeah,
I love Ags on Abaddon. I don't know if anybody else is a big proponent and a supporter of Ags Abaddon, but I'd love to see it in a lineup like this. Although that would mean it's a 3 and maybe the Death Prophet doesn't get as much farm priority, which is probably what you want the Abaddon there for anyway, right?
Actually, last time in Dandelion's match against Aster.A, they also had this Abba Gyro, with Gyro being the safe lane carry, Abba just the support. But they got an Agnes of Roshan, I believe, that Abba ended up taking. I mean, the game was almost over. It was one more team fight after that, I believe, where that came in, and it looked pretty damn powerful. It gets to a point where, because you also had Holy Locket and whatnot, so it gets to a point where you basically I don't know what the math, like, you get 300 heal every 500 or so damage, so it's like 70 or 80% reduction when you do the math. It's insane, but I'm not sure if we're gonna see it without getting it for free from Roshan again.
The Slardar and the Puck, and then both the Spirits, and there's the Pangolier, which has been known by Chalice to be, or at least Chalice says it's the most broken hero in Dota right now, which I definitely understand. Shield Crash, very strong ability, and pretty low cooldown, very stupid at times.
Yep.
How much that ability does. And Ricky, I know you're a little bit of a Nostradamus. Can you predict this last pick?
So you need an offlaner here that deals well with what is going to be or not an offlaner. So you need a mid laner that deals well with Death Prophet. So there's not a lot, unfortunately. Like the Storms, Ember's already banned. You don't have TA. You can go Invoker maybe. Lina. Okay.
I was gonna say Lina.
It's okay. It's not my favorite here. I think once again, like, you've kind of drafted yourself into a little bit of a hole. Like the Lifestealer doesn't have a very good lane into the Pangolier. The Lina does have a decent lane into the Death Prophet, but as the game goes on, this kind of like swaps around if she's able to get on top of you, especially with the help of the Pango. So not a huge fan of the Phoenix draft here once again, but it's definitely better than in game one. Like game one, I think, I don't know. It just seemed easier for Dandelion to win. I think this game Dandelion has to pull out some big moves here to make it that convincing.
So is that your prediction going into this game to Dandelion, but they still got to pull out some big moves?
Yeah, I think Dandelion's draft is going to be easier to execute. It's very straightforward, so we'll see what they can do.
Dragon Drop, you agree? Dandelion, or are you going Phoenix, going game 3?
Yeah, I think I have to agree with Dandelion here. Their draft just ticks a lot more boxes, and we've just seen all of these heroes being played very well in the hands, even in this tournament already. And if you look at Phoenix, yeah, you've got the Bloodlust for the carry, you've got a bunch of stuns. Lina is a strong laning hero that can also scale well into later parts of the game, but I'm not sure about this lifesteal. I don't know what he's for, even before. I mean, it was picked before the Pangolier, but even then, I don't know. It doesn't seem like the kind of carry that you can just pick and it'll be good no matter what. So I don't really believe that he'll have a great time in this game and that he'll find a place to be and be useful.
We'll see if the Phoenix can rise from the ashes and force a game 3, or if the Dandelion will be blown as a wish into a 2-0. I tried there, but guys, take it away for game number 2, and let's see what we get. Take it away.
All right. Much like your joke privileges, I'm going to be taking this game away. So, Dandelion versus Phoenix. Game 2, Dandelion currently up with that 1 win. Talk to me about this lifesteal, because you're saying you're not a big fan of this pick. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay, we'll come back to that. White is about to get first blood.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you face check high ground. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. You know, and this is one of those moments where it didn't. They were already set up here. They had a ward ready to go, so there's going to be first blood for Summer, who is going to be playing the gyro prop. They're in a pretty easy gyro lane. But okay, talk to me about the lifestealer, because I also don't think this pick is very good in this game.
Yeah.
I think there are good lifestealer games, but I don't know if this is one of them. So can you maybe try and explain it for me?
Yeah, so normally you want to pick the lifestealer up against some other high health, like melee strength hero. And then you have that the payroll matchup where you just do way too much damage. You still go with this the same kind of build that Wraith King is now also going for with the Armored Deso, like, and you can do a lot of damage if you can get on top of people, right? And if you can force them to fight you. I mean, they have some ways to do that, but it's going to be a lot on the rest of his team to make that happen. He himself, unless he itemizes super heavily into that, will have a hard time actually sticking on targets because of what Dandelion has. Like, you have a Death Prophet who's very fast, who also has some percentage-based heal with Spirit Siphon, so you have to play around your rage if you want to try and kill her. Then you have a Tusk who can snowball, delay things. You have an Abba who can dispel things and make people run away from you. It's... I don't know. It just doesn't seem like he's gonna get the chance to right-click a whole lot. Should be fine enough in lane. But this is Death Prophet off lane now, so that was the thing that they shifted around last time when they put Beyond on Quap instead. It's actually ZC on the task that's perhaps more interesting to talk about here.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're actually seeing a mid-Tusk instead of, you know, what we expected was going to be, you know, a mid-Pango or a mid-Death Prophet, as they've actually swapped these things around. And ZC taking mid-Tusk, I'm curious to see what he's going to do on this. Like, we've seen people, like, try and rush the Aghanim Scepter into an Aether Lens. Now it's a vector-targeted ability as opposed to a, you know, just point-and-click ability. LWW bottom lane dying to Beyond there. Last auto attack from downtown, so nice kill from them. And honestly, this lane's never going to get easier. Like, Pango trades super well into both of these heroes, and then Death Prophet with Spirit Siphon is borderline untouchable. So I feel like they're going to run around. They're going to pretty much run away with this bottom lane here. I don't know what lane goes well for Phoenix. Like, what lane do they actually win? I guess maybe mid
should
here?
win mids, clearly, very clearly. That's the sacrifice that you make for having that Death Prophet. Range hero, pretty good matchup here in this lane. But you're Lina up against a Tusk, right? You should be owning this, and so far he kind of is 14 and 5 to the 8 and 2. So that's the one thing I'm a bit squeamish about now from down the line. This more unorthodox laning setup. We'll see how that works out in the end.
Yeah, part of me had just assumed it was going to be a 4 position. I think most people assumed it was going to be 4 position Tusk. And we're like talking about all these other things. And suddenly, you know, we look in game, we're like, wait a minute. And Tusk is walking into mid.
Yeah.
It's like those moments in my pubs when like someone picks a hero without selecting the map, and you're like, all right, well they're clearly going off lane, right?
Yeah.
And then they just like show up in the safe lane. You're like, wait a minute,
What's going on here?
that's not right.
Alright. And it's not like Death Prophet would have had a super bad time up against Lina, right? Certainly much better than the Tusk.
Yeah, I think
I also don't know why Zone is walking all the way home.
didn't have a bounty rune to play with. Yeah. So walks home, picks up his boots, and gonna be able to deward his easy camp there. So nicely done. Yeah, Tusk not doing so bad.
That's a lot of free space. Normally it's solidly support is trying to get somebody in the side lanes just to die and then TP mid to refill the bottle. Do that work for the mid laner, but Zone just giving a bit of breathing room towards ZC. But now that he's back, he should be being the operative word.
Oh,
actually going in
here as well.
Ooh, no tactic.
A ton of damage.
But still a ton, yeah.
Sal from LWW though. Classic.
Imagine if he attacked him there with a swashbuckler.
Yeah, I think that this 2-2-0 build is actually really strong because he just needs to be able to wave clear, right? Secure CS pretty reliably. Meanwhile, bottom CDR nearly dying to Beyond here. You're gonna get another Sal from the support as YP comes bottom, and Ogre has made his rotation down here. The question is, can they... I mean, there's no way you can actually kill this Death Prophet. She's gonna hit level 5 in a moment, getting that extra Spirit Siphon level and charge, so... I don't know what you actually do. They're gonna try though, it would seem.
Give it the best shot. Yeah, it's not gonna work.
That doesn't seem to be working. It's exactly what I expected. He's not taking damage. Alright, you got the 4 Shadow Poison stacks, which isn't bad. Those will tick for a decent chunk of damage, but for the most part, 3 heroes to the bottom lane. It is definitely making space for the Lifestealer though, so he is getting some CS, which is desperately needed as he is very much struggling. Comparing him to the Gyrocopter, it's not even close right now. 40 rather, and 12 to the 27 last hits on the Lifestealer, so not very good.
Oh, mid lane though. A messed up. Snowball instantly towards a creep wave, so that'll keep him safe. Good miscommunication there.
He's just shy of level 6. There he is. He's gonna grab it now here on Zone. Call down coming through. Zone stuck. The shards are there. They just bring 4 heroes.
Okay.
How often do you see your safe lane Gyro come mid to be like, yeah, we're gonna kill the Lina real quick?
I mean, why not, right?
I guess. Yeah, why not? He's super farmed. I mean, he's top of the net worth after that rotation. This doesn't seem to be slowing him down at all. He is the one who got the kill, though, so it ends up being definitely worth it. He's just gonna go right back top. Shadow Demon, mid. He's out.
Go again, YP. Barely gets to live. LWW, they're going for some body blocks. That's not enough, okay.
It's pretty much exactly what we saw from Dandelion in the last game. They brought all their heroes mid on the first catapult. They had Death Prophet, though, to try and take the tower, and it was successful. They did lose their safe laner as a result, but it's a very similar rotation, right? It's the same idea. They want to just get as much damage into this tier 1 tower as possible with the catapult.
Death Prophet's doing that bottom.
Yeah, and they did a good job. But yeah, really well done by the Lifestealer. He just steals the siege creep. You still have Exorcism though. which will help out quite a bit, but the siege creep not being alive, reducing the damage that this tower is going to take actually quite a bit.
All right. Some weird aggression put on hold for the time being. Sanking up top at the very least, also Shining is been able to take advantage of that. 3 points up in his Sandstorm. He's getting whatever he wants out of this at the very least. But again, so Summer, like Gyrocopter, he's going for this very efficient build where you just go for the Chrysalis, and then probably BKB in this game, and then into the Aghanims.
I actually really like the Chrysalis first. I do. I think this is like one of my more favorite builds that you see on the Gyrocopter. He'll probably just put more points into. Some people like going stats. I actually think going. Oh yeah, big fight mid.
LSA, that's a big one here. Tusk still alive though because of SJ. No.
Shard block too. Just trapping those supports in the river. Tusk is so tanky, man. This hero, look, he's got 3.9 strength gain, sitting on 1300 HP with just a soul ring and a stick. Yeah. So he is very, very, very hard for them to bring down.
The problem that they have between these three heroes, they don't have a lot of kill potential. Like some of the shots blocking them in, but oh god, that's a big stack though.
Oh, and that is a stack going to go the way of the Gyrocopter. LWW gonna regret showing his face here. Call down coming through as well. Farming the camps, mostly with that one. Just hoping he can find a cleave kill, but doesn't end up connecting. You get the Sandstorm in from Shining. ZC's come way too far forward. It will finish taking the stack and try and disengage. Shards in one. He's gonna cut his losses here on SJ. Wait, what? All right, that was a mistake from the Tusk. I don't know what he pressed the wrong button, I'm guessing.
No, he snowball dodged an ignite.
Oh,
so that
was weird.
Probably, but yeah.
He could have just shards blocked the ramp there and walked away. I don't know.
I think he might have taken out to the ignite if that hit him. Then again, he had 6 stick charges. Yeah, I don't know.
But either way, they did get the stack still for Summer. I mean, he took basically the whole thing. So despite losing 2 heroes there, I don't think they're really all that upset. The Tusk, he's gonna end up doing a lot once he gets like this. Once he gets like a Blink Dagger or something. I'm guessing that's going to be his build this game. But with all that space, Death Prophet in the bottom lane has been left basically alone as she takes the tier 1 tower and continues to push.
No. The second Exorcism, Pangolier, jumping down. More stacks for
smoking
Summer.
Bottom for this one. They really want to get this Death Prophet. Shining just picked up a Blink. This is a really big timing for him, and if he can find her, she's going to be stuck for the moment. There it is. All right, this is a good kill. Very sick rotation from Phoenix. Wait a minute. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, no way he gets out of this one.
It's always a good idea to not call Death Prophet kills until they're actually dead.
Yeah, mid lane. Lina kill. Nice setup there from ZC. I mean, this guy can play Tusk, it seems. Like, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
All right, that feels bad if you're the ogre here. She's not allowed to leave.
Caught in an icy prison. This is an arcane rune too, so you can just spam those forever.
Yeah, like, there's the shard cooldown at 20. That's like really funny because if you have any form of cooldown reduction, the shard duration like ends up being longer than the cooldown. So you just like trap people if you want. And lately with people, he is going to go the Ags build. I was like, lately people are going like the Ags Octarine build. So it is quite funny.
I just want to see him kicking around people forever. Seems like it could be very fun here as they actually smoke up the 2 of them. They'll run to the Ogre Magi and should be an easy kill, starting the Summer. Also hanging around there, not even required.
Yeah, Summer's just walking on by like, oh, no, I'll show up for this kill. That sounds pretty cool. Again, like you were saying, has the BKB and the Aghanim Scepter queued up. We'll see which one he decides to grab first. Looks like it is probably going to be the BKB, though. I think that's pretty much the standard.
Going in this Nexus though, there's no more Sandstorm here. Defensive disruption, LSA not really doing much, and now Shining in a lot of trouble as they're just running at him.
They get the tower. It's so hard to fight into this exorcism. There's so much duration left on it as well. So they try to do what they can, but it doesn't end up working. The whole time, Pangolier just disrupting the back line of the fight, right? Catching Shadow Demon, forcing Lina out as well. So really well done. Good commitment for the mid tower to 4,000 gold lead. And I don't know if you noticed, but most of that is on the gyro.
He's just been farming 3 jungle camps, like always.
One of the worst things is like stacking against a gyrocopter and him taking your stack, and oh boy did that happen. They stacked a lot on this Shadow Demon, and he took like a 6-stacked hard camp. So not only does he steal the money, but he denies the bonus gold that would have gone to the Shadow Demon, so feels super bad.
Well, this means that he's closing in on a very early BKB timing. Makes him very hard to kill, certainly with the ABBA still behind him. That's where it's Zenking, like they let him farm without really caring all that much on the Zenking. So he got that early blink, but what's he gonna blink into? Into a BKB gyrocopter? It's not gonna do anything.
Yeah, it's similar to last game where it's like there's gonna be an Abaddon behind someone, and with the Oracle, like you could at least, kill the Oracle if you got on top of him. Abaddon just popped borrowed time, right? So you don't really have an answer to the Abaddon being able to save people outside of silence. And they don't have that right now, right? Like there is no way they're going to get a silence built on the side of Phoenix Gaming. So as long as Abaddon's positioned well, SJ should be able to keep his cores nice and healthy in these fights.
Also another thing, Death Prophet has a Lotus Orb.
That's pretty good this game. Armor is very valued. He still needs a BKB though. Like definitely needs a BKB this game.
There's quite a few things that you can actually reflect as well. Most importantly, I guess the Ogre spells and the Burst Strike are the big ones.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can also just remove Ignite, right?
Yeah.
Like you can remove the Shadow Demon poisons, which yes, you take the damage instantly, but it does prevent you from getting more stacks, right? It does reset the counter. That's good stuff. Yeah, anytime you dispel Shadow Poison, it instantly procs the stacks damage. So if you have 4, it'll proc the stack damage of 4, but it will like reset the counter. It's pretty neat.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is one of those spells that if it's dispelled, the damage still goes off.
Yeah.
So.
Oh well. So yeah, Dandelion holding on to this super early 6k advantage with... Again, this is not a necessarily conventional way to do it. I mean, obviously you're gonna have to gyrocopter farming, but the Tusk out of mid creating this much chaos, and it's gonna get even worse once he gets that Aghanim Scepter online, which is not too far away either, less than 1,000 gold.
Yeah, he's super farmed. Like, he was really struggling earlier, but now look where he is. He's just tied with the Lina, basically. We get a nice kill top lane here. I mean, they're doing what they can to find something on the side of Phoenix, but it's very similar to last game, where it's just Dandelion being more efficient on the map, and they're always going to be very comfortable with the gyrocopter, obviously. Like, we talked about this at the start of the draft, even in game 1, where it felt like a little bit of a deny pick on over to Dandelions, because a lot of teams are afraid to give this hero to them, and it seems rightfully so, as he is just he's just towering over everyone else in net worth this game.
Soaking up so much, so fast. He's also well on his way to his own Aghanims.
Looks like both teams are going to pressure the towers here. They know someone's back there. Hits him with the scan beyond, just working on that tower there with that exorcism. Both teams gonna fort. They're gonna infest Shining here, so they could go for a play. And honestly, I think they need to.
Yeah.
Okay, he's gonna TP bottom. They don't have vision of SJ though. They see him just for a moment. There's gonna be the epicenter, the Burrow Strike, Lotus trying to keep him alive. The Spirit Siphons are there. Is it enough? Doesn't look like it's gonna be. So a beautiful pick off there for Phoenix, but Summer will just TP home. SJ, gotta try and do the same here, but yeah, he should make it. There's no one else following. So a 1-for-1 trade and a really good pickoff overall for Phoenix, but it did cost them to rotate 5 heroes.
Yeah. You gotta wonder how long this kind of play actually ends up working out. And that was good on them to still get the kill on Death Prophet though, because that was everything that Dandelion had to actually keep her alive. The Lotus Orb reflected the Burst Strike. There was an Abba right there, just throwing in more spells and heals. They couldn't quite contain the Lifestealer just yet, but would not be too surprised to see, like, next time around there's gonna be a Tusk who can maybe kick him away. Just walking forwards, and like they're gonna get more tools to just kite the Lifestealer around. So if there's ever a timing where it can be effective, it is now. So they need to find more of those blink plays with the Sanking.
Absolutely. I'd say once Death Prophet has the BKB, it becomes a lot more difficult to kill this hero, right? Like she took a pretty good chunk of magic damage in that fight. The multicast, the demonic purge, the shadow poison, as well as the whole kit from the Lina. So obviously the BKB is going to make that way more difficult. Dandelion going to smoke up here as they get the Aghanim Scepter here on ZC. He also has a bottled Arcane Rune, so that's going to be quite funny. Can't wait to see these shenanigans. Again, this is a vector targeted spell now. For those of you who don't know what that means, you click and then you drag the direction that you want the character or the enemy hero to be kicked in. So like you don't always just kick them in the direction you're facing. You can kick them backwards, which is quite funny. You'll definitely see it. It's coming soon. It's coming soon.
Ogre almost got caught by that, but now actually grouped up, smoking themselves.
Dude, they have such a good ward here on the side of Phoenix for this, though. Behind the tower, if they take this fight under this vision, it's going to be so rough for the side of Phoenix. And Zone is the first one that they're going to see, potentially.
Smoke not breaking just yet. Oh, this is right on the edge, but it's coming in. Control Gyro has the BKB. The stun didn't actually connect. Now the turnaround here, ready to kite around the Lifestealer. Someone clicking away beyond now, taking over the front lines with the Exorcism. Oh, CDR, they got him in the back! They stunned him with the snowball as he was trying to TP out. Wow, they got Shining. Oh, man.
Yeah, that is super unfortunate for the side of Phoenix. The Burrow Strike was just a sliver bit off there from Summer. If they get that opening before the BKB comes out, like maybe you can take down that Gyrocopter, but the problem is you got SJ with an Aphotic Shield, right? So if you get that stun, instantly dispelled into the BKB, there's just not many options there. It looks like they found the Shadow Demon. He's going for a ward, but quick death for him. He just kicks the corpse across the screen.
Sleep with the fishes. Yeah, and this is what happens when you smoke gank into a team that's 100% ready for you.
Yeah. It was so baited. Like, they are so baited behind with that Gyrocopter. Like, yeah, you know, there's probably a couple heroes there, but ends up just being the whole team. And they're just sitting in the trees with the ward. Yeah, they were ready to go. And now Summer with the Aghanim Scepter completed after the BKB, going for what I'm only going to assume is going to be like a Daedalus at this point. You could go for a Silver Edge, but why not just get a Daedalus, right?
Yeah. I can always slip in a few other items before that if you want. Like a Scotty would not be the worst thing in the world in this game.
Yeah, Scotty is pretty funny, actually. Quite good against Lifestealer. It's really good against Lina, but I don't know if Summer is, like, dealing with Lina. He just needs to kill Lifestealer, right?
Yeah. I guess they do rely on him to be the main source of sustained practical damage. Well,
Alright,
we'll see what it decides.
Tower dies anyway. Mid lane, Tusk. Kind of playing with some enemy heroes here. Hear the Rolling Thunder. Are they gonna find anything though? Shining's got a blink. You have a BKB on Zone here.
It is.
Oh, okay, unfortunately
that's
trapped there.
At least he got the BKB and the TP out. It's the 8-second charge. Straight towards
Game's starting to get real difficult for Phoenix once again.
Alright. Some satanic effects. for the gyrocopter, so it's a safe play. Having that extra life, essentially, if you can get the Satanic out, you're... Even if you're stunned, if you press Satanic, your sight gun is still gonna go, and you're still gonna get a bunch of health back from that. At least until Lifestealer gets a Scouty of his own, like he realizes that that's an issue. Not just for the Gyrocopter coming in, but also against the Ava in general, but also the Death Prophet. Like, they need this regen reduction. So it's going straight into that here after the Sunge. Still gonna be able to hit them, you know? It's really just the Blink Burn Strike that allows him to do that.
I actually wish ZC was going for the Octarine here instead of the Blink Dagger because it is so funny. I mean, or like just picking up the Aether Lens right away. But, you know, they want to win. They're not here for the memes.
Alright, well, it's been pretty memey so far already.
That's true.
It is a mid-tusk, you know?
Hey, man.
Don't often get to see that.
I did win with a mid-tusk on my team the other day. Wait, did we win? I don't know. No, we lost. Well,
That's the kid.
They find CDR. He gets the Infest. They just instantly kill the creep. He is going to be able to get out for the moment, but the Rolling Thunder connects. Yeah. I don't know if he's going to survive this one. Nice Force Staff. ZP pops the BKB. Going to try and chase after him here with the Exorcism. CDR needs help, but he's not going to get his. They even kick back YP. In comes the Exo, though. Lifestealer. Oh, he gets out. All right, it was enough.
That was everything being used. Get down, Mr. President. With the Rage keep him alive a little bit longer, the Infest as well, and then the Disruption. So
yeah, ZC actually kicked the Shadow Demon into range of the Lifestealer. If he just kicked him away, I think Lifestealer just died.
Yeah. Not enough time to get another Rage out, right?
Yeah.
Oh well, but still get the Shadow Demon to get the tower.
This is a super low kill score game, 5-12. Kind of similar to what we saw last time, right? There's just not a lot of action, and then eventually Dandelion just hits their item timings and try to close out the game.
The main difference is that the net worth difference is 5 times as much, you know?
Yeah, it is. I mean, last game it was Dandelion trailing for the first 20 minutes of the game. This time they have been leading the entirety of the game. There was not a single point where they were behind, right? They get first blood, and then from there they start further advancing their net worth lead.
Alright, on to the next one. Age is about to be reclaimed, but the Daedal is actually completed before the Satanic, so... Gyro, Summer, after all, going for this damage output first, because he realizes, oh yeah, I'm fine, you know, I'm not gonna die, and now Shining, Blink it down to the low ground, Blink afterwards, but Burst Strike back up to the high ground. Blink from the Pango, and that's all the control that you're ever gonna need, and what the hell, he's stuck? That was
playing some
awkward.
ping pong, don't worry about it. LWW does find his zone, trying to TP out.
That's a bigger one. Turn around. ZC with a kick away, still alive.
He's got a Walrus Punch too.
Oh, he's so fine right now.
Kick him to the tower. Do it. Do it.
It's too much damage.
No.
That's what I'm talking about. Just doesn't get the hit.
Yeah, what does Lifestealer do? He's like, I can press Rage and finally do damage here, and then nope, just gets Walrus kicked away. And then there's literally like a 6-second period where he can't do anything.
Yeah. Just running around with or without Rage. All the while Gyrocopter is just sitting in the middle of a team fight, just going from one target to the next. And they're desperately trying to TP out, but then there's just way too much damage.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Well, what can you do? I mean, maybe the high ground defense will look different, right? It's always the one hope that you still have. Because this was another one of these awkward... Okay. Pick up the high ground, throw strike down.
The low ground.
Oh, that's a pretty good ultimate from Pango! Can they do anything with that here? They can send them packing at least. And maybe get the ogre. There we go.
couple kills, or a couple flak shots there. More than enough damage, it seems. And they just gonna go in. Oh
What?
my god,
What?
Zone, not where you want to be. Yeah, that's a
Kick
good
out
one.
of Snowball?
Yeah, you can kick during Snowball.
That's broken,
You
man.
can cast shards and stuff during Snowball, right? So why not?
Yes, yeah, but I did not realize that it would work like this.
Whoa, look, there's another one.
Who needs punch when you have a tusk with an axe?
Yo,
Link?
Collapse taking notes right now. Like, okay,
Yeah.
okay, I see. This is cool.
Oh my god. You're being styled on right now on Phoenix. This can't be good. He's looking. He wants
Oh,
more.
he's absolutely. He's like, there's gotta be someone here. He knew.
Well, he sees
Oh
him.
god, he found him.
Get out of here, Sand King.
The thing is, like, even if he had like a rough time this game, like early on in ZC, you know, he's at this point right now, and he's like, it was all worth it. You're just having so much fun playing this hero
Yep.
at this point in the game. CDR almost has an Eye of Scotty. Now, drag and drop. Tell me, this is the momentum item they've been looking for, right? They need this, and then suddenly Phoenix is going to be back into the game, right?
I mean, it doesn't hurt. With everything that's happened, I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough. There's nothing to stop you from being kicked around is the problem, right? But if you do get on top of people, you have a much easier time killing them. Certainly, I touched on it earlier, just the regen reduction up against Death Prophets and the Gyrocopter now with the Satanic. Like, it is required, but it's not enough, I think.
Satanic and almost a Butterfly.
Yeah, just why not?
Roach on number
Break it
3, I believe? 2. Roach on number 2. Respawning in 15 seconds. Mango, gonna try and find YP here. Gets the shield crash to break the blink. And he's out. Yeah, nicely done. Ooh, he went north actually. I would not have expected that.
Huh.
Is under attack.
Well, it
Nice
gets a little
escape there
bit
from the
longer.
demon.
Radiant's top tower.
Ooh, okay. Zone's got
Okay.
damage. He has the Daedalus now. That's big. If he gets the MKB as well, you know, maybe they can actually find some kills from long range with this Lina, but she does definitely need that Fiery Soul talent and the attack range talent.
Yeah.
It's going to be a while before she gets it. As there's now Roche number 2, like we were talking about. Aegis and Shard. You take Shard for Beyond already has his, I guess. Just give the Tusk, yeah, why not? Bigger ice shards as well as the damage over time and the slow.
Oh yeah. Well, these items with the Skadi and the Daedalus actually have ways to punish Dandelion if they overextend. I'm not sure how likely that is at this point. Like, they only have one Rax to take, so it's normally enough to focus you. Where it's just like, oh yeah, we just get this, then we get Megas, and even if we then lose a couple of heroes, it's not that big of a deal. So you're less. I feel like you're less inclined to just dive past the Rax if there's only one objective left compared to when it's the first set of Rax that you're trying to take. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
The
Really,
goal of
I
Mega
just
Creeps
really
is
want to
close.
see ZC get his level 20 talent, because I'm really curious which one he decides to take. Part of me wants him to go the Ice Shard's cooldown,
Yeah.
just because it's so frustrating to play around once you have the Shard as well, because they're just you're just like stuck in Shards permanently. But
Yep. We'll see. He's not too far away. It's Phoenix now stuck in their base for the most part. There's a Halberd 2 on lifesteal, eh? So there's ways to even deal with the Gyrocopter at least once, but the problem is he has an Aegis, right?
yeah,
Aster.A, there it is. Find a way. Oh god, Shining, he's just dying here. The Yules keep alive a little bit longer. Jump forward, CDR's right there, but He has to run
Oh,
away. He's caught inside
He's
the
stuck
ice
in the
shot.
shards.
Oh
He's
my
stuck in
god,
the
it's
shards.
hilarious. He's just being kicked out all the way to the back. Some nice damage though here with the epicenter. Everyone coming back. So Tusk is down for the count.
Zone's doing a decent chunk of damage, but yeah, he's alone now. And it is not easy. That's mega creeps. And they tap out. Okay. Well, ZC having a lot of fun this game. I think overall Dandelion just wanted to try something new. The mid-tusk ends up working out. But yeah, overall, they just seem to outclass Phoenix here.
Just a little bit. Yeah, I'm not sure if they would try that up against IG or something, you know. That seems a little bit less likely.
Maybe they could. Maybe this is the way that Dandelion make it to Tier 1 or Division 1 is with these weird drafts. But it's certainly a good way to get the feeling for something like that, like a mid-tusk. I think it's something that I've dreamt of playing before. I'm not as ambitious as Ricky because you said you tried it and won with it. So
Oh no, I didn't try it. My friend tried it and lost with it.
you know,
That's funny.
maybe our ambition, we need to make something happen with these mid tusks. But that looked really good again from Dandelion and very clean. And now 4-0 in games and 2-0 in series for Dandelion Esports. So 4 straight games, 2 straight series. This team looks like they've got everything rolling. And that second game was almost very indicative of what we've been seeing from them this season. I mean, look at these replays. It felt like ZC was having a very fun game as Tusk, and the rest of the team was enjoying watching and getting the space being made by him.
Yeah.
Because it was really tough to kill him on this Tusk a lot of the times throughout this game, and he was a nuisance throughout most of it.
Dodgy Ignite, but Shining was right there. But yeah, that was a big stack that they've been taking for the Gyrocopter as well. The triple or quad stack or something. This is also where I think there was one time when Lifestealer actually gets to hit somebody and actually gets the kill.
Yeah, from this moment on, Lifestealer is doing the good old walk around. I don't know what to do with my hands.
Yeah.
Thing. Like as soon as Tusk has entered the game, you can just see right here, Lifestealer is like, oh, okay, guess I'll go over here and not be able to fight. And
Yeah.
stuck in shards once again. Yeah, I mean, he did such a good job at isolating this Lifestealer in every single fight.
Now that is not fair to be kicked, to be shard locked, which is an impressive skill because he was pulling it off from angles that seemed pretty impossible, but he was getting the lockdown needed with those shards and just it must be so frustrating if you're a Lifestealer. Yeah, like, oh yeah, I almost got him. Oh, he's coming to me. All right, I'm gonna get him. All right, maybe I should leave.
Well, he
Like,
thinks
okay,
about going
should I
back
TP
in
out?
and then doesn't realize he still has Walrus Punch the whole time. So
Yeah.
if he comes back in, he's just going to get Walrus Punched again. So it's like, he has
realize
these
his entire
2
team is
BKB
dead.
piercing disables that are like impossible for this Lifestealer to play around.
Yeah, it was not a fun Lifestealer game, and I think that's something that you mentioned early on, Drag and Drop, and that was before we, I think, even knew
At the
that
drafts,
Tusk was
yeah.
mid. Yeah, like in the draft, you were kind of contemplating what does this Lifestealer do, and he plays the Oregon Trail in Dota. He just walks around until he dies.
All right,
Well,
I
it's,
see why he
it's
snowballed
one way to
first
approach
there.
the game, but I'm not sure if it's ever going to be leading to much success. That's what we did in this game.
I was trying to figure out why he snowballed first, but it allowed him to still snowball to the BKB Lena after she had been Walrus kicked. That was the idea behind it, which is quite smart.
Man.
Those were great shards right there too.
Yeah.
Lifestealer can't do anything. Some damage from the Lena, but like, okay, you killed Tusk. You still have to deal with the rest of the team that has so much farm because this game has gone so well for Dandelion Esports Club. Like, this is just a really great showing and innovative in ways that I feel like we kind of seen prior with like LBZS. They've done things that have been a little bit more innovative in the past, or like LGD does things that are very innovative with their drafts. This is something that, like, if you can get it done this well with a draft like this, I think Dandelion has a lot to still show. And It's very early on, and they found success so far. Shylock having a very great series as well in that one position, and that gyro just played so well. Like you just get so much space. How do you play poorly when you're given it's so much GM to do whatever you want to spend?
It's really got the farm rotation down. Like every time I looked at him, he was not just farming one camp, he was farming 3 camps at least. Sometimes they were stacked, sometimes they weren't, but either way, like he was in his comfort zone on this hero. He hits all the item timings minus 2 minutes or so that we would say, like we would still say, oh yeah, that's a good game for the gyrocopter. He's just surpassed at it every turn. So
it looked really good from the gyro. It's just, and it's such a big contrast from him to like CDR, who came to join this team in the final like 2 matches of the first season, and now this season it just doesn't feel like he's really finding his groove at all. And we can take a look at the schedule as we see Aster.A against Shenzhen coming up next. And that's, again, every series is an important series in the DPC, but when you've got Dandelion starting to pull away from the pack, you have to start winning. And if you're Aster.A who already lost to Dandelion, like, you got to hope that they lose to somebody else and maybe you win out. Like that, it feels like it's IG, Dandelion, and like maybe now everybody else. Like they're already making the early splits just 2 series into this season. Like it's very impressive from them. Ricky, looking further into Dandelion's schedule, who do you think, other than IG, because I feel like that's just a given, who's their hardest matchup? Like, is there a challenge coming up for them soon?
Yeah, I mean they actually have 2 games this week, which is going to be the big match between them and IG. Personally, I think everyone's going to be tuning in for that one. It's going to be very exciting. As of right now, I would actually put Dandelion as the favorites for that series. I don't think IG looked as clean as Dandelion has looked in both of their series so far. I think Dandelion had a really good plan in every single game that they've played. And IG, a little bit shaky, honestly, against IG Vitality. Like they had a really clean game 1, but in game 2, it was really sloppy. And I haven't seen Dandelion do that yet. So personally, I think Dandelion is actually seed 1 in my opinion. Vici Gaming or IG number 2. We'll see how they do later. But their next opponent after that, I would say, is also one of the other strongest teams, which would be Sparking Arrow. So they play basically their 2 biggest opponents, in my opinion, in these next 2 weeks. So it will give us a really, really good idea of which of these teams is actually going to take seed number 1. Because I think after this series, this weekend of IG and Dandelion, and then next week's of Sparking Arrow Dandelion, we should know exactly who that number 1, number 2 seed is going to be.
Yeah, crazy to think that it can be decided so early with these series, the way they've been lined up. And Dandelion or IG can certainly put themselves away from the rest of the pack. If you start 3-0 with the people that Dandelion have gone up against, I think you can give away that SAG series, but you don't have to, obviously. And it just gives them such leeway going into the rest of the season. So Dandelion, they take this series 2-0. We're going to take a relatively longish break, I think, before 35-40 minutes until the next series. But that is it from us, for myself, B-Cop, Dragon Drop, and R Cryptic. It was a great first series, and we'll see you on the second one coming up shortly. See you guys later.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Nothing's gonna stop me. Hey, yeah. Nothing's gonna stop me. Feeling so right. Nothing's gonna stop me. Hey, yeah. Nothing's gonna
take it too far to say that we cannot pretend now. Wasn't never enough to have just everything you want. In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you'll find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold. That's what this waiting gold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel.
feelings. It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, yeah, you take me higher, baby. up an iris in the dark keeps on calling. Till I find you, a fading of a fire at the spark keeps igniting like a prelude. Keeps on calling till I find you, the fading of a fire at the spark keeps igniting like a prelude. Keeps igniting like a prelude.
Clouds are stirring up the sky. I was always in denial of what I saw right in front of me. And every time I'm so damn lost to what I loved and what I lost. But let's get lost in love tonight. Hear a second voice inside my head. It's telling me to say the night again and hold on to the words we always said would be forever, forever. Wait another day to clear my thoughts, so jump into a love that won't be forgotten. Forever, forever. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. Don't wanna run away with you. Let's run away together. Let's run away. Let's run away together. Let's run away. Swear we'd never say goodbye. Fall asleep to lullabies with something that I thought I'd never find. And what is right and what is wrong, and all I ever saw was love. But let's get lost in love tonight. Hear a second voice inside my head. It's telling me to say the night again and hold on to the words we always said would be forever, forever. Wait another day to clear my thoughts,
get the shivers whenever I'm thinking about you. Just wanna leave and live without you. Be on my own again. I get the shivers whenever you go out of line, yeah. I feel it creeping down my spine, yeah. Wanna be alone again. It's almost nighttime, waiting for the right time. Gotta get this right, I'm scared to death. Scared of your eyes, looking into my eyes. Scared that I'll back out and hold my breath. Wake up one morning and see your face, I can feel it coming back. These shivers are every day. Whoa, I say it's over, I get out of bed and leave, yeah. Just like that, I got the shivers whenever I would think about you. Now that I left, I live without you. I'm on my own again. I got the shivers whenever you went out of line, yeah. Now it's like everything is fine, yeah. 'Cause now I'm alone again.
Losing track under the water, searching for something that I've been missing. Looking back when we were younger, heartbeats were rushing, blood always pumping. I drive away, leave it behind us without a trace. Live for the day, dance in the moonlight. No one could say we didn't do it right. So far away. Baby, I forgot to breathe. This town's got a hold on me. My mind is a casualty. Find me open spaces, static in my blood. Can you feel the flood? Yeah, I've seen enough. Find me open spaces. Open spaces. Find me open spaces. Open spaces. Find me open spaces.
getting harder. You turn my heart up, throw me in water. I'm getting higher just to feel ya, 'cause I need to. No one knows it, heart is frozen from your poison. Taking the potion just to feel ya, 'cause I miss you. Oh my God, can't stop you like heroin. My love you got, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're nothing. Oh, I think I'm overdosing. I think that I'm overdosing. I think that I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. It's getting stronger, can't take no longer. Walking on fire. I'm getting higher just to feel ya, 'cause I need to. Feels like I'm burning a little bit more, just a little bit more now. Taking the potion just to feel ya, 'cause I need ya. Oh my God, can't stop you like heroin. My love you got, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're not meant. Oh, I think I'm overdosing.
So, who wants to play a game?
My favorite. Let me.
No, me! Try me now. Up and down. No, this. Ooh. Next.
Damn. What's this thing? Let's find out. How much is in there? And again. Guess we better.
Yep.
It's just as high as we can go.
Expertise.
There's something off about you. It's in the bag.
Watch me now. Yoo-hoo! I always get what I want. In the bag.
Nice!
Such talent. Sorceress. You're doing good.
You too! Where are you?
You want me? Come get me.
Hello and welcome to the Dota Pro Circuit, where we are hit with the Chinese region. Oh yeah, the best region. Of course, as you well know, we have got ourselves a lower bracket series coming straight up. And of course, we've got two lovely casters to bring you all the action. We've got Neff and we've got Ricky. Gentlemen, how the hell are we doing?
I am doing excellent, and I'm going to be the first one to speak because Ricky is too busy filling up his mouth with Cheerios.
I know what we're talking about. My mouth is clearly not full of anything except pure logic. So, Neff, I'm going to ask real quick. When Nomad was talking about how there's two great casters here today, were you worried that he was going to say Nomad and Ricky?
No, I was worried for you. I was worried that he was going to say Nomad and Neff.
Okay, that's fair.
Mm-hmm. It's
Is that soundproofing you have on your walls?
It's all PMA today.
I was going to ask, Nomad, how are you feeling? What?
There's soundproofing on your walls. We're not going to talk about that. When did that get there?
Yeah, I did more soundproofing today in my room. Yeah, it's very nice. It's actually 4 interconnected geometric flowers that go all the way across the wall.
I don't know what any of those words mean. Back to you, Nomad.
geometric flowers. You don't know what? Okay. Well, we've got ourselves a very exciting series
He didn't
coming
pass
up.
geometry, Nomad.
We have got ourselves Shenzhen versus the lovely lads over at Aster.A. And yeah, I mean, you guys obviously are probably the best two people in the world to talk us through these two teams. So I'm gonna let you take the reins, Nev. Firstly, talk me through the side of Shenzhen.
I really want to talk about Aster.A more because they've been robbed 2 times in a row. I know I'm kind of destroying your role as a host, dictating the show. You're going to say Aster.A is about Ricky, but they've been robbed twice now. They were so close to promotion last season. They got tied for promotion in the season before that, at the end of the year last time. And the only reason they ended up losing that one is because the tiebreakers ended up going to time trials. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that situation that happened last time, Nomad.
Yeah.
You remember? Okay, that one was absolutely ridiculous.
The tiebreaker hell, and then yeah,
that was. Thankfully, I didn't have to cast that one. I believe that was drag and drop, and Kip's in charge of that. But that's twice now that Aster.A has been robbed. They haven't had the best start. Division 2 seemed even harder right now than it was before, given that IG is now a Division 2 team.
Yep.
I was so certain they were going to move up a while ago, and now I don't know anything. They're up in the air. They ended up losing the first week, but last time that they played against Shenzhen, they did end up cinching a victory, a 2-1, so my money's with them. And, now we have to go back to Ricky, and he has to talk about Shenzhen instead of me.
That's fine. I'm okay with this. I actually think Shenzhen's the favorite. The thing that I'm a little worried about with the Aster.A is they looked really shaky in their last series. They were up against Dandelion, which in my opinion, I think is the number 1 seed here in Division 2. But Aster.A just didn't seem like they had a really coherent game plan. Like they really struggled in their drafting and their execution in team fights. And I think if they don't address that in their series today, Shenzhen might take it. So it is going to be a fun first series. Both teams at 0-1, which, we'll see if they can actually recover from their current situation. It is a big win.
One of them has
trying to split the middle ground, right? They need to get to either the top 4 or bottom 4, right? That's pretty much what this is going to decide.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, the thing about Shenzhen is that they do have the magic formula, which always seems to work so well, which is, of course, 4 Chinese players and 1 Malaysian player who is, of course, seeded their offlaner in Shenzhen. So, hopefully that gives them magic, which it seems to give everybody else. But, Aster.A, considering the players on this team, I think a lot of people would look at them and say, how are these guys not just going to, take top 2 alongside IG? But I mean, is it have they struggled to enable these Ulu, White Album, Red Panda? Is it just not gelling for these guys?
I don't know, man. It feels like what everybody thinks about these players and where they should be is wildly different from how reality works these days. I mean, there's a lot of teams that have worked like that. One example to draw from would be North America. 4 Zoomers has tons of veteran players on it, but they just don't seem to mesh together super well. You can have these superstars, but it seems like teams like formerly Team Phoenix, who ended up becoming eHome later on, they end up performing way better just sticking together with their current roster and improving things rather than bringing on superstar players. So I wouldn't say it's an issue of enabling these players. It's more so an issue of how can these guys stick together long enough to understand each other and play around each other, and is communication good within the team?
And I mean, that's something which, of course, Red Panda, he was criticized a lot for when he was in RNG. It was at all this, Elephant, when this was a superstar team. And now we're seeing a similar thing as well. So, do you think this might be just a problem that is just sticking with Red Panda and they need like the POS 4 to step up and be that kind of captain material just before we get into the draft, Ricky?
I mean, that could be what it is. The problem is we don't have a lot of insight into, that side of the teams, right? I don't know exactly who's making these play calling or who's like doing the play calling in fights for Aster.
But if you had to guess, who would it be?
I mean, probably Red Panda, right? That's what I would.
Ricky hates Red Panda. That is insane.
That's what I would guess, but you don't know for sure. Like a lot of times when it comes to like team fighting and towards the late game, it's usually your carry that's actually making a lot of the decisions as well, because they know how strong they are. So it could be on Ulu or White Album as well. But I will say their fights have looked very shaky. And I think that's one of the reasons, that they ended up dropping to Dandelion in their first series. But that being said, Aster.A, it's a very good team. They definitely have what it takes to be a competitor here for that promotional spot. I think it is going to be very difficult for them to do that, but it's not impossible.
Alrighty then, let's get into this draft. It's of course game 1 between Shenzhen and Aster.A here at the China DPC lower division. And we're going to start things off with the Templar Assassin and the Hoodwink coming out for Aster.A. Meanwhile, Shenzhen, they're going to go with the Medusa and the Tusk. And I just want to say, thank God we have the DP and the Pangolin banned this time around, because I watched that last game. You don't ban Pango DP, you lose the game, basically. That was a questionable move.
You know what? I think you're a modern man, Nomad, and I think that you saw way too much DP in the previous season. You just wanted to see new things come out here. That's what I truly believe. You're trying to be a good host, but you want to embrace chaos.
I mean, both are true, though. Both are true. They're not mutually exclusive. DP is way too strong, but also I don't want to see her anymore. But, I mean, it's kind of a cool opening from Shenzhen, though, right? They've got the Tusk Medusa. What do you think the synergies are here, or why they've decided to rock out this duo?
Medusa's actually very strong at the moment, and it was picked up a lot inside the open qualifiers. I believe I was the only one here who was covering those. It was picked and banned, I think, almost every single match, and the win rate of it was extremely high. I don't remember it offhand, but I'm sure we have a mysterious statsman who could potentially pull it up sometime during the game.
Sure.
But yeah, pretty high win rate during the open qualifiers. So it's possible that Shenzhen were watching some of those games on the 7.31, and they're going to go back and do that. It just happens to come online around the same time the enemies wanted pushing the high ground. And the two things, the two major changes that happen in 7.31 is teams A play a little bit faster. Or sorry, there's three things. They play a little bit faster than they did in the previous patch. Turnaround towards the end of the game as far as kill streak goes, when one team is winning really hard, it's worth a little bit more gold, so there's a tiny bit more bounce back if you end up falling apart, and heroes struggle to farm the jungle a little bit more. Medusa does great at bouncing back and at farming the jungle. A lot of other people have started to struggle, but Medusa can still continue to do it pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, I'd actually kind of agree with that. There's
kind of.
I think part of it is like Medusa, like you said, I think a lot of it comes down to the jungle changes. She's one of the heroes that can still clear stacks. It's the reason we see TA being super valued as well. But the Medusa is very vulnerable to burst damage still, because she doesn't really get to like critical mass like we used to see out of this hero. So if you
are crazy, I hate you. What do you mean some burst damage on Medusa?
Dude,
whatever,
I'm telling you right now, the Medusas that I've seen lately, they don't end up getting to like this point in the game where they end up being like the most farmed, like unkillable carry. And the DK is probably one of the best heroes in the entire game at dealing with Medusa. And
Nomad, are you just gonna Nomad, help me out here, man. Talk some sense into this, man. Please, host.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure I agree that DK is one of the best heroes in the game about countering Medusa, but I'd love to hear your reasons as to why you believe that, Ricky.
So DK is super strong when it comes to like taking early objectives. So he starts taking away the map away from your Medusa.
Okay,
on top of that, he has probably one of the best single target initiation stuns in the game. So if you don't have a save, which you do have the Tusk Snowball right now, that is like your one like real way of keeping the Medusa alive. But he can solo kill pretty much any hero in the game once he gets to 15 minutes. He'll have Blink, he'll have the Shard, and at that point, every single hero is pretty much food for the DK. So you have to be very careful. He split pushes incredibly fast. He clears waves and cuts waves incredibly fast. And he's a very safe initiation.
Yeah, I'll give you that. The DK is pretty good at doing those things and taking the objectives, and Templar Assassin will play pretty quick. But look how hard this high ground is to breach right now. Tusk is going to allow you to, do well enough in the early game. Jakiro is impossible to push high ground against. Ember Spirit is incredibly difficult. It can split push waves and whatnot and cut. And then you have to deal with breaking high ground against Medusa as well. This is so difficult for Aster.A.
I mean, I agree fundamentally with that, but at the same time, breaking high ground isn't really a thing people care about anymore. You just keep them on the high ground and never actually go high ground and just farm the map. I mean, that seems to be okay, they're really doubling down on this. Hey, DK, you know how strong you are? Do you want to be even stronger, bro?
Would you like more strength?
Yeah, how about some
I mean,
more
that's
strength?
a pretty good hero pick here, especially against Jakiro, because he ends up dropping multiple debuffs off onto people, and so you get even more strength. You dispel off the debuffs. It's pretty sick.
That's definitely an interesting one. And, you know, all plans go out the window when there's 100 strength Dragon Knight flying at you at like 50 minutes into the game, setting you on fire. So I'm interested in this one for sure. I mean, so yeah, for me, it really comes down to, but the point you made about high ground defense definitely still applies to tower defense, right? You know, Jakiro, a Medusa, even an Ember Spirit, they can all defend the towers pretty well. And that's what's really important here. Basically, Aster.A, to me, it feels like they're saying, we're coming at you, bro. Better show us what you got. And Shenzhen, you know, they need to just hold out, get this Medusa to like 25 minutes where she's going to have some decent farm without being at too high of a deficit. And that's when we're going to see some fighting happen. But of course, you know, having said that, the lanes can always go heads up as well. So what are we thinking about these lanes so far?
I actually think Shenzhen's lanes are very good. So their lanes are pretty strong just with the, like, Medusa. She can sit far back in the lane. She's not really vulnerable to the Dragon Knight in terms of like kill threat, but she's not going to CS exceptionally well because Breathe Fire is such a pain to deal with. I think Aster.A just picks an aggressive off lane, honestly, and then put like DK mid or something. Nah, you still go DK off lane. You can't go mid. Not against the Ember. You gotta go.
You don't think it'll be like TA to the mid lane, DK to the safe lane? DK's been played in safe lane a couple of times, hasn't he?
Nah, I think you can still take DK to the off lane. Like, Breathe Fire is really good against Medusa, and you can just put TA in the safe lane against the Beastmaster, and then pick like a mid hero here that might be able to shut down the Ember. You could opt for... I mean, you could maybe go for a Storm Spirit. You have the instant blink stun from Walrus Punch eventually, which is kind of a nuisance, but I'm trying to think what else you could take here that might also take advantage of the Omni Knights.
I mean, I think that they just need more early game damage. The Omni Knight isn't going to be able to do a ton. The Templar Assassin, she does a lot of damage, but she needs a little bit to come online. I think you need something else to assist with your lanes to close out your draft here on Aster.A and find out what that's going to be pretty quickly here. Oh, Tiny. There we go. It's a hero that does a bunch of damage.
Very interesting. Okay, so it'll be Tiny on the safe lane, it'll be T in the mid, and it'll be old DK off lane is the way this is going to go. Okay, well, it's definitely something which kind of ticks the boxes, right? It's damage, it's something which works well with the Omni Knight, and it's something you can kind of just shove in that safe lane and generally do pretty well. So, guys, what are we thinking about these two drafts? It's kind of feels like Unstoppable Force versus Movable Object, but which one's going to budge?
I'll let Neff go first so I can disagree with him after.
You are the worst kind of person.
True
even though I want
synergy.
Aster.A to win, I think that Shenzhen has the better draft, and so I'm all in on Shenzhen, baby. Let's go.
All right.
I love it because I wanted to say I think Aster.A has the better draft.
Wrong.
So I'm going to go Ares here. Yeah.
All right. Good counter argument there, Neff. Yeah, I'm gonna probably say, I don't know. It's a difficult one, but I feel like when I see two teams which aren't necessarily performing at their best, which I think would be fair considering both of their last series, I'm always going to favor the one which has the safer win condition, which I believe is probably in the Medusa. Feels a little bit greedy to me on Shenzhen. If they're starting to struggle for space on the map, sorry, on Aster.A, then I think they could be in a little bit of trouble. So yeah, I'm putting my chips on the Medusa. Neff, Ricky, enjoy the game. You know, hopefully it's going to be a nice juicy cast for the both of you. And so you get started into game number 1.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Nomad. I'm really excited for the mysterious stats man that like sometimes shows up in the middle of the games. I don't really know who that is, but
I think he's a dangerous vigilante.
He's one of my favorite, side characters for sure.
I love you.
They bought the Into the Breach chat line. You bought the Lava chat line? Dude, Aster.A is so giving. Look at them single-handedly supporting the entire Dota scene here.
I have yet to buy a single supporter pack.
You didn't buy the ones I made?
No.
What the hell, man?
What?
You were the worst friend. Nomad's right. There is no synergy here.
Oh, it's fine.
I gave you the lines before they came out as well. I'm like, Ricky, what do you think of these ones? And you didn't really comment on that back then either.
That's a gaslight.
I really don't think you care about me that much, Ricky.
It's all right. It's fine. I do. I care about your well-being.
I feel like you're not watering the flower that is our relationship here, Ricky.
Wait, you got a flower?
I think we cast the game.
Okay. Shenzhen versus Ares, game number 1. Should be a lot of fun. Again, like we said, a very important series here. This will probably divide the upper and lower half of the teams, as they're both stuck right in the middle at 0 and 1. They've played some pretty tough opponents up to this point. Neff and Nomad, they're thinking the Medusa is the safe in the safe lane here is going to be, that win condition for Shenzhen. I agree. I think that is absolutely the win condition.
Yeah, but I think Neff was pretty correct about that one as well.
Nice. No, you guys are. Yeah, I mean, you are correct. That is absolutely the win condition for Shenzhen here. They've got their work cut out for them on whether or not they can get to that point. So we'll see what happens. Ares definitely more on a little bit of a timer, but I think DK. I see this hero. I think it's pretty good. I see DK. I vote DK. I'm a simple man,
Yeah. I mean, there is decent kill potential down here in the bottom lane. I think it comes down to whether or not Jakiro extends too far forward. Medusa is obviously going to be playing as safe as possible down in the bottom lane. The Dragon Knight and the Hoodwink down here with the double stun is going to be a little bit of a problem. When this was run in open qualifiers, it's usually run with a defensive hero, such as, an Abaddon and... What's the other one? I think it was Abaddon and Shadow Demon that was run quite a bit with that Medusa. But now it's a hero that kind of clicks the enemies back a little bit rather than keeping Medusa alive. So they've got a little bit more kill potential here. Of course, you have to gap the distance with this Dragon Knight. It looked like he went for level 1 Breathe Fire in order to CS and prevent the Medusa from CSing down here as well. Fun fact about...
sense.
Go ahead.
I would say it makes sense because a lot of times you use Dragon Tail to stun the enemy hero and then go for denies. It's not as easy against a Medusa. So just going the Breathe Fire, reducing her damage by that 25%, and then using it to secure range creep is usually going to just be the better option in this lane.
Yeah, but fun fact about Breathe Fire. Do you know it is one of the few abilities in the game that reduces the total attack damage of heroes? Mm-hmm. Meaning it will reduce the damage from things like Refraction or things like Divine Rapier.
Yep, it's not bonus damage. It is flat damage reduction.
Yep. So most things are just based on the base damage reduction. This is all damage reduction ability.
It's so wild, too, because he has a level 10 talent of 30% more reduction.
Mm-hmm.
And I see people skip it sometimes and just go for the 15 damage. And 15 damage is very good early. But late game, that extra 30% damage reduction is very good.
Well, it depends who you're playing against. And when you're playing against a hero like Medusa, you don't want to spam out your Breathe Fire off onto her. Again, reducing your damage by 55% is going to be absolutely massive. Mm-hmm. It ends up lasting 11 seconds as well. So unless she's got a Dispel, she's going to be doing a lot less in fights.
Yeah,
up in the top
you already
lane.
Do less damage with Split Shot too, right? You have a little bit of, damage reduction on your own ability.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're talking about top lane, Panda, able to get out for the moment. It's not an easy lane into the Beastmaster, that is for sure. This is the one lane that I think Ares is going to struggle in. Their other two lanes should go fairly well, though.
Yeah. He's got Hammer of Purity at level 1, and unfortunately he's not too great at trading with the enemies with this one.
Yeah, not really. Tusk Beastmaster, very strong.
Yep. I haven't seen enough Omniarch to really know how good that one is. Back
Hammer
down
of Purity?
Yeah.
I think this is what a lot of people are doing. They just go Hammer of Purity 1. It's a slow, it's pure damage. It allows you to just click people because Omniarch has great base stats. He does actually right-click heroes for a pretty good amount of damage, has 4 armor and stuff. But yeah, it's not going too great because of the good old boards in the lane.
Yeah, they've got no way to clear those just yet. I mean, eventually Ulu will be able to clear them out with an avalanche, hit with tree throw and then tossing the tree off onto the boars. But for now, not so easy.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious to see how this Tiny is going to do. If he gets off to a decent start, I think he's going to really be the catalyst for Aster.A taking this game. Because if he gets a decent timed like Silver Edge, Shard, and a Shadow Blade along, or you could go Blink Dagger this game actually to follow up with the DK. But either way, once he gets those damage items, they can really start to put the pressure on the Medusa, and they have plenty of damage to chew through the mana shield. So
yeah, it's very likely going to be a Blink Dagger this game, as you have a Templar Assassin on your team. But Red Panda run down here. Andy's finished off in short order, and Ulu's forced to walk away.
Yeah, that's kind of expected. Like this Omni Knight doesn't really do a whole lot against these like brawler melee heroes. He kind of just wants to like sit behind allies and.
Yeah, once you're on top of him with tag team, I mean, he's basically dead. He could maybe save Tiny, but he actually didn't go any points into Heavenly Grace at level 2. You think he'll go 1-1-1? I think he will.
No, I don't think so. I think he's gonna max Purification here. Like there's nothing really to dispel with Heavenly Grace, and Red Panda, came back to the lane just to die.
Why did you even come back, says Ricky? It's kind of toxic in my opinion, but
that's like when you ping your support. Hey man, like if you want to just like go to another lane and gank, like that's fine.
This is a professional player. This man was on Elephant.
No, I'm kidding. I think one of those things that I think he's concentrating too much on trying to kill the boar. Like he basically came back to lane, ran at the boar, and ended up backfiring.
Yeah, you are absolutely correct about that one. Saw his opportunity to clear out the boar. They'd have the advantage in lane, so dropped his spells off, and that went too far forward. And I think if he had Heavenly Grace, he would have been tanky enough to survive that one, but did end up going Purification at level 2, so the punish was there, and like we mentioned, the reason he died before that was because he walked up into the tag team. Speaking of tag team, mid lane.
Nicely done. They find the TA, Hara here as well. And this is what you want to see out of your supports. The 4-minute runes come through, they make the rotation, and they're here for the 5-minute catapult wave. Most likely they'll come back. But yeah, this is really, really, really smart.
Yeah. It is. Unfortunately, I'm not sure any team is going to be able to take too much of an advantage over the catapults. Maybe Dragon Knight if he was closer to level 6, but this is an off-lane DK. In fact, he's in absolutely no danger down here. If it's just the Jakira, the Medusa, like, it's just going to be both of them farming.
DK is just going to chill. He'll finish the Bracer, Treads, go into the Soul Ring, and at that point, he should be level 6. And he will slowly take your tower.
Mid lane's where more action is happening. Templar Assassin getting gone on again.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they need to do. And exactly as expected. 5 minutes are here. The support's still in the mid lane. Red Panda a little bit slow on that TP, and TA dying back, basically having to do the Walk of Shame back to the mid lane. So, yeah, your game is very, very, very hard now.
Yeah. And we're probably going to see more action here in the mid lane as 6 minutes rolling around, Templar Assassin respawning. These teams going to try to contest the power rune. So, but Wink walking over to the bottom rune, but quickly turns around.
Yeah.
Realizes she wants no part of that. But the top lane instead, Tiny getting gone on by the Beastmaster, ended up dropping that roar onto him and the Centaur Stomp.
Yeah, that was the Helm Dom reveal there. Very well done by Dome.
Yeah. Man, I really want to see the Ogre Smasher with the Primal Roar. They're both, it's like a 3-second wind-up for it. I mean, it's a lot less effective than a Centaur. And don't get me wrong, like significantly worse stun ability. But does a little bit more damage and is very funny. And that's what I'm all about.
It is definitely very funny. Well, top lane catapult into the tower kill right away. It doesn't get better than that. Like this is the best possible scenario here for Shenzhen. It is, 7 minutes into the game. Top net worth is the Beastmaster and the Ember Spirit. They've already taken your tier 1 tower, eliminating parts of the map that Ulu can safely farm. Yeah, this Beastmaster pick is sick.
Yeah. So, and I didn't think they'd be able to take advantage of that catapult. I think they'd quickly be able to clear out waves, but the hero that they put up there in order to stop that would be the DK, but he's just doing his own thing in the bottom lane. He's a long time from coming online. He wants to finish this Blink Dagger first.
Yeah, DK is just going to farm and slowly push the tower. That's his goal here. Like, he just needs to get the tower, but because of how much pressure they're putting on the map right now, Shenzhen's now turning their attention to the mid-tier 1. And they should be able to get this. Like, they don't really have a good way of stopping this Beastmaster, and they actually go right onto the Omni Knight. He's stuck inside the Ice Shards. A killing spree now for Ashe on the Ember Spirit. And yeah, Aster.A, they're starting to crumble, man. 6-0.
Yeah, you'd be very foolish to predict Aster.A coming out on top with this draft.
That is true.
It's a good thing I don't know anybody like that.
Yeah.
You either?
No, I honestly wouldn't know.
Yeah. Only a 1K net worth advantage, despite the fact they've taken the mid tower, the top tower.
God.
So Aster.A is doing reasonably well. And Templar Assassin, I mean, she's far enough stacked Ancients at the moment.
I was gonna say if they scouted this, if they were just here, if they had walked up into the high ground, this TA's game becomes so rough because she probably dies and loses the Ancient stack. But able to farm it up, recovers a lot of gold, gets all the jungle items. Very happy about that one.
Ember Spirit forced to run away from the Dragon Knight.
He's got a regen though.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Dragon Form not doing any real damage to the tower thanks to the Ember Spirit coming bottom. So really good play there from Ash, making sure that, you know, they keep this tower alive for at least another minute before the Dragon Form comes up.
Yeah, but it's something that Lizard and Black were talking about a lot, is Dragon Knight's gotten a little bit more popular this patch. If you can waste this Elder Dragon form and stop him from pushing with it, you're doing a good job of dealing with the DK.
Absolutely. He's still the most farmed on his team, but like you said, there's still a little bit of a net worth advantage for Shenzhen. It's mostly just the Beastmaster at this point who's really pulling ahead.
Yeah. Take a look at status of Tiny. I mean, he's the number one thing that holds him back is the shard, but we can see, I wouldn't have noticed this, but his Herber didn't highlight over to him, but he ended up, he has a Midas queued up. We are going to look over here to the smoke gank coming out. They're finally going to invade the triangle, but they're doing this one a little bit late. You pointed out it would have been great if they did this after taking the tier 1 mid.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to see, oh, there's no Ancient stacks. Oh, I guess they're just not stacking, right? You're a little bit late there. TK is going to walk right into a roar. Gets a nice bushwhack off, but I don't think you're escaping here on the squirrel.
Yeah. He managed to find that one. But it's Tusk at level 6 now, so he does have his ultimate to work with.
We did roar a support, so I guess that is somewhat of a silver lining for the side of Aster.A, knowing that that's on cooldown. But yeah, not ideal for sure.
Yeah. On the other side of the map, Red Panda, they use that multi-hero rotation as an opportunity to move into the triangle on the Radiant side and drops 2 sentry wards on both the large camp and the Ancients there. So trying to slow down this Medusa's farm. Some nice moves there out of the Red Panda.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if TA tries to make it across the map to try and farm that Ancient stack, but I think that might just be too greedy, right? A little bit too scary.
Yeah. A nice find there. Gets himself a bounty rune. Always use those trusty shovels, everybody. Practically losing gold if you don't. Go ahead.
Nothing.
Wasn't important?
Yeah, I was literally just thinking out loud.
Yeah, you know what is going to be important? The huge plays that Shenzhen are about to make. I can't believe Into the Breach managed to get themselves an anime line.
Oh, wait, did they? I don't know.
Yeah, they have Tuturu. No? Steins Gate?
Nope. Hara caught in the triangle and sniped by TK.
Alright. They're on the board!
They're on the board. 7-1.
Is coming back into it. And, you know, it's still only a 1K net worth advantage. It hasn't changed in the last couple of minutes, so they're doing a decent job keeping up in farm. And I don't know, I guess the core's net worths are pretty similar. It's just the Beastmaster is pretty far ahead of everybody else. And, you know, once he gets to Humble Overlord, it is going to be an issue, but they've got ways of dealing with this. Templar Assassin is going to be able to tear through those creeps pretty quickly.
He's got the Vlads done as well. He is super close to the Home of the Overlord.
I mean, it's an expensive recipe, unfortunately.
Yeah, rightfully so.
Yes. If you get yourself an ancient creep with all that bonus armor and damage early on, it would be ridiculous. But Beastmaster has had an excellent game. 4-0 right now. 24 CS.
Oh my gosh,
we owe this a lot to the Tusk.
Wait, what? I didn't realize the rally damage works with your boars too.
It stacks with all creeps around you, and it stacks infinitely.
Oh, very cool. Oh, Blink Dragon Tail out. They catch Tusk and a second snipe from TK. Op main for sure. All kills belong to the Hoodwink.
Honestly, you're better off losing the Tusk than you are the Beastmaster, but they have doubled their kill count now on the side of Aster.A. It's impressive stuff.
100% increase in kills, pretty good. Meanwhile, tier 1 tower bottom finally going to fall here to the side of Aster.A. took them, 13 minutes nearly, which is incredibly slow considering the situation. And they do find Ulu in the jungle here, and that is pretty big. Ooh, Avalanche comes out. He might survive. Ash, Sleight of Fist in one. Red Panda is here, but he's actually out of mana. Finally gets the stick cost, and Ulu will survive. And now Ash out of mana himself. Big 5-year-old Sleight of Fist, but he's dead. That's a big one.
He is dead. I ended up going way too far forward there. Nice reactions. Omni Knight coming in with the clutch save as well. It's gotten 4 points purification and did end up topping up Ulu there as he was getting run at. I looked at Ulu and I laughed. I saw this hand of Midas and I thought this guy was a complete joke. He had no idea what he's doing, but he's the brilliant one. He's managing to make it work. He's getting the extra attack speed. He's going to have the Aghanim Shard at the 15-minute mark at the rate that he's going at. All is going according to Ulu's plan. We live in Ulu's world.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a Hand of Midas and a casual Blitz Knuckle, so he's going to turn that into a Shadow Blade almost guaranteed, right? That does turn into Shadow Blade still, right? Yeah, it does. Okay.
Ricky laughs nervously.
Yeah, so he's going to go into a Shadow Blade after that. Just ignore the silver or the Echo Saber that people are tending to go.
Yeah. Are you a quarterstaff Lothar's Edge man?
Are you talking about like Dota 1 names? Is that what?
And recipes.
I mean, it's just like these. I feel like these recipes have changed so much over the last like year that it's just
they change regularly. My least favorite update was when they took the attack speed away from the Shadow Amulet.
Yeah, that was super weird.
Well, I think people realized that Glimmer Cape was just too good, and people were starting to build it on cores. It was actually insane on release. They just didn't have a mana cost.
They actually knew that they were coming to this top side of the map and just dropped a sentry to scout for that.
Yeah.
Bird.
So the lack of information that the bird provides is going to make it that much more difficult to push, and now they're managing to stall this one out. Templar Assassin and Tiny are farming in the meantime, and given the fact that this Tiny ended up building a Midas, they obviously don't want to fight you.
Good placement on this Hawk, though. Will scout any TPs that come through, and it's still going to be able to see the Hoodwink in the trees. Ember Spirit going to go for the slight change, finds her, and that's going to be the Chain Suns coming through. TK will fall first. The question is, can they get Ash? He's going to be able to remnant away for the moment. They bring every single hero here on Aster.A and get nothing for it. So far, a pretty big win for Shenzhen. Ulu with that Shadow Blade is going to find Drink, drops the sentry, but not in time. This time he's going to find the trade there. Now, Blink Dragon Tail out from this Dragon Knight, able to hold the Beastmaster in place, but a lot of damage going back the other way. There's going to be that Guardian Angel. Stone Gaze comes through, but they're doing no damage.
Yeah, and I think they're just kind of using this Stone Gaze in order to disengage. I mean, the Guardian Angel comes out as well. It's time for them to leave. End up losing the big creepers. He lost 252 gold from that one. Hold on. The damage? Whoa. Okay. The damage, neutral creeps now scale with how much gold they give you. It goes up now. It included the Helm of the Overlord gold.
Wait, Ember Spirit, Blink Dragon Tail, dead. Sharpshooter catches a nearby Tusk. He's slowed up for the moment, but no stun for another second here on the Dragon Knight, but he gets in range thanks to the Avalanche, and Tusk now dead. Man, I would have been a fool if I said it. Shenzhen was going to be in a good position this game.
Or a fool if they said they got nothing out of that, or Aster.A's got nothing out of that push in the top lane moments ago. Only an awful caster would say something like that. But now it looks like they're going to be able to take this mid tower.
Yeah, they're doing pretty good. Nice Ice Path there from Jakiro. But yeah, you've got this Omni Knight. There's going to be the Shard delivery onto the Dragon Knight. He's got everything he needs to stop these wave pushes now.
Yep.
So
they try to position themselves at the mid tower, but everybody back up, and they're not going to be able to continue with that one. And, Dragon Form on cooldown. It's going to be back up in another 5 seconds. It looks like he wants to stick around. Templar Assassin's still pretty far away from the BKB, and again, Tiny does not have his Aghanim Shard yet. He had 17 minutes in the game. He ended up going for the Shadow Blade first, so knew that he had to fight the enemies. He is buying it now.
Yeah, it's coming on Courier.
Yeah. Next thing he gets, and then Satanic after that one. While Shenzhen.
Very interesting build, yeah. Not something I see all that often, but into the Roshan they go. They do have the ward advantage here on the side of Aster Ares. They will scout that with the shards and be able to finish off that ward. So Nicely done. They've got to get their way into the Roche pit soon. I feel like Shenzhen's Roche potential is not very fast. They do find the Omni Knight, though, as he's able to get the Heavenly Grace off and just Walrus punch down. So that's a big way to start the fight. Buyback is available if he wants to use it, but Tiny is still farming on the side. Okay, he's kind of walking back and forth thinking maybe I should show up for this, but looks like they're just going to let this go.
I think they might. I'm not sure. Like, they're positioning like they want to be able to take some sort of objective off of this one, but it looks like they're not going to be able to get anything. DK is very unsure about what he wants to do, but they do end up giving up the Rojan.
They find the Ember. Avalanche does come out in time, plus the Bushwhack, so they get themselves a consolation kill, but Tiny is now stuck in place. The Roar to follow, and Ulu in the wrong neighborhood as they trade 1 for 1. Ends up being a Roshan as well, so Shenzhen feeling very good about that one.
Yep. Dragon Knight obviously unsure about what he wanted to do in that last engagement. He popped his dragon form, and he could have dropped Fireball into the pit, and that would, I think, prevent them being able to take it. It would clear out the creeps, it would zone them out, it would buy them a little bit more time. Looks like you don't want to commit mid onto the Jakiro. But yeah, he didn't end up committing either for the tier 1 tower that he popped his dragon form for, or moving into the pit to drop a fireball and zone them out there. So Aster.A, I think communication is a little bit off on the team. At least that's the impression I got based on some of their movements there.
I'm telling you, man, that's exactly what I noticed in their last series. It's the same thing. It feels like they're running into the same issues they had last season.
Mm-hmm.
But Templar Assassin is pretty high up there in net worth. She's not very far behind the Medusa. So in terms of net worth, Aster.A are actually in the lead, despite, you know, kind of that botched fight there around the Roche pit and giving up the Roche. But the question is if they can keep that advantage going. And honestly, the tiny TA cores, I think they can.
Yeah, and the fact that Templar hasn't picked up the Blink Dagger is a sign that she wants to play aggressive, not defensive. She would have gone to BKB if she planned on playing by her towers, but instead they're going to be looking for kills around the map. So they realize this is their time. It's that sweet spot that we hear, you know, Lizard and Black talk about so often, where the enemies, this Medusa is just a little bit away from her Eye of Scotty. You have, and that's like her biggest activation point. And everyone on the side of Aster.A has just recently completed some of their items. So you want to be making plays around the map right now when Medusa is just about to hit like a huge power spike.
She gets the tower there, has the Grove Bow, Dragon Lance, so sitting outside tower range. Very cool. I'm actually worried about Ulu's build. I don't think Satanic's the item. I am very worried that he is going to finish that because
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It doesn't feel like enough damage, but maybe he's going to rely on the TA to do the damage in this game, and he just needs to survive.
That is going to be the case. I mean, when Templar Assassin is like actually the person playing the position 1.
This smoke, Blink Dragon Tail onto Drink. Super dead. No save, as we talked about. Tusk is the only one that can really do it, so if you take him out first, that does make your team fight a little bit easier here for Ares. And they will grab the tower. They can honestly look for more. They've got the Blink Dragon Tail. They're going to do it as they grab the Medusa, but they will not continue the chase there as they just bushwhack up that Beastmaster. Wow, that is a weird and difficult sentence to say.
You know, you did your best, Ricky, and I'm proud of you. That's all that matters. But they realized that going on the Medusa is like the worst thing they could do. She still got the Aegis for another 2 minutes. I think the Dragon Knight briefly forgot. But if they go on her, she goes down, comes back up again, and they've like committed themselves pretty hard, and they can hold them in place at that point. They definitely lose that team fight due to the Aegis. So they'll come back another minute and a half when that one's expired. But by then, this Medusa will have the Eye of Scotty, and then the game gets a little bit more difficult.
Yeah. I think if they didn't have the Aegis, I think they would fully commit there. But you're right. The second life on the Medusa would be too much for them to deal with. They will grab the outpost top lane. Very nice. Yeah. Medusa is almost at the Eye of Scotty. She's very close.
Yeah. And only 1 minute away from his Aegis expiring, so again, time is going to line up pretty nicely. He managed to take some objectives in this time, though, so they have a little bit more control of the map than they did previously inside of Aster.A. So, considering that the game started off like 6-0, they were down 2 towers. They've done a decent job of bringing it back.
Yeah. There it is. Scotty finished up on Kaiko.
But she's got the Dragon Lance and the Gropo, so she's just going to be able to hit towers from outside the range here. You're hitting these drums of endurance. I'm sure he's going to be building bongo boots eventually. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, I think they'll either try to box you in your base or walk up the high ground here. I wouldn't be too surprised if they tried to walk up the high ground. They're going to force Shenzhen to get back, and at that point they might back up. But this Black Dragon's going to be able to tank this tower, and Medusa could sit outside tower range if she wanted to, but instead she just goes for higher DPS on the tower. They've already used their Fortify. They know this is on cooldown.
Yeah, Aegis reclaimed, so they do have this to work with, but the Tusk Illusion, they're actually breaking this blink. They could maybe go in with the Dragon Tail, but the follow-up damage just isn't there at the moment. Tiny did not make it back in time, so they will just essentially trade a tier 2 and a tier 3 for a tier 2. They did manage to take the top tier 2 tower here, but overall a really good push there from Shenzhen as they now expose that lane of barracks.
So again, both outposts are available to claim on either team at this point, but obviously that did favor Shenzhen quite a bit.
So TA is not opting to go for a BKB, now has a Chrysalis going for the Hurricane Pike.
I don't know if she's going for the Hurricane Pike. I guess she just wants to be able to get out of all these units if people come up on her.
As well.
Yeah, that's got to be it. Doesn't want to get locked down in place. I think is a little bit worried that the enemies are going to be taking it to your high ground again in just a moment here. And they're smoked up. They're looking for a fight, man.
They may find it. Ulu has a DD rune, though. It is not an easy kill. They need to be very careful. But Ulu, he walks under a Hawk. They will catch him for the moment. He knows he's vulnerable now. Drops the Avalanche behind him just for safekeeping, but gets the Shadow Blade off. Red Panda up on the high ground. Will be able to dispel him. Okay, by Tusk. Just two-shot instantly, and now Shenzhen thinking about maybe backing this time around. The DK trying to close the gap here as well. They even force staff him forward. Dragon Knight comes in, gets the blink off, but instantly stunned up instead. Has the BKB. Remember, Cape's gonna be enough to buy him some space to buy back from the Tusk. They will try and get their distance. They don't know about this ward, man. It has been here for so long, and it has given Shenzhen so much information.
Yeah, and just outside of that Shrine True site as well. So dropping sentries all around it. I'm sure they know it's somewhere, but it's got to be pretty frustrating. Tiny backs away at the perfect time, but yeah, they try to take that team fight there on Shenzhen. Tusk blown up, bites back to the game. One thing that was super sick though is how quickly that Mantis Dog got off on the Medusa.
They're going to go in and fight Red Panda here. He does have the Guardian Angel, but I don't think he's going to opt to use it. He'll just give that one up. They do get the ward position now here on the side of Shenzhen, which is really important. They'll retake the outpost as well. So really good pick off. Getting something out of that Tusk buyback for sure.
Mid tier 2 is taken, and again, they're going to probably just try to walk up the high ground. It is so annoying fighting into this Dragon Knight, man. It clears out the creep wave so quickly between Breathe Fire and Fireball. But now they're taking advantage of this Gropo and the Dragon Lance, killing this tower from so far away. I don't want to go any further into the base for these Raxes, though. They're worried about them turning it around on them.
Yeah, if they actually have to step up onto the high ground, I think you're in a lot of trouble because you're in range of the Dragon Knight at that point. And TA can hit you from pretty far away as well. So it becomes a little scary.
Did they scout Roche with the Hawk, or are they walking over into it to scout it now?
They're going to check right now.
Yeah, Tatsu's going to check. Yeah, it respawned like almost instantly. I saw it was like a couple seconds up when they initially started pushing the high ground, but I didn't see like the actual respawn timer on it.
I think they're going to smoke themselves. They do exactly that. They're kind of pinging around the Roshan pit. Question is, will they know? As Shenzhen's actually backing up, I think, to smoke as well. So, which team's going to find the other? It's heading up into the triangle. They do have the ward already placed here on the side of Shenzhen. It's going to get the BKB off in time. He does not. Stunned up instead. Will get saved, but the roar comes through as well. There's going to be the Guardian Angel, but Ember Spirit on the backside just gets destroyed. Dragon Knight needs to get his way outside of the fight. It's just going to be on the back of the Glimmer Clape. Okay, a 1-for-0. Pretty much everything expelled, and they can just go right back in as the DK, he's got that Dragon Tail. Ember's gonna buy back into the fight. Ulu way out of position. He does have the Satanic, gonna pop that, try to keep himself alive, but not gonna be able to do it as the Ghost Scepter comes through from the Tusk. Drink might be dying back here, tries to get away, but the Acorn shot to finish him off. BK will just be able to TP home though.
Yeah, Ember Spirit not in position to get in there with a Slate Chains in order to cancel that TP. So they get out, but with Tiny dead for 55 seconds, they're going to move into the Roche Pit now. Honestly, Aster.A took that fight really well. The only, like, that would have gone better for them too if the Dragon Knight didn't walk in the Medusa, and the Medusa obviously popping the Manta style. The Dragon Tail came out onto one of the Manta illusions. He tried to just guess it and then turn out of there. We end up catching something.
They've got the TA. She gets 4 staff up to the high ground. Nice 2-hero stun. And from the Hoodwink. But they got to get out. Medusa, too tanky. You don't have the damage from the Tiny, and they don't have the Dragon form either. It's about 30 seconds off cooldown, or on cooldown.
Yeah. I mean, if they could, they're going to do their best to try to stall this one out. They need another 17 seconds for Tiny, but by then, Aegis is going to go the way of Shenzhen, and pushing this high ground becomes so much easier once the Medusa has an Aegis to work with.
Oh, TA's in. She Hurricane Pikes herself out. Ash continuing the chase here, and yeah, it ain't going to work. That
Nice
ain't
try.
gonna work.
They just end up dropping the roar onto her. Trying to get the TP out. It was a valiant effort, man. But you make the game a little bit more difficult once again with that one. Ignitum Shard, Medusa's gonna take that one, pop it. She's got the Butterfly to work with now as well. And they've got no True Strike. No Orchid available. The Templar Assassin currently working on the MKB, but they're a little ways off of that one, and I see no reason for them not to just try to walk up the high ground here. You don't want to wait for this MKB. You want to close this out now with this Aegis, or at least take a set of racks or two.
Dude, Ares is just allergic to BKBs, I guess. Like, the Ulu's build, I feel like, is just so not good. Like, this Satanic hasn't done anything for him this game. Like, he doesn't actually get to attack any heroes. Like, unless he gets the jump on someone out of Shadowblade, he's not doing anything.
I mean, takes you up. It's a Dispel. Feels pretty good, but, you know, BKB is also a Dispel.
He's playing into Jakiro and Ember, Tusk. Like, these, like, all these heroes have range slows or ways to root you in place. You just need to BKB. You just plant this Medusa up on the high ground here, of course. Feeling pretty good. Oh, there's a toss back. That's a pretty good place to be. The question is, can they kill her twice? Her mana pool now done. First life gonna fall. You're gonna have to get the toss back once again. Ulu will be ready for this. The question is, can they get her out? Beautiful snowball in from Drink, plus Stone Gaze as well. Guardian Angel is there. BKB comes out from the Dragon Knight. They've managed to keep their building alive, but they need to save it. It's just on a sliver of HP. Nice 2-hero. I mean, a Dragon Tail as well, but the Roar does come through, holding Ulu in place. The TA tried to do what she can, but Ulu just can't do enough. And now Dragon Knight on the run. Kaiko just sitting on so much health, and mana still another great bushwhack onto the Jakiro. The toss, he's able to keep himself alive for the moment, but does end up falling. And Dragon Knight gonna join him. The Dragon Tail does not connect onto the Medusa.
Yeah, and the Medusa is just way too tanky. Again, you need an MKB in order to burst her down. You don't have the magical damage. You can't get through her at the moment, and they knew that on the side of Shenzhen. That's why they decided to push. The only reason they did as well as they did in that last team fight is this Hoodwink ended up getting off so many beautiful bushwhacks. But, you know, they did get the pretty sick toss back on the Medusa. They tried to line up a second time, but against a team like Shenzhen, you know, they know exactly what you had in mind there. That's why they had the Tusk up prepared. As soon as the Medusa was going to come back up with that, they come in with the Snowball and the Walrus Punch. They throw down the Ice Path. They say, you're not getting away with that a second time.
I mean, if Ulu had BKB, they do. That's the thing, right? Like, if he has BKB, they actually just toss her behind the fountain. Like, or behind the Ancient.
Behind the
like,
tier 4s.
Yeah, behind the tier 4s again. Like, they absolutely could have done it, but I don't know. I feel like this comes back to itemization. This Tiny does not feel like a carry this game, and I guess you can say, well, the TA is playing the carry role, but I don't know. Feels a little weak. Smoke up from Shenzhen. They want to continue fighting, and I don't blame them. Red Panda is going to get scouted thanks to the gem there from Ash. Tries to TP home, but it's not going to be here. 50 seconds, does have buyback. But another great pickoff for Shenzhen as they're now just going to continue their push into the enemy base.
Yeah, it's still not enough money for an MKB on this Templar Assassin. She's like 500 gold off at the moment still. So you gotta try to buy a lot of the components right now at the secret shop, but they can't fight into this Medusa without it.
Alright, she's just gonna get the melee barracks with ease. Her intention melee. They're just going to give this up, I think. They're going to buy back on Red Panda? Okay. So TA does have the MKB now, so a very big pickup. Will be able to potentially kill this Medusa. They do have Ward Sentry up on the high ground. Ulu comes right in. They managed to find the Tusk, and very good pick off. Takes the wards down as well, so they do have the vision advantage. Stone Gaze already used. They're going to continue the chase here. If the DK can get his hand on someone, it will be big. Smoke up. They want to continue the chase. Force that from Kaiko.
They're pretty deep in now, and Tusk, again, he could buy back TP to the tier 2 of the Shrine if they wanted to fight there. And again, Aster.A is not excited to take a fight so close to the enemy's DP point, so they now back up as well. And they end up losing the mid-racks creeps while all that went down. Oh no.
Ranged creep, you know, now going to also be stronger. You do have the AC coming out soon from Tiny, which is going to help quite a bit. It will be a huge damage increase for this hero as well, you know, stacking with the Meld and Deso from the TA. He did find a Titan Sliver, so I mean, Tiny did get the best possible jungle items, and with the Omni Knight, this hero will be incredibly tanky in these fights. So they do have to commit a lot to actually bringing down Ulu, and that's seeming like to be his game plan here.
If it's Kaikyo, then he doesn't have to commit anything. He just sits in the middle of the team fight, auto attacks, and anyone who approaches the Medusa ends up taking damage as well. But you know, outside of that, yeah, they do have to commit a lot of resources, which is kind of unfortunate. But they've got the MKB completed on the TA, and that was one of the major things they need in order to defend. But they've ended up losing both the racks is mid, the range racks, the bottom line, so that's going to start to push in naturally now. The map feels very small, and they always need to respond to these waves pushing in, and it gives up a lot of information to Shenzhen as well. The moment that waves start to push in, there aren't heroes farming them out with these super creeps. They're going to know exactly what areas are up to.
And they're looking to go the high ground once again. Question is, ooh, beautiful dodge there on the Bushwhack. Disarm onto the Medusa. The Breathe Fire does come through, and again, he does have the damage reduction, so the Medusa minus 103 damage when she has the Breathe Fire on her. Plus split
they need
shot.
a way to dispel that. We're talking about that to the, you know, the laning stage of the game, but Fortify actually came out late there from the side of Radiant. The Tiny ended up clearing through the tier 2 in the bottom lane, so they waste the Fortify and they don't slow down the Tiny at all, and they're forced to back up. So small victories for the side of Aster.A, but Shenzhen now complete the BKB on Medusa.
Any small victory is a good one for them. They definitely need it. The BKB on the Medusa is pretty huge. It's still not a guarantee, though, because Blink Dragon Tail is so fast, you're probably not going to be able to dodge it.
Listen, that's just for the Breathe Fire.
Yeah, it might honestly just be for Breathe Fire. Like, it is no joke. They're smoked up on Ares, going for the wraparound. They are scouting for the moment. Oh, they actually found the real Medusa. Wait, what?
That was a decoy.
I know, the decoy found the real Medusa, and then they just don't go.
I mean...
Okay. Well, they're just going to
she's
clear
got
out
the
mid-wave, I
BKB
guess.
now.
And now they're going to go back. I thought they were going for the wraparound play. I thought that was it, but...
I mean, it's not an easy hero to commit on, this Medusa. You have to keep that in mind. Especially with the BKB.
I mean, Dragon Knight? I mean, they just don't want to go out of the base, it seems. And maybe they're farming for something. TA's almost to a Daedalus, so maybe that's what they're waiting for, is just this one last big damage item here for the TA. They can, like, indefinitely slow down this push because of the Dragon Knight, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they can indefinitely slow down the push, but the Daedalus is a pretty big deal, being able to blow up this Medusa just that much faster. She's got the gold for it now.
Oh yeah, she does have it now, you're right.
Yeah, but she doesn't have the money for buyback as well, and she might try to get that.
I mean, if I'm the Medusa here, or if I'm the TA here, like, I think I actually just buy out the Daedalus. Like, I know it's not like the best decision a lot of times, but you can't just like lose your last lane of barracks here.
I mean, she did this with the MKB. She ended up selling her bottle in order to buy that and bought out for it. I think the damage increase that you get from the Daedalus versus like damage increase that she got from the MKB isn't as worth it.
Almost level 25 as well on TA, so those extra refraction instances, I mean, maybe you actually go Meld Bash this game, because refraction does not do a whole lot for you.
Ember Spirit clears through it pretty quickly, but if you have the 1v1 fight with the Medusa, I don't know, if she got Manta on you, that's not great.
Oh, they found the Dragon Knight. He's going to get dispelled for the moment. The Dragon Tail doesn't even get a chance to come through. He's got a BKB, just gets force-staffed out for the moment. Trying to get DK up onto the high ground, but the Ember is here. Slight searing change, a second force-staff DK. He doesn't want to press the BKB, but he's going to have to. Guardian Angel does come through. Double bushwhack. There's going to be the Stone Gaze as well. Tusk takes a lot of damage there, but they will make it back into the base. They tried their best to not expend the BKB, but they had to at the end of the day. This is so weird to me. Like, they just spent so long, like, not wanting to take a fight outside the base, and when TA's not there, they go for it. Like, it just seems so strange. Roshan number 3 is up, though.
Yeah, I mean, Ember wasn't really that close either. All right, looks like they're about to fight into them again, but no GA this time.
Toss back. She's going to be able to BKB, and she's right into the center of the enemy team. They're holding Tiny in place, and he is super dead. Doesn't get a chance to attack a single time.
Yeah, you forced the BKB there on the Medusa, but that is exactly where she wanted to be. She separated the Tiny from the rest of the team. They couldn't do anything because they didn't have Guardian Angel available. These last couple of fights, it's just been GA countered by the Stone Gaze. Oh no!
They got themselves an Omni Knight and a Hoodwink. Yeah, that is about as bad as it can get. You force the buyback on the Tiny as well. You're going to go right back into Roche, get yourselves Aegis Cheese and a Refresher, meaning, you know, I don't know how you kill this Medusa twice.
I mean, they killed her once and forced her out of the base last time, but again, it gets harder every single time. Now she's got the BKB to work with. They did end up losing a set of racks last time in that push, though, so now I imagine they're going to lose another one. They'll try to shove out these other waves, but you know, mid is shoving in naturally. Bottom lane, Shenzhen don't really have to respond to it because, again, they've got the super range creeps. They're going to shove in the wave for them. This team
will go back. I mean, she doesn't have buyback, but she might buy the Daedalus anyway. She is holding on to a Witchbane, which is pretty sick against the Medusa.
It's great against everybody because that dispels the Ghost Scepter.
Yeah. But Medusa already managed to take down the range barracks. The Breathe Fire actually missed, unfortunately for him. And that melee barracks not going to last that much longer here. Black Dragon. Or, no, I'm sorry, not Black Dragon. Just the Dragon Fork comes through, doing a decent chunk of damage to the Medusa here. But again, they just want to slowly get this barracks. Ulu gets the toss back, gets the BKB off though, and she is completely out of mana. The damage here from the TA has already done its work, and the Medusa trying to make her way out of the base, but she's not going to be able to.
Yeah,
got a BKB on the DK here. He's going to hit her with that Dragon Tail as soon as she comes up. The question is, can they actually bring the Medusa down in time? She gets saved by the Snowball. Stuck for the moment, pops that ult. Stone Gaze giving her that bonus move speed. They're trying to make the distance, and it looks like they will be able to. Drink now maybe in some trouble. Ulu hits him for the moment. Bushwhack pulls him aside, trying to bring down the Tusk. He won't even be able to do it. He gets the Snowball out for the moment, and Drink Toss will be able to finish off. So you get 2 heroes, but Mega Creep secured, and your tier 4 towers under siege.
Not Mega Creep secured. It's still got that melee rack standing in the bottom lane, so it ain't over yet. 11k net worth advantage, and taking this last Drax, I imagine, is going to be somewhat easy for the side of Shenzhen, but at the very least, they can establish maybe some vision outside their base while these 2 heroes are dead. That last team fight, absolutely insane.
I mean, the TA, you can see how much damage it's doing, but
yeah, ended up doing 6,500 damage in that previous team fight, but they're going for objectives right now on Shenzhen.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's difficult finding these kills. BKB now completed on the Beastmaster. He's gotten Refresher Shard as well. Again, I don't see how they stop him taking this last Rax here. And they can clear out Mega Creeps. You've got a Templar Assassin, you've got a Tiny. I'll even Dragonite, I feel like, is going to be okay at it. Like, your lineup does scale pretty well into defending these lanes, but you're trapped inside your base at that point, and the game feels so much harder.
Yeah.
We aren't there yet, though. Getting a little bit ahead of ourselves.
What do you like? Dragonite is going for the Aghanim Scepter here, and I think it is a pretty huge pickup, honestly, if you can get it. Oh, Red Panda tries to go for an Arcane Rune, gets found by Ashe once again. He does have buyback still. But it's going to be the Ember Spirit really looking for the Dragon Knight. He gets the slight chains. He's got the Dragon Form into the Dragon Tail, holding the Ember Spirit in place, but he's He's going to need some help and fast. Snowball into the Walrus Punch. DK standing his ground. Avalanche comes through. Nice go step to buy some space. The Roar does catch the TA. Tiny needs some help. He's going to get saved for the moment by Red Panda. Guardian Angel as well. The Medusa just dumping in the damage. And the TA now stuck in the front of them all. Ash just blows up the Tiny. That's going to be a dieback. And the TA stuck here in the center. Can't get out. And that is going to be another buyback forced. Refresher coming out, looking for more. The Roar comes through, they catch the DK, and that is going to be GG as Aster.A will fall here in game number 1.
Yeah, GG is called by Red Panda, and that is that. Getting caught out there on that Dragonite at the very end. It was the nail in the coffin for them. The team tried to respond to that one, but isn't able to get there in time. But backs were against the wall already. Shenzhen, they managed to take it to the late game with Medusa and win game number 1.
Hey, friends, how's it going? Wait a minute.
Nomad, how are you?
Yep. I'm good. Yeah, unfortunately, a little bit of a trot that game. It wasn't a slug. It was a trot. It was kind of we kind of felt the way the winds were blowing for the entire.
I like that.
Yeah. But it was there was some cute things, some interesting things as well. In that last fight there, unfortunately, Red Panda buys back, comes right into the team fight. Don't worry, Tiny, I'm gonna save you, and then casts Heavenly Grace on himself, unfortunately. So. It is what it is. It happens to the best of us, and I don't think it made much of it. It wasn't really the difference maker there. Great.
There were some other things like the Tiny tossing back the Medusa into the team.
I was literally laughing so hard at that.
Yeah, that one was exactly where the Medusa wanted to be.
Yeah, it's like,
oh, I found your team. Thank you.
If she had a blink dagger, that's where she would have gone. And Tiny's just like, hey, don't worry about it. Save your gold, sweetheart. Simp Tiny.
This is what public transport is for. Let me help you out here.
Yeah. Transport for Dire. Yeah, that was a bit of an issue, but no. All around, I mean, Shenzhen definitely impressing here. It was very, very tidy from them. Like, yeah, sure, they made a couple of mistakes here and there. Who doesn't? But overall, like, the gameplay just looked really good. And Dolmy, this Beastmaster, my goodness, that was scary. He had such a good start to this game.
Oh yeah, that was ridiculous. I mean, he ended up finding kill after kill. Omni Knight, I'm not crazy about what he did. I mean, he tried to go on the boars, he committed too hard, died twice pretty quickly, but Tusk Beastmaster, that's a scary lane to walk forward to and be a melee support in. I feel like he didn't respect it enough.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that one. Also, shout out to my boy TK, just claiming those kills in the early game when they only had like 4 kills, 3 of them belonged to that goddamn squirrel, just taking them in the name of I don't know, whatever the squirrel believes.
Whatever god squirrels worship.
Nuts.
Squirrel god.
The god of acorns. Yeah, I don't know. That was that. I mean, I guess if you need the kills, then you need the kills for your team. It doesn't really matter who gets them, but definitely feel like they could have gone to someone else there in that situation. But all good. A kill's a kill. Kaiko as well. Some pretty standard Medusa play. Just been given the space and doing a lot with it.
Yeah, I'm just very disappointed in how Ares played this game again. They looked really rough yesterday in their last series in terms of play calling, and they seem to struggle the exact same way again here in this one. And this one kind of goes back to the draft for me. They last picked this Tiny in not a great Tiny game to begin with. Like, Medusa is not a hero that you want to play the Tiny into, and then they kind of just played as a forward position this game. So you kind of dedicated so much time to try and farm on this hero, and he really is just I'm gonna toss this hero and probably die for it.
Yeah,
it felt very strange.
No, definitely, it was questionable decision making overall, and I doubt clearly was just a spur of the moment decision. But yeah, you don't throw the Medusa into your team. That's not a thing you do.
Well, I mean, if it worked a couple times, the time that you tossed her into the tier 4s when they were trying to push, that obviously was what needed to happen.
But if you're defending high ground and you pull her into the base, that's
and your team was bonus
time
armor.
To do it. But a 4 position Tiny can do that. It doesn't have to be your 1, right? So it feels weird that
I feel like we're kind of removed from the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 thing at the moment, because Templar Assassin is definitely the one in this game. Tiny, from the safe lane, filled the role of the mid laner, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
Why'd he go Midas then?
It's just you don't have a BKB.
He likes gold.
Yeah, he does.
It's so weird. He's relying on Omni to just give him Heavenly Grace, but he gets attack.
But it
or,
doesn't
like,
provide
slow.
you magic resistance.
Yeah,
Come
it
on,
doesn't give you-
2020,
It
2022.
doesn't give you status resistance. Like, it doesn't allow you to actually survive in these team fights. You have a lot of HP, but that's not going to stop you from dying.
What is, though, is the question. It's not much.
I mean, yeah.
I think for me, it just comes down to, like, I don't know, like, if you have TA Tiny, I don't think you go Midas on your Tiny. I think you kind of need to decide at some point into the game who your win condition is. And I also think that, like, maybe 7 times out of 10, that's going to be the TA. So I don't really know, as you say, communication, just overall strategy seems a little bit off the mark. I mean, obviously there are other problems as well, but to me that stands out as something which was just a little bit weird, because Tiny Midas plus TA on the same team, that doesn't really sit well with me. I don't know if you guys agree.
No,
I'd
it
agree.
super felt weird. It absolutely felt weird. The Midas first item Tiny, we're like, yeah, he's slowed down a little bit, but he'll get his Echo Saber and Shard still at a decent timing, and then we like click over and he just has a Midas queued, and we're like, what the heck?
You've mastered this host role, Nomad. Rhetorical question: do you agree? Yes. I'm very impressed at the moment.
Oh, there's nothing
Good stuff,
rhetorical
man.
about it, but if you said no, then I was going to, get my revenge.
Put you on blast.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's got a bunch of stats prepared to make me look very foolish if I were to disagree.
You've activated my trap card.
I actually prepared for this for 2 days.
Yeah. That would be the chat play, but unfortunately I'm not that. Yeah, well, I mean, that's going to do it just about for game number 1. Any closing thoughts before we throw it to a break, gentlemen?
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
I get the shivers whenever I'm thinking about you. Just wanna leave and live without you. Be on my own again. I get the shivers whenever you go out of line, yeah. I feel it creeping down my spine, yeah. Wanna be alone again.
Losing track under the water, searching for something that I've been missing. Looking back when we were younger, heartbeats were rushing, blood always pumping. I drive away, leave it behind us, without a trace. Live for the day, dance in the moonlight. No one could say we didn't do it right. So far away, baby, I forgot to breathe. This town's got a hold on me. My mind is a casualty. Find me open spaces, static in my blood. Can you feel the flood? Yeah, I've seen enough. Find me open spaces. Open spaces. Find me open spaces. Open spaces. Find me open spaces. Feel the weight under the weather, counting the thunder, keeping me under. And if we break out from the tethers, fade into each other, into each other. I drive away, leave it behind us, without a trace. Live for the day, dance in the moonlight. No one could say we didn't do it right. So far away, baby, I forgot to breathe. This town's got a hold on me. My mind is a casualty. Find me open spaces, static in my blood. Can you feel the flood? Yeah, I've seen enough. Find me open spaces. Open spaces. Find me open spaces. Open spaces. Find me open spaces.
It's getting harder, you turn my heart up, throw me in water. I'm getting higher, just to feel ya, cause I need to. No one knows it, heart is frozen from your poison. Taking the potion, just to feel ya, cause I miss you. Oh my God, can't stop you like heroin. My love you got, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're not meant. Oh, I think I'm overdosing. I think that I'm overdosing. I think that I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. It's getting stronger, can't take no longer, walking on fire. I'm getting higher, just to feel ya, cause I need to. Feels like I'm burning a little bit more, just a little bit more now. Taking the potion, just to feel ya, cause I need ya. Oh my God, can't stop you like heroin. My love you got, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're not meant. Oh, I think I'm overdosing. overdosing. I think I'm 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 overdosing. It's getting stronger. I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing.
One look, the heat is rising, and I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. Burn it down. One spark, I feel lightning blazing up through the darkest nights. Hold your breath, babe, the smoke is burning. Now kiss me now and we'll be alright. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down.
Hey, just need to tell you something that just can't wait. Hey, maybe you'll ride away or maybe you'll stay. But hey, this old guitar and me been thinking for days how to say that our love don't care too much for the unpaid bills on the bedroom floor. Our love lives on cheap wine and singing songs to a wasted sunrise. With you, with you I feel like I am. With you, with you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am somebody in control, like I feel it in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am. Come with me from New York to LA. Hey, we'll play this song in every city we stay. And hey, maybe we'll stream 1,000,000 times in one day. Be on our way. Hey, 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 hey. Our love don't care too much for the unpaid bills on the bedroom floor. Our love lives on cheap wine and singing songs to a wasted sunrise. With you, with you I feel like I am. With you, with you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. Somebody, somebody, somebody. Somebody in control, like I feel it in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am. So we made it in New York and LA, and how they sang in every city we played. I hear we streamed 1,000,000 times yesterday. Oh, how things change, and how the years keep ticking away, and how I wish that you were with me today. 'Cause I'd give anything to do it again. Oh, how we've changed. With you I feel like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am somebody in control, like I feel it in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am.
Your first line is, my name is Claude, so just repeat after me. Je m'appelle Claude.
Je te coupe là.
Let's try it again. Je m'appelle Claude.
Je te clean blue.
Gotta smile it out. I've never been a sweet time, hardly even smooth when it comes down to a cute girl in my room. I'm not even that young, can't blame it on the booze, 'cause whenever there's a cute girl, my brain hits the snooze. I got a prickle on my skin, I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep, so caught up in your smell. Done to whatever you say, girl. I know we just met, but you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. Oh, do you know who I am? But you make me speak français. It's like we're in Paris, away from our parents. I'm kind of a chain smoker, but with you I wanna do better. Never been a go-getter, but I wanna get with you forever, ever. 'Cause you're not just a cute girl in my room. Never. Feels like we're in Paris, away from our parents. I'm kind of a chain smoker, but with you I wanna do better. Never been a go-getter, but I wanna get with you forever, ever. Cause you're not just a cute girl in my room. Never. I got a prickle in my skin. I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep. So caught up in your smell, down to whatever you say. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. You're not just a cute girl, don't get me wrong. I love your face, you're beautiful. You ain't just a cute girl, you're my world. When you dance with me, you make me sweat, make me speak. You make me feel like I do whatever I want. I fear no harm when I stare at the sun. I feel so numb, but with you on my love, my will so strong, only limits the sky. I've been a nice day, I've been like no way. Now every day, you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français. I got a prickle in my skin. I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep. So caught up in the smell, down to whatever you say. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français.
Tell me I can count on you. Promise me you'll get me through. Just tell me I can do this too. For everything we fight to never lose. Cause everything we want, oh, is everything we need. Just like I need you. Oh, it's just like you need me. Oh, strength unknown, don't you bail on me now. I got the world on my back and my hand on the crown. Strength unknown, don't give up on me now. You got 500,000 eyes staring you to the ground. No, I won't do this alone. No, I won't do this alone. Without my strength unknown. Without my strength unknown. Strength unknown, don't give up on me now. You got 500,000 eyes staring you to the ground. No, I won't do this alone.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Hello and welcome back once again to the China DPC, where we are here with Division 2 matchup. It is the series of the day, Shenzhen versus Aster.A. And unfortunately, we had a little bit of delay coming to this one. I don't know what's going on there. I think we had, some Aster players just missing from the lobby, guys? Is that right?
They said it was a player account issue or something. I don't know. All I know is I'm happy we're about to have some more Dota. I was starved of it for several minutes. I haven't cast in a couple of days. They had me doing broadcast. They had me being host. I'm not suited for any of this kind of stuff, Nomad. I'm an absolute amateur.
It was so nice, honestly. I loved it. But yeah, I'm glad that we are finally into the game. We got.
You loved my hosting, right? Not casting.
What a nice
people.
guy. You guys are such good friends. And let's move on before Ricky can retort with something rude and break up this lovely vibe we've got going on. So, talking about lovely vibes, we've got ourselves a wyvern on the side of Aster.A. That's something a little bit new, something a little bit fresh, something a little bit juicy. Why?
I'd vibe with that. Yeah, wyvern. Good one.
You're a true professional, man. I can respect that. But wyvern solid here. Ooh, with the Pango on its side as well. This is interesting. We do see once in a while that wyvern is a pretty good counter to Pango, being able to drop the curse onto him either when he's trying to start up his role and run at heroes. But they end up picking these two heroes up together. And to start out the draft, I feel like Winter Wyvern is something you pick up only a little bit later in the draft.
Yeah, usually.
They're anticipating the Beastmaster again is what's going to happen, right? No, I mean, the Pango pick is pretty strong here, but you do have to worry about just an immediate counter coming out from Shenzhen, and there are a lot in the pool. You have Puck, you have Grimstroke, there's Bloodseeker. So we'll see what they end up doing. Honestly, Tusk with an Aghanim Scepter is a pretty hilarious counter to the Pango as well.
Yep, I saw that one. You flip the pancake, or you flip something the pizza. I don't know.
You just kick it.
You
just play football. You just play football.
You mean soccer?
No, I don't mean soccer. I mean football.
I'm pretty sure you mean soccer. Ricky, you think you mean soccer?
Neff, do they even call it soccer where you live?
You know what? I'm ganging up on you again, man, next time. I was trying to build an alliance here, and then you immediately stabbed me in the back. You're supposed to be my North American buddy.
He is named Ricky, right? Backstabbing is kind of in his nature.
That's kind of on brand for me, man. I don't know.
He's sticking to
Ricky Cloak and Dagger Peterson.
Okay. That's true, though.
All right, Shenzhen. They say, it is our time with the TA. Mum said it's our time with the TA. We're going to show you how it's done.
Ares is going to say, we have TA at home and pick a Tiny again.
You think that's what's going to happen?
No, I hope not. Tiny's really bad in the TA.
Well, just not enough armor. They ended up nerfing the armor with Grow as well. I think he loses 4 at level 18 now. Went down by 2 at his level 2 ultimate, and then another 2 at his level 3 ultimate. So Templar Assassin, decent against it for a number of reasons, one of the big ones being armor. And I guess they're just trying to get rid of some of these counters to the Templar Assassin now. The Viper, this Terrorblade, who has lots of armor to work with.
Yep. And I think we should mention as well that Aster.A, they're not playing with White Album today. They are playing with Yi today, who you might remember from Keen Gaming. Yeah.
Who's in charge of pointing that out in the last game? I feel like we need to blame somebody.
It was supposed to be a pop-up, which was supposed to be submitted by Beacop, who's not here. So.
Oh, yes.
He was supposed to do that.
I would also like to blame the guy who's not here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you mean Bed Cop.
Bed Cop, indeed.
All right, back on topic of this draft, though, I want to talk about this Pango Wyvern pickup to start the draft out, because this one is super weird to me. Pango is not surprising. He is first pick material for sure. A lot of people feel like he was buffed in this patch as well. But the Wyvern has started out, like, when I see this Wyvern pick up, I think they're either trying to deny a counter pick, but they ended up picking the Pango second here, and they could have just, like, banned it out or something like that. So they obviously value this Pango a lot. They have to at least value the Winter Wyvern somewhat.
Yeah,
it is a red panda hero. Like, he's actually pretty notorious for playing Winter Wyvern, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so Wyvern and Brewmaster.
Yeah, maybe it's something that's more of a comfort pick, in that he just like wants to be on the Winter Wyvern this game and play something that has a little bit more effect in team fights.
I mean,
that's what I would say. Like, rationally, like I'm trying to piece that together as well.
Honestly, that's not the question I have anymore, though. Like, the question I have is, why have they picked this TA into it? Because TA is bad against Wyvern. Like, Wyvern gives you that physical resist so that she struggles to kill the target she jumps on. He's also got a way to rip through a fraction. He also can turn her a purely damage-based hero onto her teammates, which, I mean, yeah, you can say about any kind of carry hero, but just kind of feels like Shenzhen played into this trap a little bit too hard.
I see what you did there.
Oh,
Good trap. Good
yeah, that
usage
was
of
a
the word trap.
Yeah, that was a good one, Nomad.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff.
I thought it was going to go over your head, but you know.
Not me. I've got those dad jokes going for days. Templar Assassin, yeah, I kind of agree. It is a little bit of a weird pick into the Wyvern, but I think some of it just comes down to the fact that TA is a very strong hero, and they would rather have it than Ares having it. That's got to be like my thought process behind it.
What on earth? Oh, okay, all right.
Necro Oracle.
That's not a two hero you see picked together very often, but there we go. I mean, just because neither of them are really that popular, but yeah, they've got
Necrophos has gotten a little bit more popular in this patch. He's been picked up quite a bit in a number of regions. He's just been valued so much more because how they changed Reaper Scythe around. What are the other changes they did to him again? You know, it's honestly slipping my mind. I normally have most.
Not a lot, honestly. There weren't a lot of changes. It's mostly the Reaper Scythe and the fact that regen is better.
Yeah, they changed the Reaper Scythe that doesn't keep people down as much anymore. He actually scales pretty good in the late game. You can have like, I don't know, almost 50 HP regen towards like the end of the game passively.
So
that was it. It was just the Reaper Scythe.
Just the Reaper Scythe thing, yeah. So he gets charges now, right? When he gets a kill with Reaper Scythe, that's how it works, which gives him regen. And yeah, I mean, 9 games picked up through the entire DPC, so you know, definitely in the middle pack in terms of popularity. But 55% win rate, well, we'll take that. We'll take that. You know, just 1 win, 5 wins, 4 losses.
Okay, I exaggerated how often he was picked up, but he has been picked up a little bit. So he's been getting a little bit more traction. He's probably been in a lot of the games that I've personally been watching. I guess the regions that I don't watch, Necrophos isn't popular, but those regions aren't really worth talking about. Let's be honest here, you guys.
Yeah, screw the other regions.
Yeah, but it's interesting here. I think it's going to be decent if you can lane it up against the Dragon Knight, against the Razor. I feel like Razor would be pretty solid against it. Just being able to run down. It doesn't have a lot of movement speed. Is like decent punish there. But all these heroes on both sides, I feel like they're quite flexible. The Templar Assassin, you can, flex into the off lane and play it position 1 or 2 there, or run it mid safe lane. Same goes for Dragon Knight and Razor. It's flexed. These 2 heroes are flexed between 1, 2, 3. Pango can be done like that as well. So I think we're going to be playing musical lanes this game.
Hooray!
We were seeing a 4-position Pango here, almost guaranteed, I think. And then they're going to combine that with the DK in the off lane.
Yep.
The Razor is definitely flexible. It's not bad into either the Necro or the TA in terms of the lane matchups. It's not great, but it's good into the TA, but I think it's going to be a safe lane TA here, most likely. And then Shenzhen probably picking up an offlaner, but the thing that's nice about the Necro is he does flex mid or an off pretty commonly. So that will give them at least a little bit of a hidden element to their draft. And they do have last pick on Ares. Yeah, so they should be able to see exactly what's going to be happening with that draft.
Give it to the Brewmaster as well.
I think there's a fairly good chance that Aster are going to run 1 Razor, 2 Pango, 3 DK. But they have their options open, I suppose. Shenzhen certainly think they're going to be picking up Picari next, so...
Do you think we're past the era of position 4 Dragon Knight? That was something that people ran last DPC year. I think at the beginning of it.
Last DPC year at the beginning of it. Yes. Yeah. Well, it was 4 and 5, right? Maybe 5.
Yeah, people were running it. Yeah. We're past that era now, though, right?
I believe so, but I mean, this is Red Panda. He's a pioneer of the Faceless Void POS 5. He's the pioneer of the Brewmaster POS 5. So, I mean, this guy could do anything. He's unstable.
I hope people refer to me that way in the future. Okay, that is a hero that we don't see that often. It is super sick sometimes. My roommate actually quit Dota because his hero got nerfed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Visage.
Rip.
Yeah. Probably good for your roommate, honestly. I would assume Aster.A here is looking for a safe lane that pairs well into the Visage. I think the Pango in the 4 position is probably just as good if it was in a core position, because you really only need it for the Rolling Thunder to try and scout the Oracle. The real question is, like, what kind of carry can you pick into the Visage? Because this is not an easy lane. You're going into Tusk with a Visage, so much slow, so much damage.
Well, it was Nomad's opinion that we're going to see position 1. Okay, never mind.
There it is.
Faceless Void picked up last year, and it is going to be Ulu playing this one, this game.
It's a very good pick.
Yeah. Panda's on Winter Wyvern, and so we see Mid Razor, and position 3 Dragon Knight this game.
So who's the position? Oh, it's position 4, Pango. Okie dokie. Yep. Alrighty, that's how it will be then. Very interesting stuff. Alrighty, guys, how do we think this one's going to go then? Which way are we leaning?
Oh, this is a tough one. Can I say that I prefer the heroes on Shenzhen, so I want them to win?
Yeah, you can say that. You can say whatever you want, my love.
I think Visage is super cool. I think Necrophos is being picked more, and that's cool. I like Tusk. I like Oracle. I want them to win just based on their heroes.
Go for it, King. You do you. Ricky, what you saying, friend?
I think Shenzhen's lineup is easier to execute.
Really?
And Aster.A has to really... They have to take some like really big fights in the mid game, or I think they're going to struggle. So I'm going to go with Shenzhen here based on the fact that Aster.A seems to be having some team fighting issues. And Shenzhen, I'm going with easier to execute. Good draft.
I mean, as I said last game, my logic last game was pick the Medusa because it's the best late game option, and it kind of just felt like it was the easier draft to win with. And this time around, I definitely believe Aster.A have the easier draft to win with. Like, they've got this void to fall back on. Their lanes make more sense. It's all very sensible. I would love to see Shenzhen win with this draft because it is interesting. It is fun. It's a little bit different, but I feel like Aster.A just kind of have the advantage. Ulu's back on something which he knows he can be confident with, and he's got the support to make it work as well. There's very little which can go wrong for Aster.A this game, I feel. So I think it's a pretty safe one, but let's see how it goes. We got game number 2, and we got Ricky and Neff casting it for you.
I like the rhyme he did there. This guy's gonna put an album out soon. Did you see the song he wrote on stream the other day?
I didn't. No. Oh, wait, no, I did see that one. That one was good.
Yeah.
One of the last things I was checking out before I ended up going to sleep yesterday. But I don't like how No Man has taken my role. That the tidbits he ended that draft with is kind of what an analyst should say. Not I like these heroes, so I want them to win. I kind of look a little bit foolish right now.
I mean, it's all right, Neff. You're handsome at least, and you got a great shirt today.
Thank you. I figured you'd appreciate that one. I picked up a couple for the new DPC season. Decided should look fresh.
Very nice. So we're gonna see Ulu take the Faceless Void in the safe lane. I think this is a very good safe Faceless Void game. They do still have a lot of issues in terms of like making sure that they actually catch the Oracle.
I mean, that's not going to happen.
I think that's like the number one problem with the Ares draft is you have this Oracle who will probably be able to just save whatever hero they need to in terms of like getting chronoed. And we're actually going to see the potential double meld here in the lane. This is always quite funny.
Yeah. Oh.
They just know, actually.
They know. Templar Assassin has been picked too much. People aren't going to fall for that one anymore. You end up doing a lot of minus armor with that if you manage to get it, but they're not going to fall for it. They didn't even place a sentry. They knew exactly where Kaikyo would be. So, the reads there, Master Ares.
In the bottom lane, we see Red Panda just dropping that Arctic Burn right away to start put as much damage on top of the Visage as possible. You only have 1 point in Grave Chill. The real threat from the Visage comes at level 2. As soon as you pick up that Soul Assumption, Tusk picks up that tag team. If you're this Wyvern, you're so susceptible to dying.
Yeah. He definitely goes down to that one. You get on top with the Snowball. You're way too slow. You're taking a lot of auto attack damage and, of course, finish off by Soul Assumption. It does take a lot of mana to get these kills, but they get themselves looking...
Did they increase Visage's attack projectile speed?
His attack projectile speed? No.
It feels way faster than I remember for some reason. Maybe I just haven't seen a lot of Visage, or maybe it's like the particle effect from this like Halloween thing on there. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it just looks different.
Red Panda without Arctic Burn. Probably gonna give up first blood and it goes the way of Drink. You know, I feel like I'm the Oracle right now.
Yeah, impressive stuff, my man. But yeah, like you mentioned, no doubt they're going to go down as soon as level 2 available there. So Assumption ends up finishing him off. But no, I'm pretty sure it's just the green trail behind it that makes it appear slower than it actually is.
No, it feels faster to me.
Oh.
I don't know why.
No?
But oh well. Definitely hasn't been changed, I'm sure. We can talk about the mid lane matchup. We have Ash on the Necrophos going up against Razor here. Now, this is one of those lanes that should be pretty good for the Razor. Like, you can still steal a pretty good amount of damage from that static link. Ash has to rely on the Death Pulse to actually secure the creeps, and with Heartstopper Aura, you do actually manage to get yourself quite a bit of sustain from it. So,
I mean, I was talking about during the draft, I think that Razor is better in this matchup, but that's if you're in one of the side lanes. If you're in the mid lane, you don't have a lot of space to run down this Necrophos and like build up a static link onto him.
oh, what a glyph too. That was nice.
Yeah,
Full duration static link, 70 damage. That's pretty good.
Be able to zone him back, deny a bunch of creeps from this one. But up in the top lane right now, looks like DK in a little bit of trouble. Managed to get back and heal up a little bit now as well. He wasn't able to dispel that last purifying flames that came off to him, but it is only level 1 though, so the heal isn't that big. Dragon Knight's got to be a little bit careful here for the moment though. He's sitting pretty low. He doesn't have any tangos. He's got no salve. TK's trying to make up for it by playing aggressive.
Instant dispel into the Pango. That's so good. Like he goes aggressive with a shield crash from the support role and just uses the damage reduction to like trade effectively, but just keeps getting instantly dispelled by Hara here, and it's making TK's life very difficult.
Yeah. TK struggling quite a bit. He's I don't know. I think he's sending himself out a little bit of regen right now. Yeah, a salve. And he might just use it on himself so they're giving it to the DK in order for him to stay inside the lane. Yeah, he is. I go to the mid lane. Or he's just putting the hurt onto this Necrophos now. So the first couple of levels was like okay for Necrophos, but now it gets a little bit difficult. As long as Razor keeps up his mana, he's able to like zone him with static link, spam on his plasma field, he'll find kills.
Yeah, and you just have to play patiently on Ash. There's not a lot that you can do. You just have to like wait for the static link damage deal to go away, and then try and farm what you can.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to find kills. I mean zone him. If he doesn't get back, he'll find kills.
But overall, all the lanes seem to be doing relatively well in terms of CS. Visage struggling a little bit down here despite the first blood going their way, but Dolme needs to get some distance away from Ulu. Ooh, that bash is going to do some serious damage, and they will hold him in place. He does have the time walk, of course. They burst him! Oh no, Ulu underestimating the damage potential there. In top lane, they do trade. I mean, somehow TA dies here.
This got hit by that shield crash in him, hit him with the Dragon Tail, and just ended up doing a lot of burst damage to Templar Assassin. So, action happening all over the map. A lot of kill potential on both the bottom and the top lanes. Surprising they go down there. But yeah, they end up killing with a 10 charge magic stick and fairy fire. But you know, the moment the snowball ended up coming out onto him, they ended up having just enough time to burst him with that soul assumption. Ulu wasn't expecting all that damage to come out so fast. I mean, he could have time walked all off if they didn't find that kill. The lane would have been a little bit harder for them, but again, they did manage to find it.
That's a big one, and it just made space for the Visage to now kind of farm this lane a little bit more freely.
Yeah,
Has recovered a lot of XP.
Yeah, 6 minutes rolling around, so the support's rotating in.
This is what we see every single game. Trying to fight for that power rune. Snowball is read perfectly here by the side of Aster.A. Drink gonna try and TP home. He makes it. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, and Hara gets the ward deny. Okay, that was pretty spicy.
It's fine, so end up getting the power rune regen on this Necrophos. I can be full mana, and you do manage to get out on the Tusk as well.
They're trying to keep this catapult alive as long as possible, but Ash might regret that one. Hara is here. They do have a lot of magic damage, but I don't know if it's going to come in time. Absolutely not, as he pops the stick preemptively. We find the kill there onto the Necrophos. Now chasing for more. Hara, definitely food here to the Razor. Just a couple auto attacks is all he needs. A double kill there going his way. And, you know, Yi having a pretty good game again.
Yeah.
At least from the lane stage.
From the laning stage, that's right. Necrophos, I mean, he tried to, I think, just stall for time or potentially burst down that Razor. He ended up dropping his Reaper Sight. Might have been a little bit of a mistake. I mean, this is a huge cooldown, and building up the stacks in pretty early game, I feel like is important on the Necrophos with how they've changed the hero. You are so much tankier if you've got, you know, this extra HP regen and whatnot. Bottom lane, Ulu. Getting run down here by the Visage Birds.
Taking a decent chunk of damage, and tag team's already been spent. Red Panda will be able to slow down the Visage thanks to that Arctic burn, but because you have the Visage Birds, you are so strong now in this lane, so you have to be very careful.
He actually forced to get back because the creep wave is on him and he's a ranged hero. He's got like very little armor to work with. The creep is doing a good chunk of damage to him.
Meanwhile, top, we see the Dragon form come out here, and TA's Refraction basically useless at this point.
Yeah. Not going to do much up here. They burn through it very quickly with the Swashbuckle on with the Corrosive Breath.
Managed to keep the tower pretty healthy, though, and that's what's really important when you're playing against that DK. You just want to make sure that he doesn't get to actually bring that tower down. That being said, though, he's top of the net worth charts here. TA pretty close, but he's having a great time.
Yeah, 3.6k net worth on the DK. He's off to an impressive start. He's got the Blink Dagger item shard queued up. I mean, he's just going to stand up here up until he gets his stuff. Bottom lane.
Yeah, nice rotation in from the Razors. He's going to find the first kill there onto the Visage. Tusk trying to make the escape. Great Splinter Blast there from Red Panda. Even better shard block. Drink.
I'm not actually sure he's gonna.
Oh, he didn't see him. Just outside of vision.
Yeah, and I guess they figure he's already TP'd out. I mean, he's not got any wards, not gonna be able to take advantage of being back here. Is he just gonna die to neutral creeps?
Yeah.
This is taking a while.
Should have killed
the here, though.
One at least, yeah. But dies to neutrals. Be dead for a little while.
Yeah, he's just spent a lot of time off the map because of that, though, and they managed to find a kill on the Ashe because of it.
Yeah, that's huge. They didn't have to commit Rolling Thunder for this either. So you just get yourself a really easy kill there onto the Necrophos. The haste rune from the Razor are doing wonders, and TA has to be very careful as well because they can just keep applying this pressure. But this mid lane Necro is not working out.
No. I mean, again, Razor does have the Spirit matchup. It's a little bit easier when we run it in the mid lane, but Razor just putting a lot of pressure on. Very familiar. A lot of people are familiar with this hero and know exactly how to put pressure on the enemies. It was run quite a bit in the last patch as well, especially in the Chinese region.
Tower finally goes down. Ends up being denied by the Oracle, so not too bad there for Shenzhen, but that is expected as soon as that Dragon Form comes back off cooldown.
Yep.
Dire's middle tower is under
Knew that one was coming. Still only 1k now with advantage here at 10 minutes in the game, but imagine next order of business is going to be putting pressure onto the mid tower once Elder Dragon Form is back up. Another 60 seconds away from that. Looks like they're setting up bottom on the side of Shenzhen. They want to be able to push with this 10-minute catapult and shut down Ulu.
I mean, he's got Helm of the Dominator, so a little bit of a role reversal here. Wait, no, this is exactly what Dolomite did last time. It's the exact same thing.
Exact same thing as the previous game, yeah. Not off to as good of a start this game, though.
No, absolutely not. Rolling Thunder from TK, though, will connect. Question is, do they have the follow-up damage here? He needs help, and with Razor here as well, I don't know if he's going to get it. Tries to... Oh, we get the huge chrono onto 4! What a beautiful play there from Ulu. Hara just shy of level 6. Going to be sad about that one. Reaper Sight does come through from Ashe. Dolomite still got the birds flying up in the skies, but only going to drop them just barely as only one will survive. And, you know, for as big of a Chronosphere as that was, I thought that would go way worse for Shenzhen.
I mean, you end up getting the position 3, you end up getting the Oracle. They dove pretty far into that one. I'd say Aster.A took a hell of a team fight, and you spent a lot of resources and a lot of time moving all your team down here to the bottom lane in order to make this happen, and they're going to continue to shut this down. They're going on Tusk.
Nice snowball there to dodge it out. Red Panda, he went for it. gotta respect it, but looks like he's gonna fall here in the end. And mind you, this whole engagement, like you're saying, they brought the entirety of Shenzhen down here. Dragon Knight is still farming. He has been top lane the entire time. He has a Blink Dagger on the courier. It is 12 minutes into the game. Your offlane DK has Treads, Bracer, Soul Ring, and a Blink.
And he yoinks your bounty room.
Very nice. Don't mind if I yabba dabba do.
I like that he's already been putting tower pressure on the tier 2 tower up in the top lane, and it looks like they forced to respond to it. They moved some heroes over to the mid, so despite the massive rotation from so many heroes on Shenzhen down to the bottom, they're only just pushing the tier 1 now with the Visage.
So Hara is finally level 6, by the way.
It's taking a while. Well, they do end up getting the tier 1 tower finally, but they dive the mid. Here's the Blink Dagger reveal.
Yeah, and it will be able to do a lot of damage to Ashe here, but you know, just the nature of the Oracle, he will heal up quite a bit, so I don't think he's in any real danger here. So a pretty heavy commitment. Get the Eye of the Storm from the Razor. The question is, can they get out as Red Panda is not going to be able to do so. Stuck up on the high ground there. TK coming back in, looking to do some more damage. Shards off the mark. So we'll be able to disengage. Visage on the side, thinking about going in, but changes his mind.
They rotate 5 heroes over to the mid lane. Shenzhen, that was nice by them. Faces Void, Chronos here on cooldown. Obviously, he wasn't going to come help his team with that one, so he was just farming up the top lane during that engagement. But I'd say that Shenzhen, they find a kill. They managed to defend. That went pretty well for them. They continue at this pace, I feel like they'd be able to start to recover. It looked like it was going to start to swing pretty heavily in favor of Ares post-laning phase, but looks like they're going to be all right. That's the issue with Faceless Void, though. In the early game, he doesn't provide much. You're basically playing around the Chronosphere, and so Shenzhen get to win a couple of team fights and find objectives around the map while it's on cooldown. But it's off cooldown now, and looks like they want to group up and make use out of this Blink Dagger on DK.
It makes sense, right? You got to get something out of it. You get the Blink Dagger this early. You got to start finding kills. Tusk just going to make them waste a little bit of time, but he's definitely dead here in the end. Throws a Walrus Punch for fun. Not going to make it out, but the big kill is going to be in the mid lane as they manage to take down the Necrophos, because False Promise, it's still on cooldown. So that was going to be the Chronosphere.
Yeah, Chronosphere committed along with Eye of the Storm. They managed to get on top of him with that, and now find Oracle back here. Ouch. Like you mentioned, False Promise on cooldown. That's something you have to play around as well. They had to commit at the mid lane of their previous push, but if you don't have that for the Chronosphere, then your heroes are just going to die.
Yeah, they are playing a lot better this time on Ares. Like, just pressing their envelope while they're still ahead. And it makes sense to me. Like, they're actually... It feels like they're gelling well. Like, it feels like they're hitting their stride now.
They do be gelling. Thank you, Ricky. Do you like Aghanim Scepter on Visage?
It's very good.
That's what he's going for right now.
Yeah. Very good item.
That's the invisibility one, right?
Invisibility and 30% increased damage coming out.
Yeah, and flying movement.
Yep. Did you play it all when it was Flying Vision too, when it first came out?
No. I remember back in the old days, you could just go like...
I'm saying it was super strong. Like, you basically had flying movement speed and like 800 flying AoE vision as well. So you could just run around the map and see everything. It was so OP.
You could like move Visage Birds anywhere in the past, and if you had directional movement on, you could just like fly them off the map and then fly them back on the map and rat towers that way.
Yeah, I remember that.
But they made it so you can't fly off the map anymore. I miss those days. You know, the good old days that weren't actually that good.
Yeah.
Why wasn't this changed? And then eventually they changed it.
Blink Dragon Tail top lane onto the Necro. Probably gonna have to get saved here in a moment. Yeah, just drops the basic heals onto the Necrophos. Again, he's really good at denying the magic damage that comes out from the side of the Ares here, and that's really important. They actually up smoking right away here on Ares. They want to make sure that they can get aggressive here with this dragon form that's been popped. as they head towards bottom lane. Drink's going to find TK. Walrus Punch is there. Snowball does come through as well, but Swashbuckle off the mark. Ulu, 7 seconds till a chrono. I think Dolme is going to have to leave. Ooh, gets the bird out, but not going to get lucky with the other summon. Ooh, he also had to resummon familiars before hitting level 12 too, so that feels really bad.
Hate to see it. Getting close to this Agnum Scepter though, but like you mentioned, Aster.A is continuing to put on the pressure. Want to be able to shove in. Looks like grab some tier 2s, taking more control of the map, and even the Necrophos hasn't had the best game. It's not too difficult for them to do.
Yeah,
they control like half your jungle right now.
Man.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower.
Well, BKB first item on the Razor. Wow, that is
The normal.
I mean, sometimes you see like another, I don't know, like brace or like a Falcon Blade or like a Wraith Band or just something, but just like treads BKB. You're nuts. And it's gonna work though.
Yeah.
Overall though, game's slowing down a little bit, right? There's not a whole lot going on, but Ares still starting to pull away in terms of net worth. Which does favor them quite a bit. You do still have the problem with the Templar Assassin. She is top of that net worth. But Faceless Void really not that far behind, and this is a hero that you wouldn't really expect to have such a good time in lane, but he is doing great.
Yeah, he's having an excellent game. I mean, he's managed to find kills with his Chronosphere as soon as it's off cooldown every so often. And playing around that, and it's up again, so I imagine he'll be looking for something. Last time, I mean, the first Chronosphere we saw was amazing. The second one, they managed to find a kill off on the Necropros and make Ash's game even harder, and now it looks like he's looking to place another one.
What a play! What a beautiful dive here behind the tower from Aster.A as they just completely isolate the Necro and that Oracle, taking down both, and now the tier 2 tower to boot. That was a beautiful wraparound.
Yeah, and just right underneath the tower there, and the Blink Dead reveal there on the Pangolier, finding all both those heroes, and didn't even have to commit the Chronosphere for it. I imagine at this point they're just going to go over to Roshan. I mean, they have complete control of the map now.
They have a pretty rough Roach lineup, though. I mean, your only real, like, Roach taking ability is Lucky Shot, and it's level 1.
I mean, if they, like, have complete dominance of the map, they could probably do it if they just put, like, all 5 heroes into there. What Lulu's going to do? Oh, I guess he's just walking right past it. Fair enough. You are correct, Ricky.
It's just a little rough. I mean, once they have, like, a couple more items, maybe. Looks like they might try either way, though. So Dolme does have the Agnum Scepter, so Silent as the Grave now online.
Yeah, with this...
Oh, is that the mysterious Statman?
Need an adult. Really?
Of all of them? Wow. That is a very good stat. Thank you, Statman.
Thank you. It's no wonder that we wanted Shenzhen to win this one. I mean, they have the more fun draft. They have an unpicked hero on their side.
Silent as the Grave goes in. Chainstone the Razor misses the stomp. Oh no. They continue to go in for more. There's going to be the Winter's Curse onto the Visage, saved right away by the Oracle, but he's not really taking any damage to begin with. Ash held down by the Static Link, trying to get away, but he's not going to be enough. Just so much damage coming through from the TD on the Razor. And Hara, he's just getting soloed by TK. Blink Dragon Tail comes in, managed to get the Visage as well. They're falling one by one. 4 heroes dead on the side of Shenzhen. An absolute disaster of a fight.
Yeah, and they didn't even have to commit Chronosphere for that one either. They managed to hold on to that the entire time. The Faceless Void was picking off the Tusk on the other side of the team fight. It just feels like they've absolutely no way to fight into them. And off of this one, they're finally going to be able to go Roshan. DK is going to very easily be able to tank this one up.
It's very strange. They started their fight by going on the BKB Razor, and there's just like the red panda winter wyvern there, and
just
it's like
pop that BKB way too fast. This is why people get the BKB first item on the Razors. This is really all he needs in team fights in order to put out damage to survive. He links up somebody, he shuts them down, and he does damage just by spamming out Plasma Field and using Eye of the Storm. So initiating onto him is like the same sort of thing as initiating on like a Bristlebag. In this case, it's like best case scenario for the side of Aster.A. It's now Aegis can be on their side.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of silver linings going the way right now. Shenzhen 7,000 gold lead for the sign of Aster.A. as they smoke up. They'll probably start making their way towards bottom. Drink actually yoinks a haste rune and pops the smoke right there, so we do know what be going on.
Looks like they are just going to dodge this one out. Well, they waste a little bit of time going for this. I mean, I'm looking at this. The way you get back to this is like the BKB on the Templar Assassin being able to blow heroes up incredibly quickly. Like if you can get the Razor right away, you can win these team fights. But this Necrophos did not go according to plan. Like his game has gotten shut down super hard.
Yeah, typically you pick this hero to like shut down a lane, and I'm very confused because like they could have just ran the Necro into the off lane and then picked that, like had a better hero for mid lane, right? Like I think if you actually just put Visage mid, the lane actually goes pretty well against the Razor.
Yeah, I mean the idea is to play the Necrophos against like melee heroes or spirit hero. Oh, yeah, I guess like spirit heroes for example, but we're able to do that.
Yeah,
just put the Razor against it. And it's not as bad in the mid lane as is the side lane, because again, in the mid lane you can move back to your tower pretty easily, but you have pretty low movement speed, and you play the Razor very well in the mid. But they're about to take this last outer tower down here on the bottom lane. At that point, exiting their base is going to be pretty difficult, especially when Chronosphere is up. You just always have to be afraid of one of your core heroes getting picked off, and DK is looking to set something up here. No, looks like he's trying to counter out the push. Don't want to give up any towers.
Doesn't really have much of anything, like completely different from his Beastmaster last game, which was like so dominant. Now here in this game, like this Kondom Ags, they haven't been able to find a single kill since he picked it up. Only 6 total kills for the sign of Shenzhen here.
Yeah, Shenzhen. I mean, 6 to 17 isn't that bad. We've seen harder recoveries than this last little while, but the 7K net with match here at 24 minutes, that one feels pretty bad. The fact they have no towers outside their base up means that this is only going to get worse as well. Like, I imagine once you hit like the 27-minute mark, tier 3 neutral items are up, and Faces Void maybe finishes up his BKB. At that point, they're going to start to look to go high ground. Until then, it's a bit of a question mark. I'm not sure they can get away with going high ground here.
They've still got Aegis for 2 minutes. The Manta style on the Faceless Void, like it's possible. Dragon Knight can start chipping the tower as well, but the TA is very strong. She has the BKB completed. She does need to be careful. It's really going to come down to the positioning of Hara, and I'm not sure if you noticed, he is sitting by the throne.
Yeah. He's got the money for an Aether Lens right now, but he can't get the courier outside to the shop. Get a Keen Optic though, plus 75. Let's go. 75 range, harder to land that Chronosphere. Yeah, it is tricky, as you can see, for them to be able to push the high ground here. And while they try to do this, Visage is farming up.
Oh, they get the Dragon Tail. They're going to have to go in with the False Promise pretty much right away, but the Chain Suns are there. He gets the Blink, of course, but there's the Chrono to follow it up. TA snowballed maybe to save her, but dies anyway. Razor now with a double kill, looking for more. And the question is, can Visage do anything here to slow this one down? Drink chased all the way into the base. He's managed to take down TK. You've also got the Reaper Scythe on the backside that takes down the Razor.
Yeah,
that wasn't even a buyback. He just died at the fountain.
They lost 2 heroes, and I'm not sure they can continue to keep this one up. Faces Void is sitting pretty low.
No, Red Panda's dead. Dolme's doing a ton of damage. He's getting the drops on those familiars as well as they look for the Dragon Knight. Ares has gone way too far. 4 heroes dead. Ulu gonna try and TP out. Is it gonna work? It does.
Yeah. No way of stopping that one.
Boy.
So they end up going way too far forward there. and they're punished for it. Again, I wasn't sure that they could actually push the high ground, not without the BKB on the Spaces Void. I was questioning the Templar assassin not popping her own BKB when they first committed onto her after the Oracle ult came out, but I guess she was worried about too many heroes getting caught in the Chrono. They ended up forcing the Chrono pretty far away from the rest of the team, and that managed to be enough for Shenzhen in order to take that fight. Necrophos, alive for a lot of it. He ended up doing a lot of damage there alongside the Visage, who honestly feels like the real carry right now.
Yeah, I mean, Visage does a lot of damage. He has the, the 2 Soul Assumption target hits. So every time that's coming out, it's just dumping damage. And as you can see, 4,600 damage coming out from the Visage in this fight. Just 4-second cooldown, massive nuke being spread between these heroes. And yeah, that was pretty big misplay there from Ares. As we're going to see this graph like flip around here fairly soon. Only a 4K net worth advantage, which was previously... what, like 9,000 almost, I think? 8 or 9,000, so cut basically in half. And I'm not sure, Dolme's also got a Hex queued up, and he almost has it after that fight. Gonna go for Rolling Thunder. They find the Oracle. TK tried to do his best here to stay alive, but Kaiko almost kills him in just 2 auto attacks, and they will try and retreat. He'll bring it down that minion. TK, all right, he's dead. Well, BKB popped out from Kaiko. They've actually going to try and maybe use this, but there is no... oh, he does have the Chronosphere. It's back off cooldown. Resummon from Dolme. He gets the Chrono on the backside. He gets the Oracle. He's going to find the kill. And now the Visage, the real carry that we were talking about, absolutely melted. And the rest of them need to get out of here. DK looking for that Dragon Tail. He's going to get the meld off. Hiding in the trees for the moment, but the other side of the fight is going to be the Necrophos. Cancels that TP with the Winner's Curse. And now it's time for Shenzhen to fall. Triple kill for Ulu.
They find the 2 cores end up having the biggest impact in the previous fight, and outside their base, it just goes to show they aren't able to take these fights. Aster.A are still way too strong, and I believe the BKB is now flying out for the Faceless Void. It is. This is what they need to take high ground before. With this, I'm not sure Shenzhen are going to be able to defend.
I mean, you do have buyback on the Visage, but he did resummon in the middle of that fight, so he doesn't have familiars for another 60 seconds, which is a huge portion of his damage.
Yeah, his familiars are just dead as well. Yeah, there's not really much of a point of him buying back if he doesn't have those.
Kaiko gets saved by the False Promise. In comes Razor. Does need to be careful, but Kaiko's just getting beat to heck. Is he gonna actually survive? 70 HP. Okay.
And there it is. They end up losing the bottom racks, chased all the way back into the fountain. Templar Assassin is so lucky that she ended up surviving that one.
Yeah, that was incredibly close.
But yeah, it's like you mentioned, Visage, he did have buyback available, but if he doesn't have the bird summon, it's the same thing as buying back in the game without Spear Bear on LD. You just aren't going to have an impact in these fights. You've built entirely around the Visage bird, and this is your offlaner. Next, he's got a Hex queued up, but he's pretty long way off of that one, and they're going to continue to put the pressure up. Ooh.
Drink tried to go after Red Panda, but he's got a blink on the Wyvern, so you're just stuck way out of position. Yeah. Red Panda with a bait there, very nice.
Yeah, dead for 60 seconds now. His buyback's still on cooldown too. I mean, at the very least, Roche 50 seconds, so he'll be able to respond to that. Now they actually want to smoke up all the Tusk is dead and potentially find someone. If they could get the Razor, that would be huge.
Razor.
Yeah, he's
underneath the Lord. It would be massive if they can actually get the kill. But where's your stun going to come from? Dolme just chasing after him across the river and doesn't end up finding him. And now Winter's Curse. They've caught the Visage. Hara will be here to save him for the moment, but I don't know how he gets out of this. It's just delaying the inevitable. Surrounded by all 5 members here of Aster.A and completely botched gank as they fall once again. I mean, Shenzhen, they literally have 0 stuns outside of Visage drop and Tusk Walrus Punch.
It was a sentry that ended up scouting him out there, I believe, and I think they did end up clearing it towards the end, but or either that or the Razor just had a massive heads up there. But that would have been an amazing kill to find. But it's like you mentioned, they have absolutely no way to get on top of him as he's farming. He always manages to get the BKB off as you run at him there.
Oh, they jump in. Dragon Knight managed to get the kill, or the stun onto the TA, the Chrono to follow, and TA will have to buy back into the game. Drink wants the Ghost Scepter, trying to do what he can to stay alive, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, and this is what they were waiting for. False Promise on cooldown, they end up dropping the Chronosphere onto him, and they just can't defend from this one.
And Ulu still has the BKB to work with.
Yeah.
Razor once again with another double damage. Ulu jumps in pretty aggressively. Dragon Tail does catch the TA, looking to chase after her for more. She's got the BKB disarm for the moment. Reaper Scythe comes through. It's enough. It managed to take down the Dragon Knight. A big kill for Ash. And TK tries to pump that Rolling Thunder and get out of here.
All right. Our Reaper Scythe counter is now at 3, but you did almost lose the tier 3 tower. Roshan is up, and they could back up for that one, but the entire team of Shenzhen now coming back up, and Dragon Knight still dead for another 60 seconds. I think they'll be able to contest a Roshan.
I think they're just going to smoke for it. I forgot to mention, they do have one on stun. The Scythe of Ice is out from the Visage. So that was what he was going for. He was trying to get the side of the grave right into the Scythe pick off, but just wasn't there fast enough. They scan the Roach. They know it's not, or they know Shenzhen's not in there, but might just be a moment too early. Oh, the scan catches him at the very end, so they're going to ping it out. They know.
Yep.
Side of the grave comes through from Dolme as Kaiko gets to work. They're going to buy back on the Dragon Knight.
And they got to know that they know. They have to get
happening.
back. They need to get back right now. They cannot fight into this. Roll's still in cooldown for another 20 seconds, though, but regardless of that. Oh, man, if they were just there a fraction of a second later, they might have been able to sneak that Roshan.
Yeah.
It was just the tail end of that scan. They did force the Dragon Knight buyback, though. Silver linings.
Silver linings, indeed. They still have, 2.5 lanes of barracks, I guess, but that bottom lane one might fall here in just a moment because there's 2 super waves in there.
Yep. And they have to decide if this position is worth holding or they're going to TP someone back. And looks like their opinion is they want to hold this position. They don't want to give up Roshan. But this gives so much information to Aster.A. Aster.A. knows exactly where they are based on the fact that they are not defending their tier 4s.
Oh, no. Both teams thinking the exact same thing as they go into the enemy jungle. They're going to know the outpost just got yoinked. They know exactly where Ares is. Shenzhen, can they do anything with it, though? Oracle has a Blink Dagger coming out on the courier right now, so Hara's positioning being a lot better in these next fights.
Yeah, and taking that outpost is actually very important for stopping Shenzhen from being able to take a fight around the Roche pit. They have no way to buy back and TP in now, as outpost has been taken. And you can TP in from multiple angles on the side of Aster.A.
Oh, Blink Dragon Tail in from the Dragon Knight. They get the Winter's Curse. It catches everybody in Ulu. The Chrono takes him down. Oracle's dead. Drink to follow in just a moment. Ash trying to do his best, but they just instantly tap out. They know this game is over.
Aster.A.'s hell of an impressive game from them. I'd say it all came apart in the mid lane. This Necrophos mid just did not match up well up against the Razor. Tried to do new things. They tried to pick the Visage as well, but didn't end up working out for them either. And that last Chronosphere, the first and the last Chronospheres from this Faceless Void, both absolutely beautiful.
There it is, Ulu turning up on the Faceless Void in this game and evening out the series for Aster.A. in a very impressive game number 2. Some of us never had any doubt, of course, that Aster.A. could pull this one off, but yeah, it just looked easier. It looked straightforward, and it was straightforward, unfortunately, Ulu just kind of laying down the law. Also some great performances across the board, really clicking together, which is something we haven't seen from this team for a while. Do you guys think that this was just an easier draft compared to the previous game, or do you think that there was something going on differently with Shenzhen, or, why did these two games look so different to one another?
I think it could definitely
I'll start
because
I'm the genius. Ricky,
okay.
Come on. You can wait your turn. Everything came down to the mid lane. Ash got absolutely blasted by this Razor. Razor was way too easy to play. Did not get nerfed hard enough in this match. Back to you, Ricky.
Yeah, I mean, mid lane was definitely an issue. I think the offlane Visage didn't really pan out how they wanted it to. Like, it got the Aghanim Scepter and then didn't find a single kill for the entire game after it got it. So you don't really snowball the lane. You don't really snowball the mid game when is where you need to, but it just felt weird. I mean, shout out to Red Panda's Winter Wyvern in this game. Like, just going first item Blink Dagger, having some huge Winter's Curses in these fights to just follow it up with the Chronosphere. Yeah. Dolme's Beastmaster couldn't be more polar opposite from his Visage performance, right? Like, it just felt so lackluster compared to what we saw in the last game.
Yeah.
You were talking, I wanted to mention, you were mentioning that earlier What do you know, Matt, about why they would have first picked this Winter Wyvern, Red Panda?
Yeah, it was a really good Wyvern game, huh?
Yeah, but you were talking about that, just how good Red Panda was coming into this game, and I hadn't realized he was so good on this hero.
Yeah. No, it's a blast from the past, that's for sure. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen Red Panda really pulling out one of these high performance heroes, but yeah, looked good. And I mean, I have to say though, like, they did a bad job trying to draft around this Wyvern, didn't they? Like with the TA pick immediately as an answer to the Wyvern, like that didn't look great. And then you've also got Visage, who's also not very good against Wyvern, and you've got this team. I mean, okay, Necro, yeah, he doesn't do physical damage, which is usually what Wyvern's best to get. Wyvern's best against. But he is one of these heroes which you really want your team to clump around. He's best when you're all in one big mushy ball, and you can just heal everyone up with those lovely. As you see here, like exactly as demonstrated in this clip, they move in close to get healed up, and then Uli's just like, oh hey, a nice 3-man chrono coming out here. But of course, Red Panda can also drop down the curse. Like, yeah, I think the heroes which Shenzhen picked were very. It kind of didn't answer Ares' heroes at all. In fact, it kind of played into them a little bit. I felt, at least in practice. I mean, yeah,
I think it was made worse by the fact that they did not end up doing well out of the laning phase. This is something you couldn't find recovery kills with. Really, you really struggled to walk at heroes with this draft and find stuns. A Spirit Hero would have been great at setting things up. Necrophos, not so much. If you're not able to go for the enemy's objectives, kind of place yourself there, this draft falls apart.
It's so funny too, like Ares had like two really, I mean, they had that massive like kind of overextension that we just saw in the base where they kind of gave Shenzhen at least a few moments to try and get back into this game, but it just felt, followed this up with an immediate chrono. Yeah. They had the ward there on the high ground, and they saw Ares actually place a ward themselves, and so I don't. It just feels rough. This was kind of trying to force it.
This was by no means Aster.A looking like a really well put together, 5-man squad. The discipline wasn't there still. This still wasn't looking like a team which is, playing to the abilities which these players should be. And I think these high ground pushes kind of proved that pretty conclusively. Like they tried to take high ground in some very questionable times, and that's kind of what made this game last longer than it should have. They could have closed this one out by like the 25-minute mark, I would say, but you just lock the enemy out of the base, and then you go and farm, and you need to know your timings. And I feel like Aster kind of misjudged that a little bit. I mean, that's okay. These things will be fixed in time, and it wasn't catastrophic. They were able to get out with their faceless void in that initial kind of high ground throw, so that was good. But yeah, just needs a little bit more discipline, a little bit more sensible. Also, I noticed with the second high ground push, which they kind of messed up, which was just after they took the Aegis, they didn't wait for the Chronosphere to come back again. And that, again, just kind of drew the game out a little bit longer. And these are the things which they just kind of need to get a little bit tidier on. Calm down a bit, Aster.A. It's okay to take some time. It's okay to take a breather.
Discipline's the name of the game, in your opinion, man?
It really is. It really is, yeah. So that's going to lead us into a game number 3. What are we expecting from game number 3? I mean, firstly, let's isolate the highest impact picks from this first and second game. I mean, definitely this Wyvern, definitely the Razor as well. Anything else which really stood out for you guys on either team?
I mean, I felt like Medusa was incredibly good in game number 1. It was something that was picked up a lot in the open qualifiers. It felt just as effective. Not as good as the Beastmaster in the first game, but it's a very solid hero. I'm a little bit surprised we haven't been seeing more Train Protector. He's been more popular across a number of regions. So if we didn't see that in game number 3, I would be absolutely shocked.
Okay. I'll be up for some Train Protector. The Medusa was first banned this game as well, so definitely a lot of respect being shown to that by Aster.A as well. Ricky, what about you? What do you want to see in game number 3?
I would say I just want a close game. I feel like both these games were like kind of beatdowns one way or the other, and so I want to see like a really, really good game here in number 3. And we'll see if we get it. Most likely we're going to see the Pango band, we're going to see the Death Prophet band, the IO band, maybe Medusa. I think those are probably going to be like the heavy bands here in game number 3, but we'll see. Only time will tell.
All right, let's throw it over to a short break. Then hopefully we will be back with game number 3 nice and quickly. Don't go anywhere for more China DPC action coming up soon.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Wow, someone flowers from my sleep. So caught up in your smell. Down to whatever you say. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. Oh, do you know who I am? But you make me speak français. It's like we're in Paris, away from our parents. I'm kind of a chain smoker, but with you I wanna do better. Never been a go-getter, but I wanna get with you forever, ever. Cause you're not just a cute girl in my room. Never. Feels like we're in Paris, away from our parents. I'm kind of a chain smoker, but with you I wanna do better. Never been a go-getter, but I wanna get with you forever, ever. Cause you're not just a cute girl in my room. Never. I got a prickle on my skin. I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep. So caught up in your smell. Down to whatever you say. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. You're not just a cute girl, don't get me wrong. I love your face, you're beautiful. You ain't just a cute girl, you're my world. When you dance with me, you make me sweat, make me speak. You make me feel I could do whatever I want. I fear no harm when I stare at the sun. I feel so noble with you on my love. My will so strong, only limits the sky. I've been a nice day, I've been like no way. But now, every day, you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français. I got a prickle on my skin. I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep. So caught up in the smell. Down to whatever you say. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Ni hao, and welcome back to the China DPC, where we are getting into game number 3 of Shenzhen versus Aster.A, battling it out for these very, very important middle-of-the-pack points. As both these teams are currently 0-1, they need a big fat series win to catapult them through this DPC and maybe get themselves up into the upper division for the next season, and then who knows how far they could go. But first, right now, it's the matter of taking each other down. Aster.A took game number 2 on the backs of the Ulu Faceless Void and also their lovely, lovely Yi Razor, who was godlike at some stage in the game, absolutely smashing until he ran to the fountain for some reason, but we won't talk about that. Meanwhile, Shenzhen had an excellent first game as well. They just wrecked it with their Medusa, so it does seem to be hard carries which are the flavor of this matchup, but it's also not, because the team that's winning has been winning from the laning phase and just kind of carried that victory through till the end. How is it, do you think these teams aren't able to come back against each other at all so far?
Not enough pickup potential. I feel like post laning phase, Spirit Heroes would definitely solve that problem. I think that has to be the biggest one.
Yeah, absolutely agree. So, let's jump into this draft then, as we do have ourselves something interesting coming out from Aster.A. They've taken both the Wyvern and the Brewmaster. So we don't know which one Red Panda is going to be playing, as of course the Brewmaster is his absolute signature. He's also proved himself a very good Wyvern player as well. So their options are open. They can flex this around a bit. Could still be an off-lane Brewmaster, of course. Could be a POS 5. Could be a POS 4 Wyvern. Who knows? We don't know, but we're going to find out.
So
there it is. The Spirit Hero finally picked up. This is what we've been waiting for. Ricky, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say this is a much better decision here. You needed something that could find the Wyvern in the last game, and there really wasn't. So now you have the Ember Spirit. Should be a pretty good job at being able to find this hero. It doesn't actually fare up very well into the Brewmaster. It is a pretty rough matchup, to be honest, but overall, I think pretty good. I'd agree with what Nomad said, where it's probably an offlane Brewmaster, Red Panda taking the Wyvern. Those are probably the ones that make the most sense. Tusk seems to be getting a lot of play here, so Drink should be taking that on the 4 position. But so far, I really like the bans in phase 2 here. Dragon Knight, I think this hero is way too good. Grimstroke, really good at like pairing up with the Ember Spirit, just giving him.
I don't care about these heroes, Ricky. I want to talk more about Brewmaster.
Okay,
the big boy.
Alright, cool. This hero is incredibly broken in this patch. You can run him mid, you can run him in the offlane. Some people run him as support. His passive ability is way too busted right now. It gives you way too many things. The Air Panda is ridiculous. Drunken Haze. Cinder Brew, that's what it's called now. Cinder Brew is absolutely insane with how much it slows people. As long as you max that one out and go like 1-4-1, there's nobody who can play against you. His ultimate is just as good as it was in the last patch, and people were still picking up a lot. It counters into so many illusion heroes because you can clear those out instantly. This hero is too good at too many things, and he is also fun to watch and play.
And fun to look at. He's got that dad bod.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Thank you, Nomad.
You're welcome. Just adding that hard-hitting analysis.
Yeah, he's not wrong. He is very fun to look at. I absolutely love Brewmaster. I've been playing him a lot this patch. I am surprised that he's not picked and banned almost every game, so I'm glad he's made it through here.
This is the most passionate I've heard you since I heard you talk about anime that one time. And then never again.
Or the time that me and Black were talking about
yeah.
I was impressed by him, I'm going to be honest.
Oh yeah, fellow Japanese animation connoisseur.
Mm-hmm. I was pleasantly surprised how much you knew.
Quite. All right, let's get into some of these bans then. We got a DK. It's all like from Shenzhen at least. It's all like the heroes from last game basically. They banned Panga. They banned the DK. They banned Razor. Meanwhile, side of Aster.A, they're gonna get rid of some pretty interesting bans here actually. The Grimstroke and the Phoenix.
Yeah, those ones are surprising. I guess they're worried about potential. The Grimstroke ban makes sense. You want to run this one alongside the Ember Spirit. It really helps his initiation power. The Inkspell stun is huge. What they could be planning on doing, though, if they're banning out the Grimstroke, is picking up a Wraith King on the side, and that's exactly what they do end up doing. They ban out the Wraith King.
Good call,
just because creating a dark portrait of that hero feels absolutely insane.
Yeah.
I think the main thing with the Grimstroke is it is probably one of the best support pairings with the Ember Spirit. And so the last thing you want to deal with is this Ember Spirit, jumping on top of your Winter Wyvern, but also having an Inkswell to stun you. So probably the primary reason. The one thing I will say about Brewmaster is I'm pretty sure Phoenix destroys this hero. So that might be why they actually banned the Phoenix. They go to grab a Storm Spirit for themselves. Okay.
Do they? Oh, yes, they do. Ricky, you gotta stop using that power of foresight that you have.
I don't know. I literally just saw it. I don't know what you're talking about.
I see. Impressive, Ricky. Impressive. But yeah, they've gotten rid of all of the silences now, so they pick up. But we see a Spirit here on both sides. That's something we talked about at the beginning of the draft. We want to see more Spirit heroes in order to turn these games around and find pickoffs. it's going to play a lot faster for the first couple of minutes this game, right?
The Spirit Heroes make sense. I wouldn't say I ever want to see a Spirit Hero. I'm kind of spirited out over the last couple of patches. You know, it's
like 4 years of nonstop Spirit Heroes.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, then they need to not be so good at so many different things, or gapping distance needs to be easier for different heroes. They essentially have like free blink daggers in all of them.
Yeah, they just need to
That's what makes them so
buff
good.
Blink Dagger.
Yeah, or give blink dagger 2 charges so they can keep up with spirits.
Yeah, sure. Only when that's, spirit in the game, though.
All right,
Yeah, but-
I'm sold. Shenzhen 1.
All right, cool.
This is a sick draft.
See you next. Why?
You see a one-button
Sell it to
hero
me.
like Doom?
Yeah, I
Doom
want to hear
Disruptor?
the car salesman Ricky come out here.
All right. Neff is over here like, ooh, Brewmaster, he's so good, he's so great. Well, guess what? You now have 2 heroes that literally remove you from the game. So I'm very happy with the adjustment from Shenzhen's draft here.
I mean, if you have to pick 2 heroes around a Brewmaster, I'd say the pick is pretty good.
No, I'm just saying, like, the fact that, like, Brewmaster now has 2 counters, the Doom is not just for the Brewmaster. It is very good here in this game regardless, because he's not something that's really affected by the Winter's Curse, but super tanky, great frontliner, good catch, and fighting Storm Spirit or the Beastmaster gonna net them quite a lot. So, yeah, I like it. These are 2 really, really solid picks.
Well, my opinion is Brew is a chat here that requires micromanagement and paying attention to a bunch of different things in a team fight, and Doom presses 1 button. That's what separates me and you, Ricky.
Wait, you don't have
Go
2
ahead.
friends next to you, which the moment you press the primal split, you just whip out 2 extra keyboards and you'll play 1 panda each? That's what I do.
Neff would have to get 2 friends for that one.
Oh no.
I've got cats.
Coming out for Aster.A.
That's true. He's got the cats. Just put them on the keyboard. It'll be fine.
This is rough. It's rough out here today. The Ursa pickup is very good. This draft is very aggressive. They have a very run at you lineup, and that's, I think, what part of the reason why they're worried about the Wraith King being picked up is these heroes being too tanky to get there. That's one way to counter out Spirit heroes. It also stops Tusk from being able to find kills if the heroes are just like too difficult to get through. So you have Winter Wyvern who's going to keep people alive longer and be able to reset fights that are very bad. You got Storm Spirit with jump, and then you have Brewmaster and Ursa, who are both very good frontliners. But you've probably picked up your 1 through 3, so it's position 4 that you're looking for last. But they ban out Mars regardless of that on the side of Shenzhen.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Maybe they're still predicting the Red Panda Brewmaster, and then the Pos 4 Wyvern. Still very much an option here.
It's definitely could be the case. And honestly, I wouldn't be that surprised because of the Brewmaster Disruptor, or I'm sorry, the Doom Disruptor picks here, which do make the Brewmaster's life very difficult. So you could just, say, all right, well, we see the bans, or like we see the counter play here. We're just gonna play this as a support, so it's not as vital. Go for a better offlane here. And they get rid of the Timber Saw as well. So good stuff. Makes a lot of sense.
Yep. I mean, these drafts at the moment, they look like whoever is the aggressor is just going to win the fight, because both teams have that kind of, this is what the Ursa is, right? It's not a good game for the Ursa to be running around a team fight trying to catch kills. That's never going to happen. But it is a good game for the Ursa to jump in and immediately blow somebody up. That is what you want versus Doom. That's what you want versus Disrupt. Get them out the way and stop them knocking down your other heroes straight off the bat. But obviously, if you can't manage to pull that off, if you don't get that instant initiation, burst, and kill, then you're in charge. And then look, Shenzhen pick up Tiny as well, because they have to double down that as well, because it's exactly the way this game is going. Like, these team fights are going to be decided in like the first 2 seconds every time, I'm pretty sure.
Yep, and that's a hero that's also very difficult to bring down and kill quickly. He has a lot of HP. So we're going to struggle to blow up Tiny. Maybe strength growth rate is like, what, 4? I think it's something like 4. 4 or higher on that hero. So he's going to be too tanky for them to get on top of and blow up with either the Ursa or the Brewmaster. So they've got 2 options here on Aster.A. They can last pick a hero that is going to help them burst people down, or they can pick up somebody who's going to provide them a little bit more disable.
It's man, I literally should have said it.
Things.
I literally should have said it.
We
knew it was
do
going to
that?
be a Viper. Yeah.
No, man, were you thinking that one as well?
I was not thinking Viper. No, I was thinking of other things.
Well,
Not
I
the
had-
Brewmaster Dad bod. Something else.
Oh, of course.
I mean,
I'm still daydreaming.
Yeah,
He'd be a fun
yeah.
guy to hang out with, you know? He would be. I feel like he'd be a cool guy.
Absolutely. I mean, Tiny's an interesting one, though. He is the most picked hero of the DPC by quite a while. He's got 46 picks. Next up is Ember Spirit with 39. He's only got a 47% win rate, though, which I find kind of interesting, you know? But it makes sense, though. I mean, carry players are very simple people, you know? They see a big rock with a stick and they're just like, yes, good. I play. I hit.
Good, hits creeps, dies.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, we always think about the good tiny games where you're 3-hitting a tower and everyone just salivates at the idea, you know, a good tiny game. There's few things more satisfying as a carry player than that, so kind of makes sense. But as I mentioned, it does kind of fit the theme of this game. And honestly, I think these drafts are very evenly matched. So for that reason, I'm going to be going Shenzhen because I think they have been playing a little bit better through both the games today. Guys, tell me what you think as we get into this game.
Ricky, you can go ahead and start as I take in every other time.
If Aster.A plays good, if Aster.A plays well, how they should be playing,
Brilliant.
I think this is going
They're
the way of
still gonna
Aster.A.
lose.
I think this
Oh.
Tiny is going to have a really rough time in lane. I think Ursa should have a pretty good lane, and in terms of like the late game carry matchups, Tiny does win or does not beat the Ursa here. So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go Aster.A.
All right, thank you, Ricky.
I like everything about the draft from Aster.A until I saw the Viper. But I am rooting for my boy Brewmaster, and I think that Brewmaster is way too broken at the moment. So I'm going to go with Aster.A as well. Even as a support.
Okay.
All right. Let's do it then. Game number 3 on the way. Let's see who is going to take the series. It's Aster.A versus Shenzhen here at the China DPC, battling it out in game number 3. Starting right away. Enjoy.
Thank you, Nomad. Into game number 3 we go. Tied 1-1. This is the first game 3 I think I've covered so far. I think this is the first one.
Yeah? You've covered? Yeah. I'm pretty sure I've done at least... Yeah, I've definitely been around for ties, but I was doing production on a couple of matches as well. So I've seen a couple of games end up going the distance. But I wanted to talk about start this one off by talking about this mid lane matchup, the Storm Spirit versus the Ember.
Yeah, go for it.
Excellent. Do you know that they actually changed around how Flame Guard works? It now doesn't absorb all damage, it absorbs 70% of magical damage you do. And they changed the damage that it gets disabled on from 110 at level 1 to 121.
The battle begins.
Now, why would they do that? Why would they change to 121? Static Remnant does 120 magical damage.
Yeah. I was going to say, it's exactly...
Yeah.
It's exactly to deal with the one-shotting your Remnant at level 1.
Yeah, it is specifically to deal with the Storm Spirit, Static Remnant in the Spirit Hero matchup in the mid lane. So this is a patch, or something that was adjusted specifically for how often Spirit Heroes will play against each other in the mid lane. Which is kind of funny for them to update the game that way. It is very rare for them to update so specifically in Dota.
Mm-hmm. It was just super annoying, like, I think how the matchup was played, that you're like, oh, nice. You literally can't, pick a point in Flame Guard because Storm Spirit exists in your lane, right? Like, that was... it's hard to believe that was, something they wanted to keep that way.
Well, they've been increasing the level 1 block on Flame Guard for a while after decreasing it.
Mm-hmm.
For a while now, and the 110 stopped most spells at level 1. Other than, of course, Static Remnant, which was absolutely huge for a level 1 ability at 120 damage. But yeah, this specific instance, Storm Spirit having to take an extra 4 seconds to commit a lot of mana if he wants to be able to burst through Ember Spirit, was the reason for that update. Just interesting thing. It makes the matchup with Ember Spirit a little bit easier when he needs to be a lot more Storm favored.
Yeah, a lot of fighting happening in the top lane here. Is they're playing in the jungle lane. I'm not sure if you noticed that. That is the pay-to-win lane. You have to have Dota Plus Diamond Edition for that one.
Yes. That's one of the reasons why I don't have all that extra points of MMR is I haven't unlocked the jungle lane. Sometimes I forget that one's there.
Mm-hmm.
Elsewhere on the map, though, Ricky, The bottom lane. I don't imagine we'll see a ton of action. There's a huge kill potential in the bottom with the Brewmaster. At least probably till he gets level 2, 3. He does have the urn queued up as his first item. That's what I like to see. Oh, top lane. Yeah,
Just to be able to get the TP out, though.
TP's to his own tower there in order to get out. So he doesn't want to waste too much time.
I love how the tooltip for Devour hasn't been updated to say that it gives the armor still, but you know, that's fine. One of the things that changed with 7.31 is they added the armor bonus back into Devour.
It gave you HP regen before, not armor.
Yeah, I remember. I mean, yeah. I know it was HP regen before, but it's like more. They added a defensive like attribute back to the ability, right?
Yeah, and it's not on the tool. It's underneath it.
Yeah, it's in the tooltip. It's not in the tooltip. It's in the like,
adjustment tooltip.
patch tips. Yeah, which is not where it should be.
It technically still have the ability. Okay.
Ash goes down solo to the Storm Spirit as Drink was coming in to offer some help.
Yeah, but end up going a little bit too far forward. And again, even though this one was Storm Spirit favorite before, this 1-1-1 build has a huge kill potential against melee here. So the Ember Spirit heavily punished there, and Storm Spirit is going to be off to an excellent start. Got already, what, 600 net worth up on this guy. He ended up losing a lot of that creep wave as well because he ended up going down. That one was pretty far forward. A full level advantage he has over the Ember Spirit now. He just hit level 4 on Ember, and Storm Spirit is 5.
Yeah, that is a massive death.
So recovery is a little bit difficult for Ember Spirit as well. He doesn't move into the jungle as easily as Storm does. So if you want to make the Ember's game harder, the best option is not giving up kills once you get close to that 6-minute mark. So we do have the work cut out for them on Shenzhen to get this recovery for Ash. And imagine you just continue to put the pressure on Ash here. Probably when Storm Spirit's level 6 or he gets closer to it, you try to set up another kill and just shut this guy's game down even harder.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing, I'm not sure if you caught, but Doom managed to find the pack leader aura as he was heading into the jungle, so he now finally has at least somewhat of a decent creep. Sitting on 100 damage now. Pretty nice.
Decent. But I don't see the bonus damage on him.
Oh, plus 23. It's 30%, right? So.
Yeah, I think I'm bugged. Unfortunate. I definitely see the ability. I just don't see any plus numbers on him. All right, I can see it on our observer feed. Thank you very much, observer. Good stuff.
So this bottom lane, you have this offlane Viper. I feel like you're at a point where you've got to start being able to play really aggressive, but they actually haven't yet. Like Viper's not CSing super well. Tiny seems to be having a relatively free lane, and you have these like 2 points in the poison attack, and he's just kind of chilling.
I mean, the wave is so close to the tower right now that they can't really do much about it. They can't dive underneath the tower, and he's got too much HP to be able to burst down top lane.
Nice rotation from the Storm Spirit. Yeah, they get the kill there onto Dolme, and now looking for Drink as well. Splinter Blast not going to connect, so he's going to be safe, and end up canceling the TP of the Ember Spirit.
Realized that.
Oh, no, that wasn't Ember. Who the heck was that? Yeah, okay, it was Hara bottom lane, the Disruptor.
Yeah, Hara realized he'd be coming in a little bit too late. He's only level 3. He really wouldn't be able to assist with too much. He's got 2 points of the Thunder Strike as well, so he wouldn't really have enough range on Glimpse in order to pull them back in. He tried to do that. He's sitting on 1 point right now. Hasn't decided if he wants to go connect field or Glimpse. But 6 minutes or
right over the top rune.
Don't roll around.
Okay. Bottle of double damage there onto Ash's Ember Spirit, so not a bad find, and we'll be able to force Storm Spirit, potentially back to base. He buys 3 mangoes. Yeah, he's gonna go back to base, okay.
This is absolutely insane. The man just buys 3 mangoes and heads back to base anyways. I think maybe he figured he really wanted to take a fight.
Yeah,
this can't be worth it, though.
He was hoping to get the rune and then just have 3 mangoes delivered, I think is what happened.
Yeah, to continue to put this pressure on the Ember Spirit. But Ember's going to recover a little bit from this one. In fact, he's now tied up on net worth with the Storm.
Yeah.
You're going to have to be careful in all these lanes, though. You know that Storm Spirit walked back to base. That means he's usually going to be looking for a rotation. That's what he tries to do. He just used so much mana.
Huh? He's got the mangoes, though. He's got the mangoes. point and glimpse put there for Hara. So Storm Spirit, if he tries to go a little bit too far, can always get sent back. And yeah, Tiny, great time to avalanche there to keep himself alive.
Yeah, meanwhile, up in the top lane, it looks like they're thinking about diving this Ursa under his tower. Yeah, they decide, they think better, but I mean, not an easy hero to go on. Not with Enrage, anyways. They try to dive Red Panda, but he's going to pop Arctic Burn. Yeah, they're going to run at him anyways. It's starting to expire. They hold him in place, and he's just going to go down.
Yeah, nice dive behind the tower. Held there. I mean, Winter Wyvern doing his best to try and slow down the push top, but I think at this point it's not going to happen solo. So good find there by Shenzhen.
Mm-hmm. I take tier 1 as well. TK is using this opportunity to farm up in the mid lane a little bit to get closer to his level 6, while the rest of the team try to take the bottom lane alongside the catapult. They fortify as well in order to keep the catapult alive. And, yeah, ends up grabbing the last hit there.
All right, I mean, that's pretty good then. Ends up being a decent tower trade. Very close game so far. Only 1 to 2 on the kill score.
Can we talk about the Midas on Tiny?
Dude, don't tell me, please.
Oh, man. Let's talk about the Midas on Tiny. You were so upset about this one during the break.
Talk to me about the Midas on Tiny. Okay.
I mean, at least in this game, it's not the Templar Assassin on our team. This is a true position 1 Tiny. He's going to be scaling into the late game and doing a lot of the damage. So you get the extra attack speed from it. But you made some solid arguments against it in the previous series. I mean, you much rather be building an Echo Saber for the extra mana regen. You end up getting an Aghanim Shard fairly early. Like, that's going to be your way of farming. The Midas feels kind of funny.
Please tell me.
I mean, if these teams are doing it, it's got to be good.
I really want Doom to just double back for a Midas as well. Just go all in on it on Shenzhen.
I mean, I feel like you get run over by Aster.A if that's what you tried to do.
Do it. Give me more Midas for the side of Shenzhen. No, I'm this Midas is makes me uncomfortable physically. I don't know how to describe it. It's a rough one for me to understand. But they will have a Doom who will be super farmed thanks to the nature of Devour, and you do have a Ember Spirit who's doing pretty well in the mid lane as well. So maybe they will be able to make enough space for this Tiny's Midas to come online in about 9.5 to 12 minutes. But until then, he just attacks slightly faster. Red Panda able to keep himself alive there with the Cold Embrace, and he's just going to walk away.
Yeah, walks away. Managed to get out of that one, but they're going to put the pressure up here, and they have Brewmaster Ultimate to fall back on as well, but not pushing this tower. I guess they've got no real way of hitting towers at this point in the game, right?
Yeah, exactly.
There's no hero that's amazing at that. So Brewmaster not really confident to... Yep. Yeah, Brewmaster confident enough to go up into the enemy team there. I mean, especially if you're playing against both the Disruptor and the Doom. You were talking about this one during the draft.
I think it's the main reason we're seeing the Brewmaster swap to the 4 position. Mm-hmm. And to be honest, he didn't really do anything in this lane. It's the reason the Viper is super underfarmed. No, I mean, he kind of just sat in trees and threw Cinder Brew occasionally, and that was like about it. Like, you kind of just like would have rather been solo in lane as Viper, honestly. It was pretty weird. But it's decently farmed since it was able to soak some solo time in the lanes and farm a little bit on the creeps, because it does farm pretty well once you have like points in Cinderbrew and the Thunderclap. But your Viper is like paying for it pretty heavily. Doesn't really have much of anything, just sitting on treads on the way to the Dragonlance.
Yeah.
This is like a hero that's supposed to dominate this lane and slow down the Tiny, and instead Tiny had a basically free lane.
Yeah, and then he built a Midas.
Yeah, and then he built a Midas.
You are not happy about that one.
I mean, imagine if you just had an Echo Saber instead.
I mean, you're going to get power treads as well. Eventually, you're going to have so much attack speed, your concerns will not even matter. They're going to smoke up on the side of Aster.A, though. Potentially look for a kill. I mean, one of the major things you want to do. Okay, they do end up finding the Tusk. This isn't a big kill, though.
It's right. Yeah, you're right. It's not a big kill, but it is a kill nonetheless, and something for them to work with because maybe they can push this pressure into the mid tower as a result.
They are going to try.
DD Rune still has about half the duration left. No way are they going. Okay, they are going to go Roche.
Yeah.
I feel like with Ulu and the fact that the Tusk is dead, they can go for it. So
Yeah,
the rest of the team.
They brought Ash's HP pretty low as well, but he salvaged back up. They're not actually able to fight into the enemy team. They realize they can't contest that objective, not into a Brewmaster ultimate, so they give that one up and they give the Aegis over to Storm.
Yeah, one of the reasons the Ursa pick is still very good. Very early Roshan kill. So Doom still top of the net worth. Hey Neff, can you just tell me what his items are right now?
Doom?
Yeah.
That looks to be a hand of Midas, a golden hand!
Dude, I
golden
love this.
hands for everybody.
I love this game so much. Oh my god. Alright, we've got 2 Midas on the side of Shenzhen.
At what point do the supports just say, alright, I'll build a hand of Midas as well?
I mean, Ember is just going first item BKB. He knows. He's like, my team has Midas. I need a BKB.
Yeah.
I mean, Doom going Midas is not unordinary. Like, that's a pretty standard thing on this hero because he can get it so early thanks to Devour. But he went for, like, completed phase boots and the Soul Ring before doing so. So it took him a little bit.
Yeah. All right, yeah, putting a lot of pressure on this tower. I will say the hand of Midas, the hand of Midai, the plural for Midas, does make it a little bit more difficult to take fights in the enemy team, as opposed to items that provide stats and whatnot. The bottom, like Doom manages to dodge it out, and they still haven't taken the tier 1 tower. They foolishly rotated everybody onto this hand of Midas Doom when the Midas is on cooldown.
All right, they pull the Viper in, Static Storm and Kinetic Field, but you got no help. None of your cores are here. The Brewmaster pumps the split, can be able to just chase down Hara here with the help of the Viper, and Tusk going to come right down into the hands of the Bear. Does get the snowball off, so he won't be able to make it on over the trees. Meanwhile, Winter Wyvern trying to chase down the Ember Spirit's not going to find him. Drink, slow but steady death there for him.
This is taking them a while, though. I got to say, each kill is not coming out too quickly.
I mean, you did say their tower push is very slow as well, and you were correct.
Yes.
They do eventually get it. But you know who didn't die? Any of the cores.
The heroes with Midas, but Doom's Midas currently off of cooldown and has been for quite some time.
Very spooky.
Some inefficient use of the Midas there, I gotta say.
It's all right. Scores 1-5. Very low kill score game, unfortunately, as it's 15 minutes in. Midas usage there, and they're going to head into the jungle. They do have the ward scouting this Storm Spirit. So you have the blink, he does. But he's got an Aegis for another 2 minutes. So you're going to get the Storm Spirit's first life. No Static Storm to get the second one. And there's going to be the Winner's Curse. Ember Spirit in some trouble. Pulled back into a Vortex, and he's dead. Okay, Drink now the next target here for the side of Ares. They will find him with ease. And, you know, Shenzhen getting a little hungry for a kill, but maybe forgetting he had the Aegis. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, definitely couldn't have gotten that one if they didn't have the Static Storm as soon as the Storm Spirit came back up. But they ran into him a little bit early. At that point, they were committed, had to go for that kill. But
I mean, they had the ward. They saw the Storm Spirit the whole time. That's the thing. That's so weird about it.
Maybe they figured the rest of the team was a little bit further away, or the Storm Spirit wouldn't go down so fast, and then they'd have Static Storm back up by the time they finally did bring him down. The kill happened like a little bit too quickly for them there. And then, of course, Aster.A manages to turn it around afterwards.
Yeah. Strange, but either way, 1-7 now as Aster.A continue to increase their kill score, but net worth isn't moving a whole lot.
Yeah, it's not. And Shenzhen will be ready to fight pretty quickly here. I think the one thing they're waiting on is the BKB on the Ember Spirit, who does not have very much farm and is not going to scale into this game unless he finds kills, because this guy doesn't have Maelstrom. It is very rare for you to not see this picked up on the Ember.
I thought you were going to say Midas. I was like, no.
No.
Get me out.
Yeah, the issue is they don't have a third Midas.
Yes, indeed.
I don't know, man. We're 17 minutes in. Tiny doesn't have the item. I feel like he'd farm a lot faster if he had an egg in him shard. Rather than the end of Midas. We see TK here into this Observer Ward, and they have Static Storm available.
Okay, they do get it. Brewmaster manages to just walk out and pops the ult. Kaiko here on the Tiny in a lot of trouble. And it doesn't look like he's be able to escape. His Storm will be able to just pop him, no problem at all, thanks to the Arcane Rune. And they found Disruptor as well. So Hara, no real escape in sight for him. Well, I guess like the early escape, you could say.
Yeah, Brewmaster, despite being played on a support position, is just too tanky in order for them to bring down fast enough, even under that Static Storm. I mean, catching him out over there, and especially given that it took so long to put damage to him. Stormfear was nearby, and he prevented a lot of damage from coming out, but going for that, I feel like, was way over-ambitious with that Tier 1 tower still standing. He made it way too easy for the Stormfear to, you know, potentially just TP in if he wasn't already there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, that 1K, 2K net with advantage that Aster.A's had before, after finding those kills and, you know, controlling up the map, they get a little bit more, but the turnaround, they find a kill onto the Viper.
That's a good one, for sure. Absolutely necessary as well. So they commit the Doom for it and, you know, just continue to try and farm up as much as they can. I mean, if they get to the BKB timing here on Doom and he picks up something like a like Centaur Conqueror, so he has like the stun, maybe it'll be end up kind of working out for them. Kaiko is queuing up the BKB himself, which I'm very excited to see.
Yeah, BKBs are super important for every hero in this game. It's a little bit trickier for Aster.A. I mean, you always have this Doom to be worried about. Yeah, there's finally the BKB completed on Ashe. Again, he needs this one in order to actually fight into the enemy team, in order to deal with the Orc coming out from Storm Spirit, and, you know, he's kind of got to fight into the enemy team, given that Tiny and the Doom both end up picking up Midases, but it makes it so the hero that is best at split pushing the map and playing by himself isn't able to shove out lanes so quickly by himself without the Maelstrom. And he's got it queued up next now. I don't know, it feels very hard to play the Ember here. Your map feels smaller and smaller. I think this next Roshan Aster.A are really going to put the pressure on.
Yeah, I mean, he's forced to play kind of the sacrificial role for his team, right? You have, you know, the double Midas core, so he has to go this BKB and be the one kind of risking his life split pushing. So that's why we see him playing super aggressive with the Remnant defensively. So that's pretty much what he's going to be doing here.
Well, they smoke up. They're going to try to find a kill on this Tiny, moving in the enemy team's ancient camps and whatnot. Meanwhile, on the side of Aster.A, they could just continue to set up around the pit. They're establishing vision, moving all the heroes over here. We see the minimum respawn in another, like, 5 seconds now. Minute and 20 seconds. So this is the timing that they're waiting for. By the time Roshan respawns, Stormfear's gonna have money for his BKB. You're not gonna be able to shut him down with static. Oh.
As a baited Static Storm, he gets the regen off for the moment, but is it gonna be enough for him to escape? It's not. Beautiful block there by Drink. In comes the Primal Split. Throwing one to the air. Tiny's second to fall here in this fight. Drink gonna be the third, so ends up being a nice turnaround. Good response there from Aster.A.
I think the Stormfear died there because Aster.A responded to that one too fast. The Winter Wide was the last one to click his teleport, even though they all clicked them pretty quickly at the same time. But his teleport was the most delayed because of that, so he couldn't end up getting off the Winter's Curse in order to stall out for the Stormfear to escape. Was that too nitpicky?
No, I mean...
I feel like he could have survived that one, but it was a good response to that one. They ended up taking down the Tiny and the Tusk for the Storm Spirit, but Storm Spirit kills are worth a lot of gold.
Yeah, absolutely. So Doom, he's actually got the Shard queued up, which is quite interesting. The Infernal Blade doing increased stun duration and increased damage depending on, you know, the good old level death
mechanics.
Yeah, very good stuff. A remnant from Dota 1.
Yeah, I'm backed by popular demand, I'm sure. That ability is absolutely ridiculous how it works. I mean, it provides you enough by itself that you don't really need to think about the level death part of it.
Roach is up. Did they actually see Red Panda there? I think they did for a very small moment. Hara, I think, a ward sentry up on the high ground there. They would love to obviously contest the Roshan, but you can't do it without taking down a couple heroes here on Ares. And Glimpse is going to find TK, pulls him right into the hands of the Tiny, into the Walrus Punch as well. They finally get the kill. Him unable to get the Primal Split this time.
Oh, nice pick off there by them. Brewmaster, I mean, he's getting close to this Aghanim Scepter. He's level 12, but Primal Split being on cooldown also makes that one kind of difficult. So, continuing to hold their ground, but again, it's this next Roche timing alongside the BKB on the Storm Spirit that they've been waiting for, and the BKB flying out to the Storm right now, I believe.
Nice initiation onto the Doom, onto the Ursa rather, with the Doom, and he's just stuck in place, trying to hobble away, but nice jump in from Ash, looking for more Avalanche toss on the backside as they find the Viper. He pops the BKB, Glimpse gonna catch Red Panda, holding him in place. Golden Embrace already dropped onto the Viper. Static Storm for good measure. That's the go sign for Storm Spirit. He's looking for the tiny snowball to buy him some space. They bop back the Wyvern. They pull the split. Can they take down the Storm Spirit? He gets the BKB off. Viper on the backside. Chased down by Dolme. Will get the kill. They get the trade though. Tiny and potentially more here on the Disruptors. They continue to fight, but it's going to be Dolme who falls to that Storm Spirit, and Ember spending an eternity in the skies right now. Hara to TP home, will be able to do so. Orchid comes out from the store. No Vortex for another second. Gets the Remnant out. Ash, though, I don't know if he's going to make it. He's not at all. He's going to get chased down by TK. Urn is there, and Sleight of Fist not going to be enough. So ends up being beautifully done here by Ares with those buybacks. They turn this fight around completely.
I mean, that fight was surprisingly even at the end there as far as XP. Now, it does be a little bit of an advantage to the side of Aster.A. They end up getting like 2,000 XP and 900 gold more than Shenzhen, but even though far behind Shenzhen were at the start of that one, I would say it's not that bad. If you can stop them from getting Roche here, I would say that all was successful. The best part about this team fight, they're not going to be able to stop them getting Roche here.
Oh,
all right, forget
actually,
everything I said.
The shards are in a really... Okay, no, he can just jump over. He has blink. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. It's fine. Not gonna be able to stop him getting Roshan there. But they took that fight at such an optimal time. It was just before Storm Spirit's BKB got to him. Like, it arrived in the middle of the team fight after he just TP'd top. It was just before everyone was able to group up and move over to Roshan. So they hit this very niche timing there on Shenzhen before Aster Ares hit a massive power spike and kind of forced them into an awkward team fight. Things are going to be a lot more difficult right now, but if they hadn't taken that fight right there, like a minute later, 30 seconds later, a team fight that good would have been impossible. And yes, they didn't end up winning that one, but it was kind of like their last chance for an easier fight before they had all these activations. Because now we see Brewmaster, Aghanim Scepter now completed, BKB on the Storm Spirit, Ursa now is his Aegis. I mean, these are all things they didn't have in the previous team fight. So Shenzhen, they're going to have to try to dodge for a little while, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to do that.
Tier 2 bottom lane going to be pressured out here from Ares as now they finally have their building damage in the form of the Viper Shard, so quite good at dealing with towers, reducing the armor as well as doing the poison damage.
Yeah, but they know that Shenzhen aren't really able to fight into them. Yeah, they just want to walk up high ground here. They've solved
nice jump in from Ulu, but he ends up finding the Tusk who has a Blink Dagger, so not a whole lot he can do here.
Yeah,
dude, this tower is going to get wrecked. It is taking so much damage from the Viper here. It's up to the 8 poison attack stacks. Actually lets the stacks fall off there, potentially by mistake. Ursa in really deep. Kygo comes in, Avalanche Toss. That's going to pop the Aegis. Cyclone, going to throw Tiny into the air. Managed to take down that Earth Panda, and TK has to escape on the rest. The Doom does come out onto the Ursa, but he gets the BKB off, and also managed to get the Earth Shock, so significantly reduced duration thanks to the Enrage. So again, they kind of have a green light for the Storm Spirit to go in. There's no Doom. He has the BKB to deal with the Static Storm. So I don't think Ares is going to stop their push here.
it's difficult now. I mean, I don't know, man. You've got all your BKBs available. With like jumping into the base, you could like potentially run to the tiny. He tosses somebody further back in. Gonna go now.
Storm goes in, forces the BKB from the Doom, costs him his own, but the tower is still going to fall here to the Viper, of course. And they'll settle for that one and decide to back off.
Yeah, so they don't manage to take the racks. They get the mid tower. Range creeps? No, it's at 28 HP. Creeps almost got the mid tower on the dire side during that. But yeah, with the Storm Spirit popping his BKB, he had to get back immediately afterwards. He can't wait for the Disruptor to eventually just glimpse him or hit him with the Static Storm. If he goes down, it is very costly for them. Give them an opportunity to come back into this game. I mean, I'd say that Shenzhen are doing a very good job of defending, all things considered. Because again, there was a massive power spike for Aster.A. That's definitely not over yet. And the later this game goes, I mean, you got the golden hands, Ricky.
Yeah, that's true. Whether it'll be enough, we'll have to find out. Dolme still managed to keep himself at the top of net worth as a Doom. Pretty much expected. The Tiny struggling a little bit, falling farther and further from the Ursa, but does at least have the BKB done. He's queuing up a Blink Dagger, so maybe just in kind of what we saw in the previous game, whereas they're more focusing on defending their high ground, and the toss back will be their way of doing so.
Yeah. It'd be great if they could find the gold for an Negative Scepter on the Disruptor. Are they just going to slow siege this?
Yeah. I mean, not even slow siege. He just comes in on the Earth Pan, or on the Brewmaster, and look at the damage. This Grove Bow plus the poison attack. The base is just dead so fast.
Yeah, I thought they'd slow siege this and just like slowly chip away at it with the Brewmasters, but as they've got two of them thanks to the Negative Scepter, but they cleared that one out pretty quickly. They were trying to play in the top lane with both the Ember Spirit and the Doom, and like wait for somebody to go back and defend the tier 2 tower, but you know, they realize in Aster.A they've got absolutely no need to. They're super strong right now. Enemies can't fight into them, and well, you can't play overly aggressive. They get like tossed back from the base and dive. They did manage to make that one work. They realize they don't really need to respond to what Shenzhen are doing. They're playing their own game here.
Yeah. They have a Lincoln Spear finished up on the side of the Storm Spirit, so he's no longer in danger of just getting doomed. Despite the
bottom lane, on Ember.
He picked up a Purge creep. Yeah, Ember bottom lane. He does have a BKB, but never even gets an opportunity to use it. So, great pick off there from those two. He's going to be on the sideline for 60 seconds. They end up smoking right away from Shenzhen. Like, okay, you kill our carry, we're going to come kill your team.
Yeah,
Dolme looking to go mid.
They're going to expect them to play defensive here.
Doom 1. He's right out onto the Viper. Kaigo on the backside. He's ready to go. They do manage to get the pullback into the Static Storm, but Ursa as well as the Storm Spirit in pursuit. They will be able to take down 2 so far to start this fight. The question is, can they keep this Doom alive? Nice snowball save. He's got another Doom available, but drops at the last second here on the Ursa. Kaigo, he's going to get scouted. Dust does come through. He's got a BKB if he wants to try and get away, but pops the Shadow Blade for the moment.
Yeah, but he's dusted.
Yeah, it just slowed him down. I don't know. Do they have any other protection? They don't. So he's going to be okay.
No, he's not. He was just about to expire.
Pops the BKB. Drink is here. They could actually turn onto the Ursa potentially, but he gets silenced on the backside. Beautifully done by the Storm Spirit, targeting on point. Now looking for TK, but guess what? He's got a second split. Another one, he says, as he's now looking to, you know,
Taiko should just kill these. They're grouped up. All right, never mind. He's not going to.
Yeah, he doesn't want to risk it.
Yeah.
Ursa could be lurking nearby.
Yeah, it's actually pretty easy to deal with that if they're all clumped up like that one. The Earth Panda moves very slowly, and while you can cancel your Primal Split at any time if you manage to get away on the Wind one, if you can blow it up with a huge physical damage hero like Tiny, you can turn it around pretty quickly. But yeah, the force to get back there as Ember Spirit was respawning, and they're continuing to put the pressure on here on the side of Aster.A. I think the only thing they're waiting for is... I'm not sure they'll continue to play aggressive here without the Brewmaster splits, but this is only a position 4. Storm Spirit is out of mana though, so you have to very least wait for him to get back up to full and TP down the mid. Actually, there's a DD rune there as well. Storm Spirit's going to find that one. That might be the edge they need to close out this game.
I mean, Razor is doing everything Viper is doing everything he needs to do here. just as the building sieger. He's got the Dragon Lance, happened to get the Grove Bow, which is perfect, and he's just tanked up with a BKB and an Ultimate Orb. So the only thing he's going to be doing is kind of baiting Shenzhen to make the play, right? And it worked last time. They went for the Blink Doom on top of the Viper. It did cost them to overextend pretty far to secure those kills and then just make space for both the Ursa and the Storm Spirit to kind of clean up.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's so many issues at the moment. There's so many people that you need to doom. You want to throw the doom out into the Ursa. You want to throw the doom out into the Viper and the Storm Spirit. I mean, Brewmaster's a massive issue as well, even though he's a position 4. It makes Doom's game kind of difficult when you're losing this bad and there's so many targets.
Yeah, and because they have BKBs on all their cores, the Disruptor doesn't feel super strong. And he went for a Force Staff as opposed to getting for like an early Aghanim Scepter, which we see sometimes. Roshan not respawning, but the scan does scout someone inside the pit. Red Panda gonna be forced out.
He's holding the high ground right now with the Storm Spirit. Tiny's working on his Silver Edge. Doom's got 2 plate mails queued up. I guess he's worried about how much or how quickly he's getting bursted down by some of these heroes. He's got almost no armor at the moment. Ursa and Tiny. Ursa's just like a massive problem in that regard. He gets on top of you, you burst it down.
Same with Viper. Honestly, the poison attack now, like once that BKB's done, he just owns you. And there's the second Lincoln Sphere now from the side of Aster.A. So who's your Doom target? He does have the Purge, right? Which is really good at being able to remove that Lincoln Sphere, but it is not a guarantee every time. If they get the BKB off, you can't do anything about it.
Yeah. Got 20 seconds till Roche respawns. Smoking up right now on the side of Asda areas. They still hold this tier 1 tower mid as a TP point if they want to take any fights. This makes things so much easier for them, man.
Refresher finished up on the Brewmaster. Dude, this guy is basically as farmed as the enemy mid laner. It's pretty close.
If they get on Viper, that'd be an excellent start, but Ursa's pretty close to him.
Oh, he gets the BKB off instantly, able to make it away, and in comes the Storm Spirit. Ends up zipping a little bit too far. Viper forced to BKB here. Winter Wyvern caught out by Ash, but so far no one's really dying. It's just going to be Red Panda to start this one out. Ulu trying to chase down the Tusker, will be able to find him. Winter Wyvern will buy back into this game. This fight is taking place in like 5 different time zones. Red Panda glimpsed back the base. Hara gonna die for that one.
Yeah, but it doesn't even matter. The Red Panda's back inside his base. That is going to be it for this team fight. They buy back on Tusk, but there's no way they're able to take this. They committed absolutely nothing on the side of Aster areas. They lost their statics power. I mean, you still have double Doom available.
They used all 3 BKBs on Ares, so like that is an opening. You could potentially get your Doom targets, but
you have so much information now, though.
Yeah. He's just gonna pop the split, start to scout with these, and beautifully done here by TK. He's just gonna try and interrupt as much of this as possible. Kygo wants to get into the pit. Ember Spirit drops the Remnant, goes in for the moment, but Storm Spirit holding this Tiny down. He's just getting CC. He's falling. He gets the Aegis, he gets the Refresher. And the cheese, he took everything on Ash. Oh my goodness.
Having no BKBs ended up being enough. Huge Winter's Curse that came out there.
Yeah. All right, Ash pops the Refresher, but gets bashed up by Ulu. Needs to be careful. The BKBs come out from both the Storm as well. They're able to catch the Winter Wyvern as well. And Ulu ends up jumping into his death. TK. His ult about to expire. He does have another one to boot. The question is, yeah, he's gonna get it off. So, just classic Brewmaster things. He's been role playing as a panda here for the last like 3 minutes.
Oh, they ended up getting the kill off of Drake. Committed too hard to that one. He might have been able to snowball dodge them, blink away there if that's what he was going for. But I think he figured he might be able to get the kill off on the Brewmaster. But all of that saved there by Ash. I'm getting into that. I think everything, the Refresher Shard, the cheese, the Aegis.
He just ate the cheese at full HP.
Alrighty.
Huh.
No comment. Maybe he was hungry.
He had like full HP. He's like in the fountain healing, like he was like 50, 60% maybe, and then just like eats the cheese with an open item slot. Maybe, I don't know. Potential misclick. Who knows?
Maybe he just wasn't that hungry. Maybe he was hungry, man. It's got to be that he was hungry. He dropped so many remnants in that team fight, though. He was finding kills on top of hitting the Refresher Shard. No, if you end up having an enemy die around you when you have the egg and the shard, you end up getting an extra charge of your ultimate as well. But still doesn't have that level 25 for the faster charge restore time. You're actually going for a refresher orb as well. A lot of people think that this shouldn't end up refreshing charges of abilities, or like all your charges.
It feels, I like, in some instances, I'm like, I agree, specifically with Brewmaster. Like, this hero getting 4 primal splits is so dumb. But then in heroes like Ember Spirit, I think it should. Like, it's very weird. There's not like a good balance between it. I think Refresher is just too strong in general.
You think you should have 10 fire remnants with the refresher orb?
Yeah.
Let's see. Fair enough. Each their own. You feel like this Doom has had as much of an impact as you wanted him to? You saw him picked up in the draft? I know you were very excited at first.
I want to say yes, but the true answer is no. It has not felt all that powerful this game. That being said, it is going to be going late game, and Doom is always scary in the late game just because of the fact that you will have 2 Dooms. The BKB durations are slowing down.
And the bigger respawn timers with the cooldown of Doom makes it every time you're taking a fight, Doom is off of cooldown.
Oh my god, the scan is right on the money. Kaigo is here on the Tiny in. He's gonna get the Avalanche to toss. They get the Wyvern to start the fight. A beautiful one. They also get the Doom out onto the Viper. Dolme is gonna be able to pop that refresher as he wants to do what he can. Disruptor caught out by the Storm Spirit though, and Ember, he's looking for the Viper. He gets the BKB, Sleight of Fist. Can Ash get the kill in time? He does, but he's bashed up Remnants down to the low ground, but perfect targeting from the Storm Spirit. Finishes off with his last bit of mana.
Do you want to know the greatest tragedy of that team fight?
Sure.
The Doom didn't have mana to use Doom a second time.
Oh yeah, I saw that, yeah.
Yeah. If he used Doom a second time, he definitely wins that one. Ends up popping his refresher. Always check your mana, everybody. They definitely would have won that team fight if they had it. They were so close there. But fight, it's relatively even regardless of that. XP and whatnot does go a little bit way of Aster.A, but that is a rough one. He's probably going to be picking up a mana item after this. Yeah, he had a Shiva's Guard queued up before, but he had no way. He had no way of recovering his mana there fast enough, and I feel like this is a little bit of a direct result of the Refresher Orb nerf. I ended up nerfing the mana regen on this item by 5. He would have had a lot more. He actually ended up popping Scorched Earth in the middle of that one as well, so I think if he had a little bit more regen there, he would have gotten off that second Doom.
Yeah, it's possible for sure.
Yeah. A lot of people have been saying they didn't nerf this item hard enough in the patch when we just ended up seeing direct effects of its nerf there. 12-7, and then
it's a lot.
Yeah. Stormwind Spirit ended up finding himself a Timeless Relic. Very cool.
That's a good one. If he goes for Aghanim Scepter, he does have the... Yeah, he does have the Sheep Stick, but even then, I think Ag's late game on Storm Spirit, especially when you have the Timeless Relic, is one of like the most game-winning combinations. Especially once you have the 25 talent too. That attack bounce on Overload is very strong.
They did end up nerfing it though. Not as good as it used to be.
Why is that?
I mean, used to have Electric Rave.
What? You still do on the Shard, don't you?
I think it gave you, what, ×3 Overload before with Electric Rave?
Oh, maybe.
Was it the big thing that they nerfed about it? It might have been ×3 Overload over to ×2.
I don't remember. I mean, the 25 talent is still very strong. The Overload attack bounce, it's very good.
Yep.
Looking for Dolme, potentially, and comes with the Hex. The BKBs come out instantly onto the Doom. He will fall, and without buyback, a huge portion of their team fight removed. They also take down Drink as well. Kaigo will get a TP out in the trees, so lucky for the Tiny, but
he bought out for the Shiva's Guard because he didn't have mana to double Doom.
Yeah, he's dead for 70 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, he needed the extra mana in order to get the double Doom off in these team fights. Like, he had to build the Shiva's Guard if he wanted to use 2 of these, but he's punished for it immediately. There's no save for him, and I'm not sure how they defend the Slayer Maris. I'm not sure how they defend either lane of Rax. They'll have Tusk up in 20 seconds, but they need this Doom. He's so crucial to these fights.
I mean, Viper just pushes the building super quick. And And that's going to be, you know, top lane of Barracks. Viper now working on the mid tower, stacking up those poison attacks. Refresh or pop TK into his third primal split now. Is he be able to throw Ash into the air in just a moment if he can find him? He does get the Wind Panda, but Tiny just Hex in the mid lane. He's just dead. No buyback, doesn't have a chance to do anything. Ash, the only core on his team that is still alive. And he's got some heavy lifting to do potentially, but Red Panda keep himself alive with that cold embrace. Megas have been achieved. Ulu with the bash. Ash trying to get away with the winner's curse there. Just stacking up those charges and nowhere to go. GG comes out. Shenzhen just crumbling at the end when it matters, and Aster.A will get themselves the victory here. Neff, did I lose you?
But you gained me.
Oh, man, I don't know what happened to him.
I don't know what happened to him. He's
Neff, where'd...
I've been
Hello,
here.
Neff.
I had my camera knock out for just a moment alongside with some other stuff, but Aster.A's a hell of an impressive victory at the end there. I don't know. I had faith in this Brewmaster. It was position 4, not 3, but it still ended up putting in work as did the rest of the team.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Aster.A get the win. That series is going to be their first win off the Division 2 DPC for them and puts them on a better trajectory than they were before. Now 1-1, and that's going to be an absolutely massive thing if they want to stand any chance of making it through to Division 1, which is obviously their aim. Then this is the first step in doing so. Great win from them, and yeah, I mean, Brewmaster looking good. You know, it feels like they're kind of finding a style of Dota which suits them. You know, it feels like they're kind of fulfilling a bit more of a niche and gaining a style, I think, Ricky.
Yeah, it seems so. I mean, they definitely looked better in this game than they did in their first game. So I'm definitely really happy to see Aster.A kind of pulling things together here. I think some of this is just the itemization from Shenzhen in Game 3, though. Like, again, we see a Midas Tiny, and it almost feels like it was unnecessary. I thought his lane would go a lot worse into the Viper, but he ended up doing really well. Like, he was basically tied for net worth for most of the lane stage before it broke down, and still opted to go back for the Midas instead. So, seems a little bit experimental, potentially, from what we're seeing for some of the Tiny carries here, but overall, yeah, Ares played a clean game this time.
Shenzhen, they made some weird decisions this game for sure. One of the biggest ones, I think, was when they committed onto that Storm Spirit, who had the Aegis, dropped the Doom and whatnot on him, didn't have the Static Storm to follow up.
Yeah.
I mean, we already saw that one come out there, but I feel like that one did cost them quite a bit. You know, an already difficult game.
Yeah, I mean, they were kind of neck and neck at that point, and then suddenly it was Ares had a massive lead. Because you didn't have Doom for 2 minutes, you just lost like 2 heroes, and all you did was give Storm full mana.
Pretty much. Pretty much. I mean,
yeah, that was a rough one.
Yeah. I mean, Doom always feels a little bit worse. You know, obviously playing into Aegis is never fun, but when you're also playing into any kind of heal, which the Wyvern definitely supplies in this lineup, you know, it just feels a little bit worse. You know, you have to be a little bit more careful with your Dooms, and Dolmy, I really want to say, is just a little bit too liberal with his dooming this game. You know, it felt like he was dooming as a way to start the fights, and I don't think that's what you wanted to be doing in this situation. I think you let the Ember start the fights, then try and follow up from there. Didn't really work out, unfortunately, but yeah, I mean, still can't take anything away from Aster for sure.
Yeah, and it did look like that's what they had in mind. I mean, the Ember Spear went for BKB as his first item. That's a sign that, you know, he knows that he's going to be the initiator. He's not the priority farmer and whatnot this game, and he did I feel like Ash played an amazing game, honestly.
Yeah,
he made a ton of things happen. It was a great steal that he got off on the Aegis. He ended up getting the rest of the items after the Winter Wyvern Ultimate came off in this team fight, but he definitely kept them in this with his itemization and kind of played like a sacrificial role. Ended up going down a little bit more than he had to, maybe, but this Roche fight was super sick by Ash.
Yeah,
it was like, this was definitely like the style points here for the Ember Spirit. I think at some point, though, like when you have like these other cores, they're not lifting they're really not like lifting their weight in these fights. Like this one, they get the immediate kill there onto the Winter Wyvern, which feels really good. They get the Doom out onto the Viper.
This is where he ran out of mana.
Yeah, he just runs out of mana. Ember Spirit has to be the one to go finish off this Viper because your Tiny can't really get in and out of the fights. He doesn't have the damage to fight up into the Ursa either, and as a result, your Ember dies. And unfortunately, this is the final fight here where they managed to find Dolme, and no Aghanim Scepter on the Disruptor, which we pointed out a couple times, so no way to really prevent the BKBs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that last one up in the top was also a pretty tragic death. You had to build the Shiva's Guard for that mana, then end up going down because of it. Tiny bought out as well. I mean, I think at this point they felt like, okay, we need to win a fight. We can't afford to save for buyback here if we're going to win this game. Our backs are against the wall, and they kind of went all in, trying to win a team fight, and that was last nail in the coffin.
Yeah, it's what you were saying earlier though. Like Aster just playing really well because and they got to play well because Shenzhen played this game well. I would say as well. Like nobody felt like it didn't feel like the last two games where one team was just winning the entire time and the other team didn't really make much of a noise. They tried to make some plays, but it didn't really happen. As you said in the draft, Neff, like they both had these spirits. Therefore, they both had a way to get in the fights and make something happen, which meant that they were able to fight back. And I think that was nice to see, both teams improving their drafting massively in this final game. Both teams playing better, Shenzhen playing better from behind and Aster playing better from in front. And yeah, Shenzhen really pushed the best out of Aster this time. And I think both teams have improved massively over the course of this series alone. So excited to see how much they can improve through the entire DPC actually and see how they come out the other side. Because both teams, looking good. I'm excited to watch them play some more.
Me too. I'm excited to see some games maybe without these minuses. Maybe they kind of force themselves to playing from behind, building these up instead of more useful items. But I don't know. I mean, we've seen minus twice in a row on the Tiny. I mean, maybe it's good if people are running it, but it lost both games, and stats don't lie.
Stats don't lie.
I feel like I was talking to you guys about this while we were on break. I feel like if you just go for an Echo Saber, the amount of money you're going to farm from just having an Echo Saber is going to be more than you're going to get from having a Midas. Like even if you're using it on cooldown, it's so weird to me. But yeah, they just really struggled to find anything really with the Tiny this game, similar to what we saw in the previous game. So,
I want to hear what your dog has to say about this game.
He doesn't really do much in terms of talking.
Just pretty to look at, kind of like Ricky.
Yeah, yeah.
Similar to me, yeah.
Very similar. Hello.
Very similar eyes.
Hello, friend. I hold him the same way as I hold you
what
as well.
What an excellent assistant.
Mm-hmm.
He is. He's always ready to clean my face and help me out wherever needed. Thanks, Loki. Alrighty, let's see how the standings look after this series. And of course, Aster.A is now with a win and 2 wins actually, and a loss under their belt. Is that
2 wins? No, that's one win. It should be one win.
Yeah.
They are 1-1. No worries there. They're in the right place, but they've got too many wins. But they are 1-1 at the moment, and Shenzhen, unfortunately, 0-2. But I believe that their luck may turn around some point soon. I think the next match is going to be very interesting. We've got Shenzhen versus SAG, which is going to be a very, very interesting one to see how that one goes down. Then Ares versus YBB, that's their next game, respectively. So, yeah, I mean, I think definitely Ares versus YB, and both of them are going to be real kind of middle-class deciders. We've got all of these middle chunk games coming out early on here to see who's going to be able to stick their heads out above the rest. And all fighting against IG and Dandelion, who are currently at the top right now. Do you think those are definitely going to be the top 2 going into the final weeks, or do you think there might be some shakeups before then?
I think for me personally, those are the top 2. But potentially YBB could pull something out. I think if there's any other team right now who has the potential to push a 3rd place at this point, it's probably them as a contender for top 2. But I actually think Dandelion will beat IG in their series later this week. They look better.
My goodness.
They really do. So I'm really excited for that one. That's going to be a really hype series.
That's an incredibly bold claim. I disagree. As much as I like Dandelion and I watched them come in through the open qualifiers, I think IG is a incredibly good team that had a bad run in the Division 1 the previous season, and they are going to have a very smooth way back up into the other division again.
I mean, IG's game versus Shenzhen wasn't exactly a cakewalk, though. You know, Shenzhen did push them to a 50-plus minute game against IG. You know, it was a 2-0 for sure, but I don't know. I think it could be a close one, but yeah, I'm not gonna be able to say that I think.
I hope the IG fans rip you apart.
Go for it. Go for it. Destroy him. We'll leak his address. Just DM us and we'll leak Ricky's address. Yeah, I'm not bold enough to say that IG will lose, but I definitely believe that Dandelion are going to put a really good fight, and it's definitely going to be a really good game. And speaking about really good games, make sure you guys join us tomorrow as we are going to have plenty more Dota 2 action here at the China DPC. We are jumping up to Division 1, where we're going to be watching Vici versus RNG, and then eHome versus PSG LGD, battling it out in two very awesome, spectacular games. So join us then. But from today and from Division 2, we are now done for the time being. Thank you so much for watching. Any final thoughts, gentlemen, before we close off the stream?
Had an excellent time. I'm a big fan of the dog. I hope you bring him out on more of these remote broadcasts. It's definitely one improvement from having everybody together in studios. We get a dog on the stream. So more of that, please. And again, pleasure working with you, and thank you everybody for watching.
Excellent, Rick.
I had a wonderful day. It was a lot of fun, some good Dota, but definitely excited for some of these really big series coming up later this week. So that's what I'm looking forward to. Tomorrow's Division 2 and Division 1 games are going to be sick. So.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Tune in tomorrow as we have more Dota 2 action here at the China DPC. Goodbye, and thanks for watching.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink! Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.